Hello everybody, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research channel. This is the 10,000 subscriber and member appreciation stream. It's great to see y'all. Hope everyone's doing well out there. Got a fun stream for you all, and we'll be having, like, if you want, we'll have like the first 45 minutes to an hour. We'll have, like, I'll just kind of chill in the chat, see what you guys are up to, if you got any questions for like AMA type style. And then we'll have open panel calls later on in the second hour or so. That should be in about probably like 6:45, about an hour from now. 6:45, 7 o'clock. And then we'll also probably talk in the first hour just a little bit about the channel's history and evolution. Probably maybe start with that, actually, just really quickly. And throughout the whole stream, there will be book and Amazon gift card giveaways. Now, I don't like giving Amazon business, but I wanted to buy eBay gift cards, and I just assume that you can go to eBay and buy a digital gift card, but you can't. 2022, can you believe that? You can't buy digital eBay gift cards? Because I think it's so much better to support the small guy out there, and eBay is a great place for that. Even though there are a lot of big companies there, at least there's a better chance of supporting some of the small guys. But anyways, we got Amazon gift cards. There will be 2 member giveaways, and then the rest will be subscriber giveaways. So if and anyone interested in joining memberships is more than welcome, and the whole pool will be involved. So anyone who's here, all they got to do is just let us know that they're here when the giveaway is thrown out there. So throughout the day, there'll be $5 Amazon gift codes, and there's I believe a $10 one as well, and then a $15, and then there's some books that I've found helpful, and they're related to research topics about the soul trap, the afterlife, and research stuff like that. So anyways, so let's just really quickly swing in here. I just want to say hello to everybody, or as many as I can. Hello, Cam. Good to see you, brother. Red. Ouch, C4. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well out there. Ouch, C4 said, it's amazing how fast this channel has grown. Well deserved for all the hard work you do. Thank you. Thank you, Ouch, C4. Thank you. It blows me away, too. Because, like, the first... I started really uploading just small things in the beginning. Things like orb captures and CE5 live streams, trying to make like directed meditation connections and stuff like that, with bringing orbs around me and in the sky and stuff. And then it kind of evolved, like where started covering truth topics, things that I kind of felt should be covered that weren't as well talked about. And then the soul trap. It was like I kind of just said, dust it all off and say, why do I continue to concentrate on the matrix distraction topics? And that's kind of like the brief evolution. So I'll just kind of leave it there. I mean, with as far as like the history of the channel, I don't really need to go into all that, but just thought I'd share that. It was crazy. It was crazy to see how this worked. I mean, the first 2.5 years, it was really, really slow, but it picked up. And I'm glad the information is connecting with so many of you out there. It just really is awesome. So, hey, Break the Spell, good to see you. Fractured Reality, good to see you, brother. Simon, good to see you out there. Simon says, I remember having issues previously with Discord. Yeah, we couldn't hear you earlier. Boopster, hello, great to see you. Welcome. Thank you for your help today. Peter, great to see you. And I will get Peter's site up later for you guys after the first break. David Armstrong, hello. Welcome. True Detective, hello. Delina, great to see you. Evolvement, hello. Evolvement says, thanks, Mark, for your hard work. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Pure Water, great to see you. Vince, great to see you, brother. GV, we have started now, my friend. Susie Sherlock, welcome to the Last Timers Club. Great to have you with us. The Chad. Joshua says, congrats on hitting 10 KFC. Hello, all. Hello, Joshua. Thanks so much. So, yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to pop them up in the chat with question in caps first and then your question. Jimmy's not available today, so I'm just going to have to be able to see them, which is good because I can actually concentrate on the chat tonight, which is usually it's difficult. Hey, Tommy, great to see you. John Doe, hello. Great to see you, my friend. Welcome. Jeremy Crow, thanks, brother. Good to see you. Let's see. Interdimensional Cat says, people are seeing through the nonsense. I love that your channel is getting the respect it deserves. Thanks. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Simon says, feels like 5 minutes since the 3,000 subscriber appreciation video the channel has. Come a long way, buddy. That's great to see. Thoroughly deserved. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that was the last one I did. I was going to do one at 5,000, and then just kind of it just kept going, and it forgot. So here we are. And I appreciate each and every one of you for helping spread the word with me. I mean, really, it's all about getting this information out there to as many ears who will listen, in hopes that it'll just connect with a few. Like when I first started really hammering the topic, I just figured, oh, you know, maybe I'll get a few people who connect with it and that'll be it. But it totally wanted a different direction, which is awesome. And the more that know about what the hell is going on in this realm, the better. So what I'm going to do really quickly is start the first giveaway. So the way it's going to work is the mods in the chat. So basically, I'm going to put up a clock, and it'll be a 5-minute clock. And this is like an entry period. So all you've got to do after the mods put in the chat, you know, the giveaway, this giveaway is started now. Then you just type giveaway in caps. There is 1 entry per person. And let's see, and there's only 100. There's a cap of 100 people per giveaway, just because that's the way it's set up with the picker that I'm using. If I could do more, I would, but I'm hoping, you know, like we just kind of have our crowd here, right? And I was thinking maybe people from, you know, contest hunters or giveaway hunters may show up, which very well will happen, but I'd much rather give it to the regular crowd and have, if possible. But it will be random. So the first 100 people in each giveaway get the entry. So we're going to start that now. So if one of the mods could put that up, I'm going to put the 5-minute clock in. So this is a 5-minute period. Just type giveaway in caps. And then I will get your information after the stream. Get your YouTube handle and reach out here. If you leave a comment in the video afterwards, that works too. And we'll get in touch with you by email and send you Okay. Wow. I'm sorry. I didn't realize the clock had music. Oh, man. All right. So what I did is I muted the clock sound. I wish it didn't have. Okay. All right. So is that better, I hope? Vegan skeptic. Good.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I didn't even know there was music with that clock. All right. Sorry about that. Hey, Chimpzilla. Great to see you. Welcome. Smile says, hey, y'all. Stopped in to say congratulations. Thanks so much. Great to have you with us. Jeff. Hi, friends. Hello. Great to have you with us. Narod says, love the content. Glad I found the channel. Thank you. Glad you found it too. Got a great small community here that, all kind of have the same desire, and that is to, same intention, and that's to never have to come back here again. Break the Spell says, I liken our situation to the movie Cube. The opportunity to escape comes along only once every who knows how many years. And so true. That movie, the old one, I like the old one a lot better, but the new one's good too. It's the perfect encapsulation, right? And we are in such an incredible time. I know I say this a lot, but it's so true. We have access to all this information. And think about how small the window was. Like, the internet, we really just started getting hordes of, even though the internet's been out a while, like, you still had to get past the dial-up phase. And even then, yeah, there was still a lot of great information and search engines weren't rigged and all that. But, once kind of high speed came along, we had this huge, massive database of information to pick from. And it's perfect. It's the perfect time to incarnate. And at least I ask myself, and maybe you guys should too, maybe we subconsciously pick this moment to incarnate in this time for a reason, so that we had access to more information. Because we do get some sort of heads up as to how things are going on down on Earth before we come here. So if the outlook is showing as part of our life script this evolution with technology and all that and all this information, it makes a lot of sense. Cheers, by the way. Josh says, oh, the countdown clock is over for this one. So the first giveaway is concluded. So what we're going to do is get those names together. And when they are headed over here, then we'll announce the winner, and then we'll move along and get another one as well. Keep them coming. But yeah, break the spell. That's a great comment. I'm totally with you. Totally with you. It's so fortunate to live in this time. It's once in a many lifetimes. True Detective says, my favorite channel. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Appreciate you. Bit of Venom. Hey, good to see you out there. Remember the 5th of November. Hey, Dusty. Great to see you. Says, hey, everyone. Simon says, hey, what happened to Goober Bear? Is he still rocking in the free world? I noticed his Desert Rat Uber Beer and Comstock Trails Tales channels all disappeared or got zapped. Yeah, I think he lost quite a few. I think he lost like at least 2 or 3 channels. But gotta reach out to him. It's been so long. But yeah, Desert Rat's a good dude. Love the guy. Peter says, thanks, Mark, since people don't seem to see the link to it. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Peter, it's, oh, you're talking about that. Yeah. There's something, with YouTube, it's so difficult to get links in the comment section, unless it's like a YouTube link. I mean, very, very difficult. Almost all of them get filtered out by YouTube. So, and just to kind of point out, like if your comment is missing or whatever, it's YouTube eating it up. And I try to put in every video like a description on how we could get around that or try to work around that. But when it comes to links, it's good luck. I mean, sometimes they'll go through, sometimes they won't. Even sometimes YouTube links won't go through. And I've seen plenty of them. Like what happens is I have the YouTube Studio app, and once in a while a comment will appear in the notifications area, and I'll see like the first sentence or two, and as soon as I go to click it, the comment's gone. So it seems like comments go through on one filter, and then afterwards there's like maybe another filter scan that comes through and zaps it. So there's definitely like multiple algorithms working when it comes to comments. So I apologize, but not much I can do there. Yeah, Simon says, I miss his dry take on the shit show. I do too. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Love to hang out with him sometime. Take the Red Pill says, hey all. Hello. Welcome. Let me just try and get this. Let's put a little light music up. Nothing like that. Whatever was going on with that clock. I should have checked that. Okay. Lawrence says, great channel find for me. Maybe best ever. Welcome, Lawrence. Thanks so much. Hey, Jeremy. Welcome. Let's see. Joshua says, question, any interviews coming up for you, Mark? You mentioned Howdy. Are there others? There's a couple NDEers I've been talking to, but got to work out some dates, and still going through Howdy's book as well, and would like to set up a time to maybe talk with him privately and discuss him coming onto the show possibly. Yeah, his book is interesting. It's good. Still only made it through half of it, but I'm looking forward to seeing what else he puts out there. Cam says, yeah, congrats on this 10K subs, bro. Thank you. Appreciate that. You've been a big help, Cam. I appreciate you. You've been a big help behind the scenes and during streams. Break the spell. Break the spell says, FC, 2 more reincarnation songs. I do quote, one is called Do I Have to Do This All Over Again by the Monkees, and Guiding Light by the band IQ. So just again, that's the Monkees song, Do I Have to Do This All Over Again, and the band IQ with the song Guiding Light. Check those out. Thank you, Break the Spell. Hello, Jack. Welcome. Sold Humans. Welcome. Thanks for everything. You're welcome, my friend. Great to have you with us. Joey says, need a Scott Snitzer interview soon. That guy is money. Yeah, Scott's great. I love Scott. I did send him an invite to join us today. He may pop in. We'll see. It was kind of last minute. I think I sent it a day or two ago, but I hope if you're out there, Scott, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Yeah, it's been a while since we spoke. Pure Water says, I'm so glad I found your channel. It's sent me on a journey. Awesome. Awesome. That's what I hope it does, right? I hope it sends people on a journey and that they do their own research. That's number one, right? I mean, getting the information out there and proving it to yourself is so crucial. And the reason why I'm convinced that it's something that you need to have in the deep recesses of your essence, this firm inner knowing, is because what it does is it forms your intention, right? Because you have that inner knowing about what's going on here and how you should work on yourself leading up to and at the time of death. What does that do? It's like your intention is firm, it's unrelenting, it's not going to change. But I think when you open the door to having this doubt in yourself as a creator being, and that you call the shots, that's when the Matrix can kind of peek in and say, hey, you don't have as much power as you think you do. So that's why it's so important that everyone does their own research and kind of gets to that point of inner knowing to empower themselves. I mean, it just seems like the safe, like I like to take things as safely as possible. And the reason why is because look at what we're in. I mean, look at this crackpot realm that we're in. Like, in my opinion, there's really just no room for error. And probably one of the worst errors is not believing in yourself, not empowering yourself, not realizing what you're capable of. I think that could be, it's the equivalent of the Matrix will find something to trick you with and fool you with because of that doubt. But if you believe in yourself and know that you're capable of calling all of the shots, then nothing's going to mess with you. So really, really important to do your own research and prove this to yourself. And, for those who are new or otherwise on the fence, it might take a little while, right? And that's fine, but don't give up. Don't give up. Go out, prove it to yourself. And you deserve it. You deserve it 100%. Oh, Tom, that's very kind of you. Thank you for the super chat. Tom, been a longtime member, and I appreciate you. Tom says, hey, Mark, I've been with you since January. Congrats on the channel and this journey. I've learned a lot from you and others. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thanks, Tom. That's very kind of you, brother. Thank you.
AFC,
yes.
By the way, Koya sent you the list, the text file.
Okay.
So it's already.
Great. Perfect. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me know here because I'm going through the chat. Yeah, if we can do that for each one, that's great. Thank you. All right.
Of
so
course.
What I'm going to do is just work on getting this contest thing up. All right. And we will take our first winner. Winner. All right. Thank you so much, Puya, Vegan Skeptic, and Cam, and anyone else who's been working behind the scenes to help me with this monstrosity of a task. All right. So, it worked beautifully. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we've got everyone's name in here. Just got to get this on the screen. Just bear with me one moment here. And going forward, there won't be any pauses or anything like that. So. Oops. Let's see this. Come on. Oh, that's for later. All right, here we go. All right, so the first giveaway, this one is for Okay, this one. This one is for, this one's the first one. Just start off with the, we got a few $5 ones for Amazon. So good luck, everybody. And let's roll. All right, Benban is the first winner. Congratulations to Benban. Thank you for your joining the contest, and congratulations. So now what we'll do is start a new one. So everyone get ready, and if we could get one of the mods to put up the notification that this one's beginning, that'd be great, and then I'll just hit the clock. So whoever's out there, feel free to pop that up, and as soon as the mod puts it in to say start, we'll start the next countdown. Here we go. All right, thank you so much, Vegan Skeptic, appreciate that. All right, good luck, everybody. So this is a 5-minute period to pop up, to get in on the next one. Congratulations, Benban, and good luck on the next one, my friends. Okie doke. All right, so, well, that worked out. It worked out. I thought we might have a disaster on hands. Thank you, Puya, Vegan Skeptic, and Cam in the background who are helping. Very much appreciated. Okay. Oh, AA donated a $10 super chat, says, congrats, Mark, great channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You have always been so kind and generous. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Yeah, the music's too quiet now, right? Is this okay? All right. Trying to just find my way back up to the chat here. Hey, McD, welcome. Great to have you with us. Okay. All right. Jonathan McCone says, seen a video on the musician Vince Neil. His daughter passed away and visited him via ghost 2 weeks ago. Or 2 weeks. Then said she had to go to school, never to reappear. Well, that's the soul classes, right? And the one thing that drives me nuts about the soul classes is that they, at least from my research, and it's somewhat in depth, that for some reason we cannot find out what the hell is going on in those soul classes. Really gotta ask yourself, why? You know, why can't we get information from that? I mean, it really, because you know what's going on is it's just further indoctrination. I mean, heck, we hear about how, you know, beings are working in the astral. Oh yeah, that's not like here. But I mean, we hear about people working, plowing fields, doing this, doing that. Even if you're manifesting money doing this, it's almost like this indoctrination course before you get back down here. This and if if it's not your first time and you've been reincarnating, well, it's to get you back in line. Hey, get ready. You're going back down there. So we want to keep you familiar with what Earth is like down there. Bunch of craziness. Bunch of craziness. Meal says Soul, Truman Show, Matrix. What other movies are worthwhile regarding AR reincarnation trap? Yeah, there are many. There are many. Okay. Yeah, actually I think you know, there's a list that we have. I will get one together as well. And I know Wayne's website, Tricked by the Light, has quite a few that you can check out, Emil. So I'd head on over there. He's got quite a selection of movies and TV shows that you can go through. One that I suggest recently was Life After Life. It's a series, so there's 6 seconds left to get your name in for the next giveaway. Okay, the giveaway, this period's giveaway has closed, so thank you for joining in, and we will work on getting a winner soon. But yeah, definitely check out Wayne's website. Yeah, Jeremy says there are a million movies with a theme. Yep. 100%. Yeah, I will during the break, which I'll probably take in about 10-15 minutes before we announce right after we announce the next winner. I will work on getting Peter's website address in the email and pop it up for you guys if you want to go check it out. Jeremy Crow says, right now we are going through a transition from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius. Perhaps this in-between time or bardo or liminal space between eras is the sweet spot for liberation. Interesting thought. It's a really interesting thought. It seems when you really look back at how just the last 10-15 years have been, but especially in the last 6 to 8 years, it's been a nut house out there. And everything is ramped up and on this crazy level, and it's all about brainwashing. All about brainwashing. So maybe there is that kind of sweet spot that's going on, like this kind of hole where our essence is more tapped into itself and more receptive, and we're more capable of questioning and looking deep within and questioning and really just putting this reality to the test and saying, what the hell is going on? It make a lot of sense, because it does seem that there's something weird going on there. And the system is hell-bent on making sure that we are contained and falling for the BS. So Emil says, the moon has been looking even odder these days. I get a very eerie feeling from it. Okay. Simon says, question, are we really here? If not, then where are we? My latest thought is a giant data farm in Antarctica, like the Perils of Robots in Westworld. Be a good place to keep the servers nice and cool. There is definitely something to Antarctica and what's going on there. You know, I was watching for the first time in a while, The 13th Floor. If you haven't checked that movie out, it's a must-see. It actually came out before The Matrix, but I think came out in 96, 98, something like that. But definitely check it out if you haven't. And in that movie, there's technology set up so that a person can lay down in this kind of platform bed type thing, and they get scanned, and then sent to another virtual reality. But when they're in the reality, in the other reality, and going back and forth, they're basically, a couple of them are under the realization that, hey, if I just keep going, I want to see where the end is. And for some reason, I think where they were going was in Arizona or wherever it was. The point is they kept going, driving, being unpredictable, just not stopping, just kept driving. And then eventually they reach a point where they're in, like, at the border of the virtual reality. So to me, it really makes sense that there's got to be some border. There's got to be data centers. I would think, a realm of this sophistication would have, no doubt, like, multiple command centers set up so that there's backups. It's not going to risk everything in one place. But think about all the stuff they have underground. It could be limitless, and maybe they all connect and feed off one another, but if one goes down, it could pick up the slack for the rest. Or that one server that went down. Yeah, I mean, Antarctica, there is something up there. There's no doubt. What's going on exactly is a whole nother question. So, all right. Looks like we got the second list of names. All right. So I'm going to pop these in the wheel, and we will get going. All right, everybody. I'd like to wish you good luck. I'm going to bring up the wheel. Okay. And again, congratulations to Ben Ban, who won the last wheel spin. All right, here we go, everybody. Good luck. Mick D, congratulations. Congratulations, brother. Well done, my friend. Should have like a clapping sound, right? I got this Stream Deck, but it just kind of sits there. Actually, my computer freaks out when I plug it in, so once I get the new computer, I'll be able to do it. But congratulations, Mick. And great to have you with us, brother. All right. So let me head back over here. All right. So what I'm going to do is just take a quick 5-minute break. And then what we're going to do is bring on the panel, and I will do another raffle, actually, or giveaway. So we'll start. Actually, let me just get this really quickly. I see there's a few super chats. Jeff Morey sends $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Johnny says sends $20 super chat. What's up, bro? Happy 10K. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And maybe we'll see you on the roundtable discussion in our next segment. So everyone stick around. There will be people coming soon. Anyone who's in the Zoom chat right now, if we could just have the mics muted. And before we go to break, what we're going to do is take super chat. Hey, Fayman, great to see you. By the way, everyone should go subscribe to Fayman's Variety channel. She's a good friend of the channel, and I appreciate her very much. And so before we go to break, we are going to have one more contest, or giveaway, should I say. So let me just figure out where we're at with this. All right. We'll do one more $5 one. So, and then I have some other stuff too. I'm going to show you some books that we have throughout the segment, and we'll be taking, we'll be doing more giveaways throughout the rest of the stream. So if we could put up the, if we could put that up, the notification that the giveaways begun, that'd be great. And we'll see you after the break, and we'll have another winner. And then we'll get to the round table. When is a $10,000 spin? Yes. That'd be a good one. I wish I could. I wish I could. All right. So what I'll do is pop this up. If it's one of the mods out there could put up the message, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll just pop in really quick and just do it. And we're going to take a... But you know what? Maybe you guys need a break too. So you know what? Probably, yeah. They probably need a break too. They've been working hard. So we'll do the next giveaway after the break. So, and bring on the round table too. So see you soon, my friends. Yeah, Dan, if you want, feel free to give yourself about 15 minutes, and everyone listening on Zoom, give it about probably 15 minutes until we do the round table, because we're going to do one more giveaway before we start the interview, but part of it will be running while we're talking. So I'll see y'all shortly, and thank you again for joining me today, and I appreciate you. Okay, everybody, we are back. All right, so welcome back to the subscriber and member appreciation stream. I hope you're all doing well. So what we're going to do before we move on to the panel is we're going to do one other giveaway. I don't know why the giveaway timer is going, so all right. So if you are in the Zoom chat, just bear with me one moment. We just got to get the giveaway notice up there. If one of the mods could pop it up, I'd appreciate it. And then as soon as you see the mod put up that it starts, then type in giveaway and you'll be good to go. So don't worry about it. I'll see for you could just pop it in again if once it pops up. Let me. Hopefully they're back, but let me just go. I could start this. Just bear with me 1 minute here. Okay. Did it make it up there? All right. There we go. I can't even. Okay. Hold on. All right. Go ahead. All right. So, okay. Cam put it up. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate it. All right. So, countdown has begun for the next giveaway. And we'll roll. All right. So, want to welcome on the panel. It's great to have so many with us and looking forward to having a fun discussion once I get up the Zoom window. All right. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to the panel. And thank you for joining today. And anyone want to start off? Anything going on? Any interesting events going on? Any interesting stories to share? Can Zoom hear me?
Can you hear
yes.
me, Mark?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hey, Dan. Great to have you with us, bro. How you been?
Yeah, good to be here. You got lots of people here, huh? Good to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, man. It's always great to have you with us. So
hey,
what's been new? Hey, Vince.
Congrats for the 10K.
Thank you, brother.
I hope all is doing fine, or at least not too bad.
yeah, doing well, man.
It's always show.
Great. yes.
So thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Vince. Always great to have you with us, brother.
Thanks.
You interviewed Vince once before, didn't you, Mark?
He's been on the he's been on the channel for I think like some of the open panel discussions, yeah, but not a full interview. And if any of you could let me know how the audio levels sound between myself and Dan and the rest of the panel, that'd be great. Just want to make sure I'm not higher or lower, or they're higher or lower than each other. So yeah, what were you gonna ask about Vince, Dan?
I thought you interviewed him before. The name sounded familiar. His voice sounded familiar.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's joined some of the the open panel discussions earlier in the year.
Yes, I talked a little bit in some panel, maybe one or two, not too much, but maybe you remember me. I don't know.
Where's your accent from? Where are you from?
France.
Oh, France.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Mark has mentioned you before. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, maybe.
Yes, Vince is a good man.
Yes, I am, obviously.
Could everybody kind of Mark, would it be a good idea to have kind of everybody introduce themselves? Because I don't know everybody here.
Sure. Yeah. Anyone else out there? Everyone want to just say hi really quickly? We got Johnny. Hey, Feynman. Great to have you with us.
Hi. Hey there, Carly Todd.
Hi, Carly.
Hi, this is Caracam. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Cam.
Hey, Cap.
Great to see such a crowd.
Hey everyone, this is the Vegan Skeptic.
Hey, vegan.
Hey, brother.
Hi, vegan.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, there was
Vegan.
an interview with Vegan Skeptic, actually. We
Yes,
did a
I
long
remember
one.
that.
Mhm.
I remember that one. Yes.
Hey there, everybody. Coming through here, coming through.
Sounded good. Sounded good.
This is the non-Overwatch Dan. I just had to make that explicit, make that clear, because I heard Dan being thrown around. So that's I'm the non-Overwatch. I'm just the regular Dan. Nice to meet everybody.
Hi. How are you now?
That's good,
Overwatch.
man.
That's
Good.
That's very funny. That's good.
Right on, man.
All right. So, anyone Dan or anyone out there want to start the topic? Just so you know, there's 30 seconds left in the giveaway. If you want to get in, just type giveaway in caps. There's one entry per person. So, anyone want to start it off? Anything interesting going on you want to share with the group?
So we've been talking a lot, or you've rather been talking a lot about life scripting stuff. And I guess the term really hit me. And I was like, that really makes sense to me. All these weird little idiosyncrasies about like my personality and my history and stuff. I could list, like several. And I'm sure everybody here has like a few things that they can be like, yeah, this is I bet anything this is something that was kind of like engraved on my soul. Well, I just want to tell like just kind of a bizarre little incident that happened actually like about a month ago. So it was like two things happened right away, like almost back to back. The first thing being I have a relative who's homeless and he's constantly all over the place. He's pretty much impossible to get a hold of. Always losing or like breaking or having his cell phone stolen. So, the distance has been there. Just having that relationship has been hard. And he's only a little bit younger than me. And it's just always been something that, kind of bothered me, but it really started bothering me pretty badly like the last few years, because I'm finally more of an adult that I was able to help him out, and that help was pretty much just kind of thrown back in my face. Now, I don't want to go into too much detail about like this person because I don't really know for sure if they have like a mental illness. That is something like within our like our family history and part of my life script, but it just really started to become such a difficult thing. Just lately it's been really hard for me, just kind of healing from that experience. And then as I was healing from it, and unfortunately the situation just ended pretty poorly, I'll just tell you that. And I'm back to wondering where this person is and hoping that they're safe and everything. But I have no idea where this person is now. So that's really hard. But anyway, so pretty much right after this explosion within the relationship happened, something funny happened when I was working in a studio. I've been working on my own original songs and stuff lately. And so like being in the studio is like a really new experience. And normally it's just me, my boyfriend, and then our guy, mixing everything. And we're just working together like maybe 8 hours at a time or more sometimes. And it's usually pretty quiet. We like listen to music whenever we need to, but we're pretty work oriented. Well, strangest thing happened, like out of nowhere. And this was like, I think it was like 9:00 at night. And because we had time until like 10 o'clock at this studio. So anyways, it's late at night, it's dark, and I'm getting tired. I'm about, to go home in like an hour and a half or whatever. And this lady barges in. Like, I don't know her, but all of a sudden this gal runs through the door, and then she just starts ranting about like just the most crazy cooked up conspiracy theorist. And I mean like, the legitimately like cuckoo stuff. Not like the stuff like maybe we would want to talk about, but we can't. But I think you guys kind of get the drift. Just saying very bizarre things. And like she was like in a panic, and she was talking to the editor and our mixer, and he's like, and he's completely gobstopped, like, who is this person? But like I didn't know at the time, like I assumed they were friends. Well, she started talking about how she's like related to Michael Jackson and how they're gonna come and get, like, the CIA is gonna come and get her and all this kind of stuff. It was just very bizarre. And then pretty much he was very kind about it. I mean, we were all just like, okay, what do? We all kind of froze. We didn't know how to handle it. I had no idea how to handle it. I've never experienced something quite like that before. But she kind of calmed down, and I gave her a water, and she left, and we all just sat there like, what was that? So anyways, I don't want to continue to go on because I've already talked a little bit here, but you guys can probably think of instances where, like, just back to back, like, the crazy happens in your life, or just weirdness, or just very similar circumstances seem to line up. But so anyways, go ahead.
Hey, Mark, could I say something?
Yeah, of course, brother. Come on in, man.
Oh, yeah. So I've heard you mention the life script before several times. And so I just wanted to say it's really amazing there's even 9 people in this chat room, let alone that there may be a few, several thousand people out there that get what we're talking about. Because I would think that the life script part, or the scripting thing, happens from starts from the moment you're born. The way I see it, the human body is kind of like an avatar that, to house your consciousness while you're in a lifetime. And you get first burdened with whenever you happen to be born, you get imprinted with the astrology coding, which gives you certain traits. It starts off with there. Then you're kind of hypnotized until you're 7 years old. So everything, all the garbage you pick up gets dumped into your subconscious. And then all the other indoctrination, brainwashing, misinformation, peer pressure, everything else that goes on. And then you're somehow supposed to figure out what the heck is really going on after all that, bad stuff happens. And it's amazing anybody's here at all to talk about it.
It is. It really is. We are so fortunate. It's not even funny. I mean, just to even figure out a life script is even happening is a feat in and of itself. And I think you bringing up astrology is a great point too, because it fits us like a glove. And yeah, it starts with these parasites in the astral trying to get one over on us. And at that point, I mean, I firmly believe that if we're in that situation, I mean, just looking at pre-birth memories and past life regressions, life between lives accounts, all this stuff, when you combine it and you see, and you can even kind of extend out and say NDEs, and how they all say over and over and over again, I didn't want to come here, or I didn't want to come back here. I mean, that should speak volumes to everyone listening and here today, because we know it deep within us. But I feel that if once you're in that situation where you're in the life script phase, picking out things, or in the soul school, soul classes, reuniting with loved ones, like, it's the point of no return. Like, that's why not going to the light is so critical. It's like, we all need to be able to keep our critical thinking skills, our lucidity, and not be overwhelmed by this love bomb and this feeling that we need to atone for karma and judgment and sinning and all this stuff. Like, it's all just a big fat ruse. But, once you make it to like the life script phase and you're born here, you're screwed. I mean, it's just, but you can't even go to the light. Like, it's just not something we should even entertain. Like, I know some people want to say, oh, well, I'm going to fight these assholes when I leave here. No, that is about the worst thing you can do. Because what is it? It's a belief system. A belief system that you think it's a good, it's an understandable and noble belief system that you feel that you can fight this thing, but you can't. Like, the free will aspect to everything is something you can't overpower. One being's free will cannot override all other free will beings and the matrix freaking apparatus on top of it. So yeah, I know I kind of went off on a tangent there, but it's a perfect system designed to just fuck us all the way to the end.
Can I ask you something about
Sure.
the life script?
Sure.
Okay, so I heard Dan saying that, like regular Dan, not like the other Dan, that the life script is something that was written like at birth. Do you think it's something that could be also from previous lives though?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I do, because I think
lives.
Yeah, I think a big component of that, for at least from my research, is the karma and judgment part. So, look, I like to say, like, this is a matrix system you cannot please. None of us can please it, and you can be bordering on the most holy of holy beings while you're here, and the matrix will find something, and that's kind of where, like, childhood NDEs come in, and you see how the system judges children, young children, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and they're judging children for stupid shit. So what happens is you can't please this place. So no matter how good or how bad you are, when you cross over, the matrix will still say over and over and over again, oh, you were so close. You were so close. Or, yeah, you kind of screwed up big time on this lifetime, but there's room for improvement, and we're going to let you go back. And it just goes on and on and on. So, like, yeah, I think our past lives play a massive role, and especially depending on our belief systems in that past life. So if you believe that hell and heaven and atonement and all this stuff exists, and that you've got to make up for it, well, the matrix is going to take that to its advantage, apply it to you, and then it's going to impact you on the next lifetime. And I see Fame and Nobody's hands up. So,
Mark.
Yeah, sure.
Did you see Alice in Wonderland's comment there?
No, I don't believe so. Oh, Alice in Wonderland says, in some comments, I see people asking, if I don't go to the light, where am I supposed to go? I'm like, use your imagination. Like, the light is the only option here. Yeah, that's a great comment. That's a great comment. And I think it's, what Alice put out there is by far the most prominent question. I don't know about you, Dan, but that's one of the biggest questions I get. Like, if I don't go to light, where am I supposed to go? Like, why do we even have to think with the mentality that there is a place to go? Like, I think, even though, yeah, I talk about, and I know Dan and Wayne, we've all talked about this, how there is a place to go, but it's our place. It's our creation. It's not someone else's creation. It's of our own making, and it's impenetrable and incapable of being overrun by outside forces with our intention as creator beings. So that's key. A lot of people find it hard to believe that going to that space is for their best interest, because they can't imagine something like eternity there. And I get that, but who's to say that eternity is where you're going to be in that place? Like that, remember, we're these amazing eternal beings capable of amazing things. I think all we need to do is just find ourselves first. There is no doubt. I mean, in my mind, I have no doubt that there are places, other realms out there that we can go and traverse and visit that are not parasitic, that don't require even 0.00001% of our essence in exchange for an experience. I think the rule of thumb going forward for everyone is that if you want to go and visit other realms, and at some point, yeah, we're going to get bored. We're going to want to go explore. Heck, we've got eternity, right? But I think at some point we have to realize that if we want to go visit somewhere and they say, and part of the rules of entering that realm are that you have to give even 0.0001% of yourself in exchange to have that experience, you have to say no. You have to say no. You have to realize that that's not in your best interest, because look what happened here. And I'll say here, we lose way more than 0.001% of our essence. I mean, it's massive, absolutely massive. So, the best thing I could say to that is like, yeah, just allow yourself the time. Allow yourself the time, and don't feel like you need to make rash decisions. We need to reclaim ourselves. We need to get back to who we are, who we truly are, and not ever fall into some type of bullshit like this again. I mean, and what's involved with that? It's quickly, it's all about us being comfortable with ourselves. It's us realizing as a creator beings, we have these amount of strengths and we have these amount of weaknesses where something exterior to us can exploit us. Think about it. You got everyone's eternal beings hanging around all over the multiverse, for lack of a better term. And well, there's going to be some creeps out there. There's going to be some beings out there that want to exploit and maybe harness our power for their own advantage, because they know that, hey, why have just me as a creator being with all these capabilities and not have a whole group of them where I can kind of harness that energy and steal it. And I mean, we just have to realize where things lay with our expectations and our powers and our limitations, where we can be exploited. I think that's really the bottom line. And then we move on from there. That's all. So I know I kind of ranted for a little while, so sorry. I wanted to go to Fame and Nobody. You got your hand up. I'm sorry for taking so long. How you doing? Welcome.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Thank you for that wonderful filibuster. My goodness. Okay. It's not like my arm over here is dying or anything. That's fine. No, I wanted to say something because this is okay. So I already told you about this. You're aware. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to do an expose video on you, because of the way you talk about the Matrix, and especially how it ropes in children like that in near-death experiences. What I think is important to understand is to not be angry with it, because that's exactly what it wants. And another important thing to understand is that it's our own consciousness that is tricking us into these situations. So it's not like these, big ominous demons roping in these poor little children. No, it's kids who are trying to come to terms with the fact that, oh my God, I'm dead. What about all the horrible things I did when I was alive? Like, we guilt ourselves into this matrix over and over and over again. That's the kicker. And that's something that's really important that I want everybody to know and understand. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, but who created it? We did. We created it. Obviously, we
know that?
created it. I'm not saying that, you and I specifically. I'm just saying the collective consciousness created it. There's this illusion of separation when there is no separation. I know it's
Oh,
difficult.
I'm muted. I'm
to-
sorry. I'm sorry. I was muted. Oh,
Are
man.
you?
Yeah, because I have every time I do this on Zoom, I have Zoom on, and then you have the OBS mic too. I'm sorry. All right, so yeah,
Oh, well.
basically all I said was that there's still kind of like when you strip everything away. There's even though yeah we are kind of our own um worst enemy, so to say, in this situation because of our attachments and belief systems. There's still a system that's in play to guide us to continue to fall for the BS. So that's my opinion. I'm sorry. I don't know if you want to repeat yourself on that one, Feynman.
No, it's fine. No, I agree, but it's something that, again, our collective consciousness had created in order to comfort ourselves because we were so used to this fantastical world where we could experience experiences we wouldn't be able to in a non-corporeal form.
Mm.
I don't know. I hear I hear a lot of anger in your voice when you talk about this type of stuff, and I just want to let everybody know it's okay. There's no reason to be upset. It's not real. We're going to die one day, and that's honestly the best thing we have looking forward to is death. It sounds kind of dark when you say it out loud.
Wow. Yes, it's a shit show. I mean, I kind of look at it like it's so well thought out that like even if you take into see like the whole collective unconscious thing, or even just the whole us being connected in general. What if that doesn't necessarily exist outside of this matrix system? What if it's like a pre-wired thing that comes with being here? What if, because I mean, I like to kind of think bigger in that, you know, these are certain narratives that keep coming back to us that, you know, we're all one and this and that. And I'm not like, my kind of thinking on all that's evolved over time. And I'm just not sure anymore how to necessarily know if that's true. Like part of me, like deep inside, thinks that it's most likely true. But in the same breath, it's like, well, what happens once we liberate ourselves? We're outside, we're not involved with this apparatus anymore. So how does that work beyond like, and then the question kind of comes into again, like, is there even some true infinite creator? I mean, because the question's always going to come back and we're going to ask ourselves, well, who created that one? You know what I mean? Like, so maybe we just always have and always will exist. Or maybe there is a creator. Maybe there is some grand creator. I mean, I tend to think more on that level, but that's kind of some indoctrination that I received while I'm here. So what do you think of that? I mean, maybe just the we are one thing is part of this whole overall system, and that we maybe kind of need to explore the possibility that it may not necessarily be the case outside of here. I don't know. Just thinking out loud.
I can understand the pessimistic or you know the more black-pilled view on this, that we're trapped here and that it's just, you know, this is it. There's no way out. But I find that so hard to believe that there isn't just a singular one, because it's such a difficult thing to talk about because we are stuck within the confines of this material, physical duality when creation comes from a place that you can't even point to. It's not a physical place. It's not a place. It just is. It's just being. It's stillness. It's silence.
Mm-hmm.
It's again, there are no words for it. So I can understand where, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not really sure where I'm going with this.
Don't be sorry.
I'm on the side of all in one, because I find it bullshit that we are separated. No, that's an illusion. None of this is real. That which is real is that which is absolute, and that which is absolute is nothing but pure consciousness. Anyway,
Yeah, but I mean,
let,
do you feel that like you necessarily want to be connected with some, you know, creepy being?
Mark,
I mean,
but it's not
some
real.
parasite.
So Biden.
But it's not real.
Biden? Did you say Biden?
Biden, yeah, it's not real. Let's
Mark.
go, Brandon.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I know there's a lot of people with their hands raised here, but
Yeah.
could I just say something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so everything in this reality here is constantly projecting groupthink, giving up your individuality, not being angry. I'm sure that a lion tamer really doesn't want the lion to get angry. As far as Alice's comments goes, also about where to go, I just wanted to say before I forget that I had a kind of a lucid dream last night where I died and
Nice.
I went and created my own kind of like temporary space to be in. And some being came in to interact with me, but I said, "This is my space, so you have to follow my rules here." She didn't like my rules, and so she left. And that was just a little quick dream. I don't know if
Wow.
it was inspired by all the things I've been thinking about. But as far as like being one with everything, or all this one encompassing all in one consciousness, that sounds a lot like the Borg to me. It's not everything is tells you that. All these gurus tell you that. People just blurt it out like it's a fact, like it's like gravity. Um, if you look at how the internet works, there's separate individual computers that's simply a network together. And you could say that's all one thing, but each computer is simply communicating with thousands of other computers on networks. And it's not all one thing. It just looks that way. But because we can understand how the hardware and the software works, we can see that you can unplug your computer from the internet. You can plug it into a different network, and I think consciousness kind of like works that way. So when people die and they experience this oneness with everything, that's what they're describing, because that's what they're witnessing. But it doesn't mean that they're one with everything. I'm certainly not one with serial killers or rapists, murderers. I'm not one with really, really evil people, psychopaths. These are different consciousnesses that don't have anything to do with me. I don't have any connection to them. I have a revulsion to them. So this whole thing that everybody continues to propagate here, it's in every religion in one form or another. It's in materialism. It's the way the human body is designed. We have to kind of work in this tribal way to get along here, so that you can carry that attitude into the afterlife, so that then you can manipulate it into continuing back here. And it's really not a trap. It's reincarnation matrix soul trap. I just wanted to say the word trap is incorrect. It's more like reincarnation matrix soul privacy policy in terms of service, which is where you agree to the terms of service, and you have a privacy policy that allows them to give you a life review. And the show Blind Spot is a great example of how amnesia can affect your perception of reality. It's not a terrific show, but if you want to understand the dynamics going on with constant amnesia, there was a TV show called Blind Spot. Forget the name of the actress, Jamie something. She used to play Lady Sif in the Thor movies. It's like a cop drama, but the real takeaway from that show, if you want to watch it, just to watch the dynamics of how amnesia can affect your reality, and what happens when you clash your old memory of who you used to be with your new persona that you've developed since you had amnesia, there's a great episode where she has to basically fight herself in the show and kind of merge the two together. So I just wanted to say, I hear that all the time from all these different New Agers and gurus and religions, and I don't agree with it at all. That's all. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being angry, as long as it's a righteous anger and not some kind of rage or dysfunctional anger. There's good anger and there's bad anger. And
Sure.
so that's it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Dan. I want to give, before we move on, I just want to give Fame and Nobody a chance to for a rebuttal, and then we'll move along because I know there's 3 other hands up, so, or 4 other hands up. So, Feynman, feel free to drop in if you'd like. And
Yeah, just a short rebuttal because that was quite the mouthful, and I don't know if I could remember all of that. Totally understand. Um, I think it's important to note that when comparing computers to the idea that there is just an all-in-one collective consciousness is kind of non-comparable, because again, it's still comparing something that is material to something that is immaterial. So I don't know, the physics just don't work the same. I don't know what term to use.
Did you want me to answer that, or you want me to?
If you want to, yeah, sure.
Sure. It seems to me that when we're in human form, we spend a lot of time trying to mimic our non-corporeal personas or possibilities. We mirror the spirit world here as best we can in this primitive state that we're in. So that's why human beings aren't like every other life on the planet. We don't go around naked and are able to just use our hands for everything. We have to make tools. We have to do things, wear clothes. We disguise ourselves. Being a human is in a constant state of deception because we wear makeup, we style our hair, we have to wear clothes, we adjust our appearance. And just like we know that in spirit form, you can alter your appearance, you can project yourself in a certain way. As far as the internet goes, it's a kind of a representation of a massive consciousness, but it's all interlinked with individual units. It's our attempt to make something like that we've been made into. It's our attempt to mimic what the creator of this place has done. And I don't think the creator of Earth Realm is the same as the creator of the maybe the oneness that you're talking about. That oneness is kind of separated from us because we're in this reality right now, and we don't really have a way of knowing the ultimate creator of everything. I think the Book of Hermetics kind of spelled that out pretty clear, that the all is kind of has to be unknowable because you're inside of it, and therefore you can never actually understand it. So that's all I want to say.
thank you. Thank you, Dan. Just really quickly, what we're going to do is just do a quick drawing for the next giveaway. Only take just a second. So good luck, everybody. Here we go. All right. So we have Interdimensional Cat is the winner for this one. Congratulations, Interdimensional Cat. And thank you everyone for taking just a moment to go through that. And we're going to go back to the panel chat. And thank you, Dan, and thank you, Fame and Nobody. I want to go to, I think Johnny B had his hand raised next, and then we'll go to Dan, Vegan Skeptic, and Al Catal. So Johnny B, take it away. Welcome, my friend.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, yeah, just making sure. What's up, everybody? Just wanted to, I'll keep it brief as I can. I feel like this is your day, FC, and you've done a lot for us with all the effort. I go back and forth. It's like, how does he have the time for all this effort that he puts into these videos and whatnot, and finding the info and finding data like this? And I know for most of us in all of our individual journeys, a lot of time, we make the time, but, to read the books and to listen to the data and wherever your information has come from, your own experiences and whatnot. Sorry, I'm also in the car, so I don't know if you guys can hear stuff. I might just pull over real quick. But yeah, I mean, this is your day, bro, and I'm really excited to, for one, maybe hear your story a little bit more as far as how this all came to be for you. You've said it, and I don't think I've ever listened to like a full video of just like your step one to step now. You have a little bit, but even if that's how you want to work things out today, I mean, that'd be great to hear. As far as everyone else, the one thing that I don't know how to say, like, I guess turns me on, to listening to everyone and everyone's opinions, everyone's, just more or less opinions. It's very refreshing. We all have an individual piece of the puzzle through our own specific experiences and circumstances with how we're living. All of us were born into these different circumstances, and yet all of it has still led here through those different paths. So it just goes to show, I feel in my heart, no one has, there's not a right way to this. Everyone has a little bit of the sauce. And when we come together and we discuss things like this, where we're just piecing it together. As far as the last topic is concerned, that's kind of, because that's kind of where I've been to a little bit. As far as the end all, it's kind of where I've been, and it's everywhere. It's everywhere, especially with everyone's situations and point of being with where they are. I kind of resonate. I'm drawn to. I don't know if you remember, Esty, the interview you did with the woman who said, it gets me, like she said, she was with her girlfriends in this plane or whatever, and they're like, she didn't want to come down here, but then for whatever reason she decided to come down here because she was, I guess, convinced. And they're like, I'll be right behind you. I'll be right behind you. Because kind of to the last point of, is it consciousness that we're all part of? Is it the individuality? Is it all just belief? It's not even real all together. We're all just making it up. I mean, there's data for all of it. Ultimately, personally, I feel like I'm an individual. I'm not a part of anything. I won't do what anyone tells me to do. I'm done with it. It makes me just think to the one common denominator that every human on this planet has, even the animals. And the word that comes to mind is just desperation. Everyone on this planet is desperate for something, desperate for love, desperate for attention, destined to be a part of something. And it seems like that's the among other things, but that's the term that's coming to mind right now. And so when I think of everyone here, everyone I've talked to here and in this journey that I've been on, and those who are kind of on this path, the term that comes to mind for me is like, it's kind of what one of your own terms was right now. It's liberation. We don't need to give ourselves over. We can be strong enough on our own. And I guess I'll try to wrap it all up. I appreciate that message a lot. It's so needed. It's always been needed on this planet, plain belief, whatever it is. Even today, it's my grandma called me up. We rarely talk, and we just get right down to business, with her and me. And she's a Jesus freak. My family, man, it's just unbelievable with what they, they're just involved in all that. And I just don't feel like playing around today with it. Like I just kind of straight up tell her kind of where I'm at with things, and kind of tell her about not totally, but it's so interesting how we speak in this code of like the light and the other side and the darkness. And it's like she doesn't know where I'm coming from. I sort of know where she's coming from the extremist Christian thing, but yet we're still kind of speaking about the same thing. And she's like, basically, it's like, when it comes down to it, you have to accept Jesus's light. You have to accept his light. And it's like, don't accept the darkness. And she doesn't even know about all this, like about what we think is going on, and yet she's using those terms because they're semi-biblical too. And I'm like, so what are you going to choose? And I'm like, Grandma, I'm choosing the darkness. I'm choosing the dark. She's like, why would you do it? She's just Jamaican woman, bro. And she's so loud. It's like, why? Oh, would you, Jamaican women, man.
My poor
And
grandson.
Oh, bro, times 10. It's like, well, how could you do this in the name of Jesus? You must accept. And she's just going off. And it's just like, at the end of it, I'm thinking, I'm kind of looking around. It's like, is that all you got? Is it how many times is this going to happen with this this pull, this pull to get me back into that religious sphere, and just that giving to yourself to something to Jesus, like the Muslim cube, the light, whatever, the density. But the common denominator, I'll wrap it up. It's we're in this for ourselves to understand that we don't have to have this in order to to find our own happiness, our own love, our own light. That can come from within us. It's always been within us, and we don't need to rely on a third party. That's really all it comes down to. And I guess the last thing as well is, through my experience, I'm about the cult thing, and that's been my path. I'm pretty convinced that even though there might be people who never hear about this and don't fully understand like what we believe might be going on or whatever really all is, I still feel in my heart there are people who can get out of here even if they've never even heard of an out-of-body experience or whatever.
I agree,
because it's the same. This life mirrors the other side, and there's a phenomena where if you're just pushed down and hammered down and hammered down and hammered down, even though you're not like awake, it's like you feel in your heart that it's like, I don't need this anymore. I'm done. I'm walking out of the cold. I don't need the light. Bye. And that's it. Like, that's all it took. They just felt like, this isn't good for me. Bye. I'm walking out. And they didn't even know. They didn't even fully know. They didn't know all the data. They didn't know. They didn't need it. I'm convinced that happens. I'm convinced there's people like that. There's soul spirits like that, whatever you want to say. And, however this all turns out to be, there's no greater, I feel like, answer than just do yourself and believe in you. And that's it. That's as simple as you can. That's E equals MC squared. Believe in yourself. Just that's it. And there it is.
Well said, man. I think it's important that everyone believes in their self, but the big issue is if they don't believe in that they're a creator being either, like that they're capable of saying no, I'm going to go my own way. That's the only thing that kind of hangs me up is, but that doesn't mean that subconsciously or when they die that they're saying, oh man, I've been through this bullshit before. I know what the hell's about to happen. I'm not going to that tunnel. I'm not going to that light and this and that. I mean, there could be that switch that just turns on immediately. And I want to hope that that's the case. I really do. It
might be rare, but I really think because it happens here. Yeah. You get pounded into the ground so hard. Your oppressor squeezes so tight, too tight, and it squeezes you right out. I think it does, even if they don't fully understand who they are, what spirit might be, what the other side might be, memories, whatever, however that works out. I got the premonition recently that kind of to the point of the woman who was like kind of convinced to come here with her supposed girlfriend's friends, whatever that means exactly for her. It's like kind of just like pushed in. I just got this feeling, like a couple things, wondering what this all is. We talk about the cube, we talk about the astral or this field that you talk about, this field thing or quantum computers, like what it all really is a part of. I got this premonition recently. It's like, what? It's like, are we inside of something's brain? Almost, are we like living in something's brain, as it were?
Well, it's like
I don't
an
know
AI.
exactly what that
I mean,
means.
that's what it seems like. It does.
Well,
it
yeah.
seems like an AI construct that we're all kind of
Like
hooked into.
The components running it, but then
Mm-hmm.
as far as what the actual system truly is, you
Mhm.
know, that I just got. I mean, I just don't know. I don't think anyone can truly
Yeah, I
claim
don't
to.
think anyone can truly
Um,
know, but I think it's. I do think it's like an AI system because it runs like one. It really does. It's like
I certainly,
ABC XYZ, and it just kind of runs itself off. But you know, once someone kind of asserts themselves, like the house of cards can fall very easily if they stick with it.
definitely, I certainly see the data that matches that, and it's for sure. It's shocking more and more and more, you know, and just getting back to that, as far as that desperation, that part that seems like it brings people here. That's just going back to my other premonition. It's like just being pushed down here, being led down here, be like choosing this out of fear, out of desperation, you know. And there is that choice, certainly is. And you talked about the kids. I actually listened to that one, and I'm trying to find more with NDE with the children, because they're just so
Check
to the
out
point.
the author Melvin Morse.
Melvin Morse, huh?
Yep.
I'll write that down.
He's a researcher. I'll just say, yeah, check him out. He went through some crap, but and I think was I'll just say it right out front that I think was in a situation where he was wrongly accused of things. Now, can I say that for certain? No, but the research is the research, and you can also look at what's his name? I can't think of his name right now.
It's all good. Get in the chat later. It's all
I
good.
mean, I know Ian Stevenson did research with children in the East when he was alive. I know Jim Tucker has done work with children, and he's still doing it to this day. Last I knew. And then there's another woman out of India who works with children as well. And it all kind of molds into the same stuff, but Melvin Morse's books are definitely worth a purchase. And actually, one of those books I'll be giving away tonight. So
alrighty. Ultimately, you know, just to wrap it up, you know, same old message. We don't have to be desperate. We don't have to overly rely on anyone else for our own love, our own inner salvation, and we can do this. We're all good enough. We all have what it takes within us, and we can believe in us, and that's it. So I appreciate the messaging, man. Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, brother. And as far as like I've talked about my journey in bits and pieces, but still got to do a full length video on that at some point. But I think tonight's kind of not the right situation to do it, just because there's so got a lot of people here and I'd like to kind of move through. But yeah, I will work on getting a full video about my journey to awakening, so to say, and progression and all this. So thanks for joining us, Johnny. And I want to move on next to Dan, and then we'll go to Vegan Skeptic and Alcatal and Carly Rhodes. So Dan, welcome. Great to have you. How you doing tonight?
Hey everybody, just coming through. All right, just checking.
Hey, you sound great.
All right, on. Nice. Well, thanks, Mark, for having me on, for trusting me with that. And then the Vegan Skeptic, thanks, man, for including me as well in the Discord server over there. So admittedly, I got a couple family members watching this, and they're not really elucidated to any of this at all. So I'm going to kind of speak from just a Cliff Notes, very Cliff Note truncated version on my journey.
Welcome, Dan's family.
Yeah. All right.
That's
Thank
great,
you,
man.
You know, and I just want to make it explicitly clear what we say, and what you've always said, Mark, is that we are not here to be any sort of dogma. We are here. How do you put it, Mark, in terms of making it about everyone's own individuation?
Yeah, I mean, it's really all about you just standing up for yourself and just seeing what happens. I mean, for like, I'm not here to convince anyone. All I'm going to say is that, yeah, there's some data there and it suggests we're in some massive deception, but throw that all aside. No one has to believe any of that. The most important thing is that you realize that you are so much more than what this reality tries to pawn off
Right.
as what you are.
Right.
And that's the biggest part. I mean, without that, all you're kind of doing is just raising the white flag and saying, okay, I submit. I'm just going to go along with the show. And when you kind of see with experiencer cases, especially NDEs, how everything is customized, deathbed visions, visitations, even shared death experiences when they see their loved ones cross over, and how everything is customized to the individual. Right. You have to ask yourself, why is it so fine-tuned in a way that, and then you compare it to what's going on here and how it does not jive. It just does not connect whatsoever. What's being represented in the afterlife does not compute with what's going on here at all. Everything is not about all light and love and light. And that's clear. There's a clear set of mechanisms taking advantage of us. But again, throw it all away. It doesn't matter. The most important thing you strip down is that you find yourself, you realize your true power, and you just at least try. That's all that matters. That's it.
And my family's heard me say this ad nauseum, but it's, you know, I just start from this very basic logical premise that anybody can agree with. When you look around at the world around us, there is abject suffering, not just suffering, abject. And if you want to go down the endless list of suffering that humanity has endured, whether that be war, disease, you name it. I look around, and my journey started in 2007 when I first saw Zeitgeist. I don't know what people's opinions is on that documentary now, but I saw that film basically telling me how the financial institution, how everything that I thought to be an authority, right? All institutions, it was all a sham and all meant to control me by way of the Federal Reserve, creating debt on purpose to constantly keep people enslaved and working, things like that. And then from that moment, I went through a new age moment in my life where I thought that was the ultimate answer. And then even the New Agers, which New Age is kind of like the whole love and light and spirituality movement that you see trending. I realized that was kind of bunk. And then it's like, well, where am I left? And I'm left with the fact that maybe this reality in and of itself, the duality of this reality, the 110011, my team wins, your team loses. I'm either crying or I'm laughing. It's like this polarization, left wing, right wing. Are you going to vote in November? It could change the course of the country. All this shit. It's like this duality is insanity and it will never end. And it's meant to feed off of each other. And when I think of a place of neutrality beyond this, it's like perhaps our spirits, people who are elucidated to this fact, were somehow brought here against our own will or tricked to be here. And then the reincarnation soul trap, where we're tricked and programmed for our whole lives through movies, TVs, all of that is trapping us here. So I know I'm stating things that people here already know, but I'm kind of just directing it to maybe any viewers who aren't aware of that at its base level. Just that there's so much suffering on this planet. No loving being could have created this planet. And my big wake up moment was this simple point of logic. God, as in the God of the Bible, can either be all loving or all powerful. He cannot be both. And that is a point that you cannot argue with. Whenever a Christian or someone who wants to believe in God being all good and all powerful, not or, they're not arguing for love. They're arguing for a being that's in power, not loving, because there is no way that the God who created all of this would let such suffering happen. And no matter what way you spin it, that suffering, and I mean deep suffering, like I'm talking things in the World War II experimentation, the worst things you could think of, that level of suffering, I've never been able to justify in my life, ever. So it's kind of like, well, where am I left? I'm left with no religion to turn to. Even the New Age spirituality suggests that this is a school and we come back through reincarnation to learn. And I think that's one of the biggest shams of all.
Oh,
So
yeah.
then it gets to the point of the individual. My individual spirit has always felt out of place here. I know that I'm out of place here. And someone else earlier mentioned, you know, not to use anger. I don't know. I think anger is a phase for sure. I don't think it's anger is a phase that you must go through when you wake up to the fact that we have been imprisoned here, perhaps against our will. Of course you'll be angry, but to transcend it, I think, is part of the game and what you end up having to do. So I've let go a lot of my anger about the past 2 years with you know what. But my vehemence stays true, and my passion about knowing how I feel, intuitive downloads that I just cannot explain to anybody and get anybody to believe. Those intuitive downloads I know to be true because it's intuition. It's beyond anything that's material, right? So the idea is that through so many different ways in pop culture and media, we are tricked at death to go to a light, perhaps, which essentially just reincarnates us back on this planet. And it's also been said that the light itself is just the light in the doctor's room for your next birth. And you're just going through the canal. You're going through the canal again, you know? And it's like people, when I say this to people, they're like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. It's like, dude, what's so crazy about that? You believe in a guy
It's a white light.
Yeah, you believe in a guy who moved a giant stone and then went up into a place called heaven in clouds. How is what I'm saying so much more fantastical than what you believe?
And it's
you
factual.
Know? Yeah, and it's been institutionalized with Roman Catholicism and all this stuff. So it seems like it has authority. But when you think about suffering and you think about the level of corruption and like, the level of corruption and suffering on this planet that we all know objectively happens on all levels and to the nth degree, there is no justification that an all-loving and all-powerful God created this place. It's one or the other, which therefore suggests to me that we as spirited men and women of consciousness have the ability to find creation of our own, and we have more power than we think we do. All religions are based in powerlessness, but we here speak about us being powerful. And that's the simple fact of the matter. We flip the script on all institutions telling you, you need to vote because you're powerless. You need to do this because you're powerless. You need to go to church because you're powerless. You need to take out this loan because you're powerless. Fuck all that noise. We are sick and tired of suffering on this planet. We are powerful in the spiritual sense, and superseding it and not coming back here, I think, seems to be more of an answer to me than what has been told to me by any institution in my life. Any high school teacher, any collegiate teacher, any person of supposed authority, you know? So those intuitive downloads, I think, are really important. And all I can say to someone who's struggling with this, or they don't know what I'm talking about or what we are talking about, it's just listen to your introspective, intuitive downloads and ask yourself the simple question. Am I trying to put lipstick on a pig when I talk about this world being a quote unquote good place? But nature's beautiful. No, those 5 orca whales are moving in concert to knock the baby seal off that piece of iceberg so they can eat it alive. It's a predator prey realm we live in on every single level. Bacteria eating this. I mean, when you lie down on a park, on grass in a park, you're killing those grass blades. Any movement you do on this planet is predator and prey. You know, I got to go kill that wasp. I got to go kill that wasp nest. Well, you're killing an entire colony of wasps. From their perspective, it's like, holy fuck, it's our Armageddon, you know? So everything on this planet is predator and prey, which leads me to the very simple deduction of whatever God created, at least this realm, is a fallen God, and that there is something beyond it. And that's that.
Well said, Dan. Damn, man, you dropping truth bombs all up in here, brother.
Yeah, man, trying, dude. I'm on the spot.
No, that's good, and I'm happy that you're bringing your family or friends or whoever to kind of listen tonight, and I think it's important to really dig deep down inside and walk outside and see exactly what's going on, how nature works, how this whole system works, and be honest with yourself. Just kind of look at it and say, hey, this is what's going on with the animal kingdom and the humanity, and we're all animals, but the point is like you made a great point, even just with the simple things like grass and trees and tree leaves and all, I mean, the fish, I mean, all this stuff, it just goes on and on and on. I have a small little pond in the back of my house, and there are alligators there. There are birds. There is birds like big hawks and a few bald eagles that pop up once in a while, and they're just scouting, plopped on palm trees, looking in the water the whole day, and then boom, they just wait for the most opportune moment to strike at the fish. And that is just one little piece of the bigger picture. We all are in the dog eat dog world.
Yep, it's a dog eat dog world.
And it's time we just say, hey, this is what's going on. What the hell is going on here? Everything is born and everything dies.
And sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupting. No, please continue.
When I say something like this, I get the type of NPC, which means non-playable character, which refers to someone who's kind of like going along with the program of this world in a way that's not questioning it. Anyway, so when an NPC may say to me, "Oh, what? You're just a bitch. You can't, excuse my language, but you're just being a bitch. You can't take the pain." It's like, no, dude, I can't. This world is extremely painful to me, and it's painful to everybody. And you end up, you die. We come into this world in order to die, and that's. You can't, of course, none of us can take the pain. The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation is the quote from, I'm not sure who, I forget, but men and women, right? Sure. But right, everything is predator and prey. Everything's predator and prey on this planet. You cannot give me one example of something that is not predator and prey. Well, what about that majestic mountain? Well, why don't you go walk up it and see if it's so beautiful up close and personal? Well, what about the forest? How about you go into the forest alone at night and see how long it takes for you to be eaten alive? And I stole that quote from another channel, by the way, the whole forest metaphor, by the way. But it's true. It's like, well, nature's so beautiful. No, nature is terrifying. You can witness it as beauty from afar, of course. But the fact of the matter is, if you were a sea lion on an iceberg and there were 5 orca whales coming at you in synchronistic fashion, creating waves to knock you off, holy shit. I'm not calling it evil. I'm just calling it the base reality of this place is predator prey. So the question is a God who created this predator prey realm really all loving and all powerful? And the answer is no. The answer is no. And if Christians try to argue, well, yes, they're not arguing for love, they're arguing for power. And I say that if we need to be manipulated so much from cradle to grave, I mean, from the second we're even in the womb, there's music playing at 432 hertz that goes off the Schumann resonance that makes you more depressed when you hear music in the womb. When from birth, cradle to grave, the level of propaganda is all encompassing and it just doesn't shut up. You can't even go to a grocery store without music playing over the loudspeaker.
Yes.
Forcing
advertisements.
It's just like, it's just the subliminal. It's like if they need to do this propaganda to us so much on every single level, politicians especially, then we must have power if they're trying to manipulate us so much. Otherwise, they would just take it from us. That's my theory on that, I think.
No, I think that was awesome and well said. I mean, you really laid it all out there like a ton of bricks. And, why can't we just say, okay, take everything that Dan just said into the big picture and just say, I don't want any part of that. I don't want anything to do with that. So why can't I just test my abilities when I'm leaving here and see what the heck happens? That's it. It really, when you strip it all down, it's like, believe in yourself, know that you're better than this whole place, this whole insane asylum, and that you don't want to come back here. You just don't. Like, who wants to? I mean, really, there are some people that truly love and enjoy the material existence. Well, I'm not one of them, and I know almost everyone here are not one of them. So why? I mean, and the other thing is there's so many inconsistencies.
Unbelievable.
The inconsistencies are endless. I mean, we could probably spend a lifetime just sitting down talking about that. And so to Dan's family and friends, whoever's listening, that's what you got to think about. You got to think about the big picture, about what's going on, about how we have been manipulated over time. And I like to bring this up too, Dan. I think it's really important that we take into account that we're just in the modern day version of what's going on here. There is a historic narrative that goes back as far as we have records for. And what does it show? It shows that humanity is constantly and consistently being taken advantage of. Our sovereignty is being robbed, and not just humanity, but the animal kingdom, trees, everything you could think of. Before there was, news at 8, there were the town squares with the propaganda being nailed up in the town squares, and everyone would go. There was religions, there was this, there was that. There was a monetary system or some sort of bartering system where you needed to trade or give money for in exchange to have a certain amount of goods that would get you by day to day. That has never changed. Gold, silver, money, whatever, you pick it, it's always been there.
And they say, well, that's just the way it is. It's like, that's your response.
Just accept it.
That's your response. It's like, you know what? Then I've come to the conclusion that I'm not here to save anybody. I'm not here to convince anybody. Nope. Like, I'm here at this point. I used to have this thought, like, I have a lot to say about this world. I'm going to save this. I'm going to make this world a better place. And I thought that for a while. And that was a very errant thought, because the realm as it exists at a base level is one bacteria eating another bacteria, and then extrapolate that out to the whales and on the iceberg, and then to humans. Even your boss is a predator. You're the prey. He holds your livelihood in his hands, and you got to be a bitch to your boss and all these fake niceties just to put food on the table for yourself and your family.
And if you say something wrong, or if you piss him off on the wrong day, you lose your job, you lose your pension, you lose your health plan for life. Oh, yay. Yay. Just the way you want to live, on pins and needles every day.
And if, in older days, and I'm sure nowadays too, women and men, but women especially, if you don't say yes to that sexual advancement, then you feel like your job's on the rocks. Like, what the hell kind of a world is this? And people justify it with, well, my heart breaks for this world. It's just, it's a tough world. It's like, no. I'm not giving that power away to this world anymore. We are powerful spiritual beings who've had our essence robbed who are having our essences robbed from us on a daily basis with fear porn 24/7. You ever notice the fear porn never ends? It's never meant to end. My president won, and next 4 years are going to be great, but then the other guy won for the next 4 years, and it's going to be sad. I stand back and I look at all 8 years as bullshit.
Exactly.
That's the whole
that's
picture.
Just one microcosm in a sea of BS. Pick wherever you want to live, or wherever your life script leads you, and you're still walking into the same type of system. That's why it's a system. It's rigged. George Carlin said it best. You're in a rigged system. There's nothing you can do. It's just the system doesn't want you to succeed. It doesn't want you to have freedom and proper justice. It's not set up that way. And they're laughing all the way as everyone falls for it.
And I don't want people to mistake my idea that we're not here to make the world a better place with not having compassion, because I'm talking in nuance here. So to not try to save the world, because it is an impossible task to try to save the absolute fuckery of this matrix. What you must do is have compassion. I believe that us spirited people, we are actually compassionate. I see it with everybody else, and I see it with myself. I think we're meant to be compassionate, and I'll just leave it at that. So not to mistake, I'm not here to save the world does not mean to stoop to the level of the evil of this place. I think we are meant to be compassionate on many levels. And that's why we find such disdain in the base reality of this world.
Well said, Dan. That was awesome. And that's what the trailer video of my channel says. I say that I think humanity is inherently good. It's the systems that we are brought into, that we are born into. And then not to go off on too much of a tangent, but the early childhood development and intergenerational indoctrination and trauma plays a massive role in all of this. It's not there. This is a fact. There's no disputing this. It's been proven that this is scientifically, mind you, whatever you believe in with that, but it's been proven. When we are born until the age of about 6 or 7, we are in a different brainwave state. And what they say is that we are a sponge for information. So what happens? The sponge for information is based on our surroundings. Well, what's happening? Well, we're a sponge for information based on what we grew up around. And what did our parents grow up around? And it has nothing to do with shaming parents, shaming grandparents. It has absolutely nothing to do with that, because every single one of us has been through that same process. And the key thing is for us to realize that, yes, those moments between birth and age 6 or 7 are key moments, because there is a reason why the quote exists that show me the girl or the boy till age 6 or 7, they say 7, and I'll show you the man or the woman. There's a reason that exists, because they know that there is a sweet spot between birth and age 6 or 7 and onward that will shape the brain and functioning and perception of the adult. And this is why we are in such a screwed up state. The system knows this. The system knows damn well that as long as it can continue to exploit generation after generation after generation and continue to keep it running, it's going to have the upper hand no matter what. And then you throw in more and more things like schooling and well, we can go on and on and on about this, the monetary system, everything. And it's a perfect system set up in place for us to just be, oh, well, this is what Earth is. I'm going to accept it. And this is what I know best. It has nothing to do with chastising or talking down to those that we care about or those that we grew up with. It has to do with stopping it. It has to do with realizing how important that time period is in a child's development. And that is the only way we can kind of stand up and say enough is enough. And the only thing we can do is nip it in the bud and then pass it on. But the other thing is kind of explaining to our lineage about how this whole place is BS. And I'll add even further that, yeah, it all sounds good, right? Like, hey, you've got a child, they were just born, or maybe they're 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, or maybe they're even 8, 9, 10, 11. But society has thrusted upon us this technological paradigm that is so set up that we don't have like a compass to work off of, because parents are working 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a week just to put food on the table, just to pay the utilities at the bare bones minimum wage. They're not being promised retirement. They're not being given health benefits or dental benefits and all this stuff. And so they've got to work, and they want to make sure that at least their children are going to school so that maybe they can go to college and have a better job and this and that. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. They're looking out for the best for their children, but in the same breath, they don't realize how deep this whole thing goes. And it's one of the most heart-crushing things to talk about. I've had parents leave a message, especially on that early childhood development video. I've had parents I've spoken with parents who are just break down and say, "Oh, I wish I could have done it better than that." Well, you know what? You didn't know the information at the time, and don't ever blame yourself. You're a product of your environment. You were born into a situation, and your parents and your parents' parents were also born into a situation that continued to pass things down through the lineage. And you just did what you thought was best at the time. But that doesn't mean that you have to continue to believe in the BS of the system. It doesn't mean that you can't pass things forward to your children or your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren or whatever the case may be. Pass it along and realize that, yes, there is a certain state of mind that we all kind of are indoctrinated to, and the system depends on it. 1,000,000,000%. There aren't enough zeros you can throw out there that it depends on you believing in it. It depends on us believing in it.
Right.
So
yeah,
where does it end? Where
That's
does
why
it
they
end?
do,
If someone doesn't want, Dan, if someone doesn't want to understand about the difference between the brainwave state between birth and age 6 or 7, having heard this information and knowing that it exists, then there's not much you can do. But that doesn't mean you can't try. And it doesn't mean you can't not educate yourself and realize that this is occurring and that it's a very clear motive for the system to take advantage of you. And then what does it do? It plops you in the education system. Well, how convenient. I don't know. That's kind of my rant.
Sorry. Thanks for letting me speak, Mark. And I definitely resonate with everything you just said. Just like one more minute, 3 quick points, and then I'm all good. Thank you for letting me have this platform.
Thank you, man.
I would suggest Nonconformist Radio 2 is a channel for everybody to check out. He's recently really elucidated me with strong. He's very good at speaking. And he's comedic without, I don't think, giving himself credit for it. So I just want to give credit where credit's due, because I definitely probably channeled him a little bit in my rhetoric. Yeah. And then I think that's it. Oh yeah, another thing is I speak about this, we all speak about this realm being complete bullshit, but people are like, you kind of have to enjoy yourself here while you don't want it to be so miserable. So I'm not so far out that I don't have this switch that I can calibrate, right? Like I watch the NFL, I watch football, but like, for example, I do activities that are quote unquote normal and in the programming of this matrix, but I always have this intellectual division in my head where I can see the ridiculousness of it. For example, fuck you, ref. What the fuck is that? I'm thinking, what stupid animalistic behavior. This is just a meaningless game in the end. So long as I keep that separation, I try to not make it more miserable than it already is for myself here, because I'm already a very sensitive being, and it's been hard for me enough as it is in this life, knowing what I know intuitively. So I just wanted to say that,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
That was great. That was great. I really appreciate it. And yeah, Nonconformist Radio is a great channel, and just
his language
got turned on to his work about a month ago, and I'm enjoying it. He's definitely he's got a blunt approach, so feel free to check him out. I think he's in the chat now, so yeah, feel free to swing by Nonconformist Radio. And I want to move on to Vegan Skeptic.
Thanks,
Dan, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And
Thanks
Vegan Skeptic, I know you're welcome. Thank you. And I know we've kind of been moving along slowly, but I really want to give everyone the opportunity to speak their mind and let out whatever they want to say. So Vegan Skeptic, you're next, and then we'll go to Alcatal and then Carly. So if you do want to chime in, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom or whatever have you, and then we'll get to you after. But Vegan Skeptic, welcome, brother. It's great to have you with us, man. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too. Great to be here. Am I sounding clear?
You sound great, brother.
Awesome. Yeah, basically, like I had a few things like to share based on the things that's been talking about so far, particularly like before Dan. And firstly, like I like to say that I don't personally believe on my end that we are basically trapped here, forever, and that this is it for us. I don't think there are many people in even like your community even who'd even believe like such a thing. I believe it's important to mention this and to speak for myself on my end. Like I know I'll get out of this matrix on this timeline, and I will never fall into another matrix due to especially my experiences here, right? Yeah, and when it comes to the like question of if there's a source god, a grand creator, who created us, I truly like find this concept dangerous concept on my end, because after all, as you also said, like that's the main programming this whole system tries to implement on people via the main religions, right? And I think that matrix could definitely easily manipulate and use people's beliefs of source god or real spirit guides to eventually basically trick them to reincarnate them, right? And which we see on a lot of the near-death experiences, of course, that you expose every week on your channel tirelessly, and I appreciate it a lot, just like everybody here. And I also believe like there's a reason why the word even lie is hidden in the word belief, because any belief that we usually have, especially around these issues, usually are getting manipulated, as we see from these near-death experiences that you also expose. And so the way I look at this issue is that basically we do not belong to any creator, and that each one of us are sovereign, eternal, prime creators in our essence, and that always was and always will, and no being, no consciousness is above us and can even tell us like what.
We're back up and running. I really hope so. I'm just going to wait for the live chat to let us know if we're up and running. Did the stream drop for a minute? All right. Just please refresh if you're hearing this. And then if anyone in the chat can let me know if we're back up. All right. Audio's good. Okay. I'm sorry, Burke. Why don't you kind of rewind about a couple minutes and let us you were on a roll, brother, so
yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I don't know if you remember where you're at, but
no, I remember, but I'm not sure at what point it cut off,
let's go back maybe to you can start at the beginning if you want. I mean, it's yeah,
maybe the chat can confirm us, like did they hear?
Yeah, we're up and running.
Yeah, like when was the point of cutting, like when I said what, I don't know.
Anyone want to chime in and let us know about, you said the med said about 2 minutes ago.
Okay, that's maybe even when I started or something.
Yeah, I would say just start from the beginning.
Okay, I'll do that. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Thanks,
so
brother.
Yeah, and so basically I don't really believe, like personally, that we are trapped here forever, and that this is it for us. Like I don't think there are many people even in your community, Mark, who would even believe such a thing. And I believe like it's important to mention that.
No way.
No
way. And if you do, then you don't believe in yourself. I mean,
exactly.
It's a defeatist attitude.
Exactly. Like it's why we didn't have these defeatist attitudes, And yeah, this is a big issue with some people in this community. Oh yeah, it is buffering again.
I don't know. Just keep going. Keep going.
And so and yeah, I believe it's important to mention this, and just to speak for myself personally, I know that I'll get out of this matrix, and that on this timeline, and I will never fall into any other matrix ever again, due to my experiences, especially. And I know in your community this applies to everyone basically. And when it comes to the question of is there a source god, is there a grand creator who created us, I find that this concept is definitely a dangerous one, and that basically it's the main programming of this system via the religions it implements. And I think that matrix could easily manipulate and use people's beliefs of source god or real spirit guides to eventually trick the person, just like how the system does by using people's beliefs against them on the near-death experiences that you show every week tirelessly to people. And I learned a lot from them, and I see that after checking more and more and more, it's just became clear to me that obviously there is some trickery involved. There's a reason why, and after all, the word lie is hidden in the word belief, because as long as you have any type of beliefs, right, on these areas, then it's very easy for the system to manipulate you, especially considering how we could be even like in dreams, how we are in a drugged state, like almost like a hypnotized state, and people talk about how the white light is hypnotizing, and just imagine that you have these small beliefs, that these beliefs can turn into a huge beliefs, like your belief on, let's say, the real source God, the real spirit guides, or whatever, right?
They want us to be hypnotized. They know how to hypnotize everyone. I mean, I think that's a really important point too, is that they know the techniques that need to be applied to hypnotize the masses. And and I really like to stress this point. I think it's so important, Vegan Skeptic, that we acknowledge that this is not new. This is, I mean, I know we like to kind of paint a brush and say that, oh, well, this is, they get us with the media and this and that, but that's our modern time of living. But this has been going on forever, for as far back as historical records show. And I think that is really important. When you look back at society, country by country, city by city, colonization by colonization, whatever you want to say, it's always been there. Always been there. And we, as the inhabitants here of society, no matter where you live, it's always been here. And that's something that is 100% factual and can't be disputed. It just is what it is. And so you see how there's like a certain segment of the population that has a chokehold over humanity. And because they know the human psyche and how to approach things, they get the upper hand. Well, if you're not born into that type of a situation, you're not going to know any different, because you're just going to go along with the crowd. So that's kind of just want to add that, because I really think it's important to stress that this has been going on forever. It's not new. We can't just modernize this what's going on. We just can't. It's so much bigger than anyone can possibly imagine. And what are the common elements throughout humanity? No matter what you believe in history, there is suffering, there is slavery, there is, there are things I can't even say. But the point is there are so many components revolving around it. And then in the end, if they don't get you with the government, they're going to get you spiritually. They're going to loop you in spiritually and suck you in so that you believe in a certain belief system. And then what's that going to do? It's going to most likely, not every time, but most likely carry you out through the rest of your life. And then what happens? The afterlife is molded around that belief system. And it's all about stealing away your sovereignty. It's all about taking away the essence within you. So I'll just kind of leave it there, but I think it's really important to say that this is not new. This is something that no matter how far back you look, it's always been there. This overarching control on every single one of us.
Exactly. Beautifully said, brother. I mean, it's just with just even the subliminal messages that they have used in the cinemas, and even goes back to radio, goes back to neuro-linguistic language that they've been using. It's just every timeline that you look into, it's all basically carefully structured, obviously, to just control the most amount of people possible and to make them believe in characters or in stories, in religions, in whatever's, to basically let them give away their sovereignty in a way where they basically consent to it, right? And it's also the system is like, even us, the technology, us looking into these, black screens on the phones, on the laptops, PCs, like everywhere, TV, where we are basically constantly programmed to look into these black, basically screens where it's like black tunnels that basically lights comes out of them, right? And this light keeps on increasing, of course, by the years. The frequencies, everything is basically just so carefully, over the years, increasing and increasing to keep on increasing the programming of us, and they get more quality of the, when they increase, it's always of better quality where it makes people addicted to it. And but going back to what I was saying is basically this is why, like the why any type of beliefs on that can affect the afterlife is very dangerous. And when it comes to believing in the source God, the real spirit guides, and all this stuff. And this is why, like, the way I look at it is that we do not belong to any creator, period. Like, each one of us are sovereign, eternal, prime creators in our essence, and always was and always will. And no one, no being, no consciousness is above us and can tell us what to do, as we are under no law. This is the way I look at it, and this is an important way to look at this issue, I believe. And this is why, like, I don't believe we are part of anything that is, more powerful than us. So I can accept on my end that we are split from the source God type of belief and mindset, as that's a super, I believe, dangerous belief to have, since with the hypnotization, with everything that this system has on its tools, it can easily use those, again, beliefs to manipulate the person. So I think that, while especially being stuck inside, what it seems to be basically an inception of, metaverses, whether it's, this plane, the dream plane, astral planes, etheric planes, mental planes, whatever planes, it's all clearly part of the matrix. And, and after all, everything, literally everything we almost learn about comes from the matrix. And this is why we shouldn't risk anything and, believe in any type of matrix ideologies when it comes to especially the concept of the source God, like from the main religions or whatever, from the spiritualism, New Age. And the way I think about this issue is basically when we were to imagine, like, let's say other timelines that's running right now, let's say Viking timeline, Rome timeline, and then even a timeline of like a cyberpunk timeline from 250 years from now, we probably potentially live through some of these timelines, some of us, right? And some of us maybe in hundreds or thousands of lifetimes we lived through these timelines. And the way I see it is that maybe there's an ET timeline or alien type of place where we maybe even had 200 more IQ than we currently have. And the things that we thought about when it comes to the concept of God or real spirit guides or these type of things were even probably way more complex, right? But at the end of the day, we were, or they are, if there's a timeline running like that right now, they are still in the matrix, like they are still tricked by it. And so, and who knows what are even more, there may be more complex thoughts when it comes to the ideologies of source God. But clearly, even with my current logic right now, I see this as a very dangerous belief due to what we know goes on the near-death experiences and many other things when it comes to how much this system deceives people. And as you always say too, how these beings, even though there's like, of course we are here and there should be good beings out there like we are here, but that, these beings are still at the end of the day inside the matrix, so we can't really trust them. And this is why also I believe the safest position to take on the afterlife before we, shield up, go within and get access to our memories from before we entered into this matrix would be to assume that all of us are basically, the most powerful creators out there, and that no being has an authority over us, And this is, I believe, basically like logically the safest position to take until we get our memories back. Even though, it comes off as pessimistic, I still think that this is clearly the safest position to take, basically. So because of this, I find the ideas of like we are all one beliefs, very dangerous on my end. And just like Dan said, Dan from overwatchproject.com, that, this we are all one type of mindset is like such a groupthink mindset and very much like a religious mindset. I believe this mindset is basically set out there for the high mind, beings that, and that it doesn't really apply to people like us. I also think that this mindset is, the very thing basically people who do psychedelics often get tricked with, which is something else that's important to talk about. I believe like the whole even hippie movement was basically made famous alongside with drugs by the system for a reason. And we know this because the people who do psychedelics often talk about, letting it all go, just basically giving the matrix to driver's seat. And I believe why they say that when it comes to like initiating a conscious astral projection, for example, how pushing through the vibrations and letting go yourself to connect to your astral body, like I understand the logic behind that. But people talk about how we are all one and how we are an extension of the source god. Like this thing is always I see in the psychedelic movement, where they always, the conclusion they come to is usually, we are all one, it's all love and light out there. And it's just, there's so much out there, and they trust the messages they often get from these trips, like the so-called Mother Gaia, Mother Sophia or whatever, and all of course the what I believe to be all the same AI high mount entity basically. And I see that these manipulations happen to a lot of people out there, and they trust the messages that they get there, and they do the same thing on dreams. And I know, for example, from my own hundreds of lucid dreaming experiences and some astral projection experiences that, and others' experiences as well, as that, just like with what we see with near-death experiences, the distractions and deceptions are just endless. Not only here but there too. Like people should really ask themselves, for example, why these so-called spirit guides, even show up in people like in humanistic, like angelic form too, right? Which I believe you mentioned before. Like even this, like this is a deception in itself. Like they are trying to show to us as in the forms that they think they can manipulate us the most with, right? And this whole system is just basically making us believe on these just supposed higher beings, authority, and that we should seek answers from and solutions from outside rather than within. And I believe this is basically the biggest trap anyone can fall for. Like as long as we trust, or the so-called higher beings basically, or evil beings that are that's more powerful than us, that some people trust, the system is basically succeeded in its goal, and that it will use everything it got in order to create the best carefully structured scenario that is perfectly specified to the person, in order to trick them to agree to get mind wipe basically. So I think that there are just limitless amounts of distractions out there to make us believe in the ideas that will basically get us reincarnated and mind wiped. And I also believe that the saying basically as above so below goes to show how the distractions doesn't just end here, but that they continue in the dreaming planes and astral planes. So what I also experienced from my lucid dreams is that when I become lucid in them, right, I notice right away the distractions are just over the, it's just incredible how complex they are, how even some of them are technological. They are like as if I'm in like 100 years from now, jumping from simulation to simulation or something. And how much just there's there for me to make me have lower lucidity levels, right? And in real life, even we see just there's how much distractions, but it's even in a more
lucidity
complex way.
levels are so important to I mean, I think that's like, especially as a human, when you're here, it's there are some that say, oh, well, I had no control and this and that. But at the end of the day, like, what was your lucidity level? Like, if you're having a memory wipe, or if there's fragmented memories of what you experienced, you're still kind of, you're not getting the full picture when you're there. So I think working on building up your lucidity is key, completely key.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard you say that many times too, where it's basically the final doors, right? Like the final things to do basically. And I find it very important because we kind of see how the system cheats, even though surely they care about the consent and everything like that. But then we do see how much they trick. There's a trickery involved, how much cheating is involved with it, how much potentially hypnotizing is involved, and everything like that. So this is why I believe it's very important to take the power for ourselves and basically to just practice lucid dreaming, astral projection, and to just avoid the distractions. And this is the biggest thing to say on this topic, because like the distractions are just insane over there, to the point where I truly believe that 99.999 basically percent of astral projectors are just lost in the sauce basically of the AI's high mind tricks, just like same thing with the psychedelic people who use a lot of psychedelics too. And this is because when you basically give the opportunity to the matrix to trick you, it eventually usually does. Like in my lucid dreams and astral projection experiences, I notice how many times the system tries to trick me to make me believe that this whole thing is a game, for example, like a computer game, and then I confront the situation, and then they all of a sudden, once I express my beliefs, no, like, I believe you guys are lying or whatever, and then they all of a sudden like turn into like a kind of okay, you're right or whatever. But I notice this still a lot, and I believe there's always anything. There's just too many things to trick the person with. And when you, let's say, you don't care about avoiding the distractions, that's just basically playing with fire, just like in this life where there's just so many distractions to get lost in, so many conspiracy theories, the flat earth or whatever. But it's just over there, especially, you got to pay attention to these distractions, and because they can go in a so much deeper, more technological level where they may make you believe in so insane stuff that will eventually get you reincarnated. And this is what I see personally it's happening to a lot of astral projectors. I mean, imagine an astral projector who has been talking to their spirit guide for a long time, going into adventures, going into all these places, like what is this person is meant to believe at the end of the day. And then of course this person is going to fooled by all these beings, and believe that there's probably higher beings over there that they maybe need to listen to or trust. And this is very dangerous. And I know from in our community, we have like a 17-year-long astral projector conscious soul, and she had a even spirit guide. And then as soon that she was engaging with, or when she did astral projections time to time, and she actually, as soon as she learned the soul trap, her spirit guide disappeared, right? Which is very telling to us. And how this system is basically manipulating you until the point you usually wake up to the manipulations, but then it doesn't stop there. The system usually always continues its distractions, and it's incredible how conscious soul figured out that there's actually a higher level to go to, which is this is the biggest thing that I like to talk about, because I
was hoping she'd join us tonight, but it's that's all right. She'll in the future, hopefully.
I'm sure a one-to-one with her would be amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to set that up. Yeah.
Definitely. And but I've seen many people like her on Reddit, and from her experience, I basically realized that once you stop all the distractions, just like you say with the exit plan of just shielding up and blocking all the distractions, this same thing also should apply to lucid dreaming and astral projection, because to avoid all these distractions, right? And she did this, and this is the thing that she figured out, which is very interesting to me. And I've seen many
talk about the spirit guide here.
No.
I think that's a good thing you should bring up too. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought that's where you're going.
Oh, I'm not. Her spirit guide, you mean?
Well, how she had the spirit guide, and then once kind of she figured out when she realized her power, it kind of. It let the quote unquote spirit guide left her.
Oh yeah, didn't I mention that? I don't know if
you may have. I did walk away for about a minute and a half, so I might have missed it.
Oh yeah, no worries. That's the most interesting thing and most telling, how the system basically, like how the spirit guide disappeared as soon as she learned about the soul trap. Now because the system AI realized, oh, now I can't use the same thing to keep on tricking this person. Now I need more advanced tactics, and advanced tactics are there still. Like I again, like with my experiences, how the system tries to constantly make me believe this is a game. It's just I bet this is just way more complex for many other people too. And this is why, again, how shielding up and just avoiding distractions is important. And
I just want to add that I think that if it was a game, it should be a one-off game. Reincarnation should not exist. Multiple lifetimes. I'm talking not just multiple, not just like 3, 4, 5 lifetimes. We're talking about thousands of lifetimes that appear with certain people. And I think that's a really important thing to drive home, is that, we're someone who has thousands, hundreds of lifetimes to work on one specific issue, like empathy or compassion or whatever it is absurd. It's the most ridiculous concept ever. When apparently we are these amazing creator beings, and we're being told that, in order to evolve spiritually and grow here on Earth, that you need to work hundreds, thousands, even 10, 20, 30 lifetimes is absurd. Completely absurd. So, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but I think it's something that needs to really kind of resonate with anyone listening today, because we need to think bigger. We need to look at the bigger picture just of what's going on here, but we also need to think beyond this place and realize where our true power lays, not just our lies, not just in this limited thinking that we are indoctrinated to in the Matrix.
Yeah, and this is why our message is so important, because at the end of the day, all we are saying is that you just need to take yourself that alone time. However, that's it. You alone time, and then you basically try to like go within, or go to your own realm, void, whatever, and just basically just to block all the distractions, block all the communication, telepathic or otherwise, and then just basically focus on remembering your memories from before you enter into the Matrix, especially, right? Because I believe that if even we were to have 1% of those memories, we'd basically zap out of here. And this is the system. This is what the system doesn't want us to basically figure out, and this is what actually, like, especially what these people on the who astral project, who avoid all the distractions, like a conscious soul, who go within to their highest possible being that they can go to, like highest self, that they can. And what she describes, for example, that as soon as she astral projects consciously, she just flies up to a point where her lucidity is like 10 out of 10, and then she basically goes within, and then she talks about how she briefly almost goes through like something in a second, where she finds herself in a her own realm, where she's now like formless. She can just change her form instantly. She can anything that she thinks about or she wants to create, she can create it instantly, like worlds, timelines, and that she can just teleport right away. So and the most important thing that she said is that my lucidity felt like her lucidity felt like 15 out of 10, basically, that she never ever felt as lucid as that before in this life. So that means we are being basically manipulated here to keep our lucidity even lower right now, even while we are talking, even though it's 10 out of 10. But then if there's a state, such a state where you can go to 15 out of 10 lucidity, basically, and where you realize the God mode, and how our creative abilities are just so powerful. And this is exactly why I believe the distractions are limitless here. Distractions are limitless in the dream place, and distractions are limited in astral projection states. And this is what I noticed with my dreams. As soon as I become lucid, I realize how complex, how interesting the dream was to basically make me keep having a lucid state of like 0 out of 10, basically. And as soon as I get 3 out of 10 lucidity, I notice the distractions increase. And then once I try to say like, clarity now, higher self, highest self now, or whatever, right, true self now, and then just keep on increasing my lucidity and energy and stabilizing the dream, then with the deepening techniques. And then I basically realize how it can go to like 7 out of 10 lucidity. And then you can, especially astral projectors, know how to just turn the lucid dreams into astral projections, which is just basically turning your lucidity from 7 out of 10 to like 10 out of 10, where you can remember your memories from real life, and you just exactly think like how you think right now. And then from that state on, once you avoid the distractions in the astral planes and then go even within further, then I believe this is the place the system doesn't want us to get there, because once that state is achieved, once you achieve that state, it's done, basically. And then you realize there's nothing to fear but the fear itself, and that this is why the system was having all these distractions, is to manipulate you and stop you from getting to that state, basically.
Yeah, no, that's really, really well said. And thank you so much, Vegan Skeptic, for chiming in today. I really, really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, brother. And anyone who it may be new to the channel, there is a long interview with Vegan Skeptic, and that's under the My Journey to Awakening playlist. So feel free to swing by and check that out on the home section of the channel. And I was gonna go to Carly next, but I know Harold and his wife only have a limited amount of time. But before I get to Harold and his wife, I want to give send a little message of healing out to Super Unknown. I noticed that he broke his thumb or thumbs, something. He had a rough day, so I'm so sorry that you had that, brother, and I hope that you find healing soon. So send a little love to Super Unknown his way. And I'd like to move on to Harold and his wife next. Thank you so much, Carly, for passing the torch, and then we'll get to you right after this. So Harold and Mrs. Harold, welcome aboard. It's great to have you both with us. And just to give you an update, anyone out there, Harold also joined us on the My Journey to Awakening series, if I recall, or he shared his pre-birth memories with us on the channel earlier this year or late last year. Feel free to check those out. Definitely a must-see. So Harold and the missus, welcome. Great to have you with us.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I just gotta, if you, maybe it's the volume's a little low, so maybe if you can get a little closer to the mic, that would be great.
Is that better?
Oh, much better. Much better. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mia. I'm Harold's wife.
Hey, Mia. Great to finally meet you. Welcome.
Thank you. So I don't know if you want to introduce what I'm going to say today.
Well, I mean, all I know is that there was a wild synchronicity or something that occurred with you and Harold. So I'd like to give you the floor to share whatever happened.
Thank you. So Harold's been telling me about this channel and about, I've known about his pre-birth experience for a while now, and I've been not skeptical, but just it hasn't happened to me. So
can I just ask you, Mia, like,
yes.
Before we continue, can I just ask you, when Harold first told you this, I know you said you're skeptical, but what did you think about it when he first told you?
When he first told me, like I said, I was skeptical, but I was.
Did you think he was batshit?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm definitely the type of person to believe anything is possible in this world.
Open-minded. That's what's necessary.
Yeah. I have seen some things in this world, so I'm definitely open-minded.
Okay, I just had to ask that. So
yeah, no, feel free to ask anything as I'm talking. I think it will be helpful too if you or anyone else has questions to kind of help me jog my memory, because this is a few months ago, but I'm going to do my best. But yeah, please ask questions.
Thank you, Mia.
So about a couple months ago, I was in a network video call with someone I had met trying to create job connection with, and she said that she had something to tell me, that God was telling her to tell me something. And I was like, oh, that's different. Okay, that's never happened to me before in my life. So she started to tell me that our son is highly protected, but that I shouldn't let anyone touch him. Oh. And when she was telling me, she was saying that she was getting the chills. And she said that I'm a blessed parent because my child's not going to be Jesus, but he's going to be like Jesus, she said. And
wow,
she said, I have a huge responsibility on my back to teach him about God and to teach him how to pray and to instill a faith in him and his upbringing, so that when he gets older, he's going to lead people. He's going to be a great leader. And in order for him to be a great leader, I have to teach him how to pray and how to be a follower of God or Christ.
Wow.
She told me that I needed to create that discipline and structure for him so that he could lead others, because he is blessed by God and that he's going to lead people like Jesus.
Wow. And this was how long ago?
This was a few months back.
Okay.
This was about 2 to 3 months ago. And then about a week later, I kid you not, this had never happened to me before. I was at a concert with Harold and we got to talking to the people in line behind us. We became, line buddies with a young man and his mom. She was around the same age as the first woman who gave me that message, quote unquote, message from God. And when we went to this concert, this older woman told me something very similar. No relation to that other woman. It was only a week later, and she told me that I needed to listen to her message because God was giving her a message for me, and that I needed to instill a base of faith for our son so that he could have that to lean on as he gets older. She wasn't as in depth. The second woman, she said that this was her first time getting a message from God and sharing it with someone. So obviously I didn't listen to quote unquote God or the archons the first time when the first woman told me. So he sent another messenger and so that's pretty much my story. But if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay. That's a wild one. I think maybe we should talk privately.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to say anything in a public forum. So,
okay.
Yeah. So we'll talk. Just some opinions. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but yeah. I'll just leave it at that. I'm just kind of basing some things off of what I've heard Harold say to that. Yeah. So yeah, no, I really appreciate you coming on, Mia, and sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me tell my story, and thanks for listening, everyone.
Yeah, and thank you for being so open-minded and being able to share this, because it's difficult to get family on board when things of this magnitude kind of come into the life of a family. So thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Harold, is there anything you want to add to that?
Let me see if he wants to add anything. Hold on one second.
Hey, LT. That's it.
Okay, I think
Hey there, Mark.
Hey, Harold.
Sorry about that. I was watching my son.
No worries.
Doing
No
good.
worries.
Congrats on the 10K. It's awesome.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
So yeah, she had that weird situation with two different people. I didn't get to hear her telling the story, but it was weird. It was just, it happened back to back, and it was like, it just felt like, Matrix marketing department channeling people in real life, and that was like the first time that's actually happened. So it was just strange.
Yeah, no, that is wild.
Yeah, they sounded like robots. They were they use the same words. I don't know if she told you that, but they just said the same thing verbatim. Two different people, you know.
Can you ask any living family members that may have been involved with your childhood if they may have gotten messages like that?
Has you think anybody in our family's ever said stuff like that about Micah?
Or about you or
Yeah.
me?
We yes, apparently Mia is telling me that a family member was kind of saying the same thing. I don't want to throw any names out, but
Oh no, you don't have to say names. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
was it during your childhoods or?
no, just recently because it was about my son.
So there's 3 people in total.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah. It was weird. It was really off-putting. I don't even know how to put it in words. It was like, you know, we talk about it and every day almost, but when it's like in your face and there's these people like channeling things, and I don't know, it's just weird.
That's
Feels invasive a little bit.
well,
Yeah.
kind of like how I, of course, like in how I kind of look at these things is, you know, I'm gonna be perfectly blunt that it maybe it's NPCs of the Matrix that. And I don't like to classify anyone, but you know, it's like the Matrix reinforcement officer syndrome that, and that's not even to say that it's even an NPC either. I mean, it could be a spirited being that is kind of just
like another one of me.
Yeah. And they're just kind well, yeah, I mean, you had your pre-birth memory and it stuck with you. And that you could just be kind of altered for a moment in time, or like you have this burning desire to, you know, walking around and say, oh, I'm gonna talk to their child and tell them how important their child is, and then maybe it kind of gets you and your wife to react in a certain way, and it plays kind of your child's life script out. I mean, guessing.
Yep.
But, you know.
Yep, that's exactly what we both felt. It was hair raising. And and this individual, I think it was the one at the concert. I don't want to repeat what she was saying too much, but another thing that the individual said is that because we were just talking, we were like, all of us were like hitting it off because, you know, we're gonna go watch a concert together, and we just started chatting. And then she was like, yeah, you guys are cool. You guys seem like you're all about that 5D. Like you guys are going to ascend to the 5D.
What the hell?
Yeah. That's what one lady, the lady said to us. And I was just like, oh my goodness.
That is crazy.
And that's all she said to me. And then she was mostly talking to my wife. And I was listening to music, and my wife and her were sort of talking for a while. And it was just, yeah. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, just, you know, unsubstantiated opinion. It truly feels like at least that one is an NPC interaction. They're just trying to get you to continually reinforce itself. I mean, just a guess, but. I mean, I hate the whole NPC concept because there's no way of knowing who is who, and you know who is under possession. You know, maybe their life script is meant to be under a certain possession for that given moment in time, and they're supposed to interact with you in that given moment in time, and then they just blurt it out, and like you said, like, oh, well, you just kind of had that conversation and enjoyed the rest of the concert. I mean, it wasn't like this amazing, I don't know, like the whole experience that lasted for hours. I don't know.
Yeah. I think they this happened because, again, just the way my wife is, she's, very accommodating. She loves to, talk to people, and I'm the opposite. I am very short. I don't like talking to people. I'm a hermit, for obvious reasons. I'm sure a lot of us are like that.
Sure.
But I just try to stay away from people because, this place is nuts. But it was intense, to say the least.
Well, at least you went out to the concert, right? I mean, I think that's important. It's like, you and your wife having a good night out and enjoy a good show. And that's, so even if we hole ourselves up at times, going out and enjoying good music is important. So,
yeah, it's definitely a vice for me. Music and nature. That's what we like to do.
Yeah, just like we talked about, man. Those are the two biggest vices that this place gives. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, was there anything else you wanted to add before we move on?
That's it. Just want to say congrats on the 10K and look forward to talking with you guys more. Appreciate all you guys, and that's it. Take care, everybody.
Thank you both. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to move on to Joe. Joe's been waiting a while. And so, Joe, welcome, brother. How you doing? Great to have you with us tonight. All right. So maybe Joe is away from his computer at the moment. It's all good. So, all right. Cam, I don't know if you're able to share your story, and then we may circle back around to Joe after that if you are in a scenario where you can share your story. But I think it's really interesting, and if are you in a position to share at the moment?
Yeah, I think so. Is my mic working today?
Yeah, you sound great. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So again, congrats on the 10K. That's pretty cool.
Thank you, brother.
And for the hours and hours and hours of videos. and people can believe whatever they want, but at the end of the day, it's really about, and it's always been about sovereignty and liberation. So how could anybody argue against that, eh?
Yeah, well, some people do.
Yeah.
Go to the light or else.
Yeah. So I just had a quick little NDE story as it relates to NDEs that we see over and over, like in this story. And what I like about the story was told to me directly by the experiencer. So we're always seeing custom designed experiences, with family members, Uncle Joe and Jesus or whoever is appearing at their death. And the NDEs also never question the identity of these beings, and the identity of and the entity never identifies.
Or just blindly believe it.
Or just blindly believe it. They're just left to assume whatever. But I've never heard anyone say, "Yeah, Jesus told me, hey, I'm Jesus. Hey, bro, how you doing? by the way, you're dead." Something like that. So they just let you assume. And I hope that I'm never in that situation. But if some being is expecting me to believe that he's Jesus, I got to see some ID or something. You just can't believe that. But so the lady who had the NDE, her name is Irene. She was like 80 years old. And it was about 6 months ago. We were both standing around in a public area and we started up a conversation. She's an Asian lady. So I asked where she was originally from. And she said from the Philippines. So I said, "Oh, cool. I used to have an old girlfriend in California, was originally from the Philippines. I was a Christian at that time. However, I wasn't a good enough Christian because I was ultimately punted out of that relationship." But as I told Irene, that was a good thing because since then, I dumped all religion, Christianity, everything, all the bullshit belief systems. So all was good. But she was a little dismayed at that. And she told me that she was a Christian and that when she was 7, she had an accident and Holy Mary appeared to her.
Oh boy.
Well, of course, that piqued my interest, as you can imagine. So I asked her if she would please tell me a story, what happened. She said, yes. So we went off to a little area and we sat down and she told me all about it. So she told me that she grew up in the Philippines as Catholic, and they all went to this, her family, they went to this lady, I think she called it Lady of Lourdes Church, something like that, Lady of Lourdes, who was supposed to be Mary, right? So, and I guess at this Lady of Lourdes Church or whatever, they got all kinds of statues of Mary, big ones, small ones, medium ones. And she had a statue of Mary, Lady of Lourdes, on her little bedside table. So when she was 7, she had an accident. So remember, she's 80 now, but she was run over by, are you ready? She was run over by a horse and buggy.
Reminds me of the Michael Newton case.
Yeah.
Close. Not exactly, but close.
So she had some massive head wounds and a big gash on her forehead. She showed me the scar. She always wears her hair with bangs down in front to cover the scar. So anyway, so she gets run over and immediately goes unconscious and into a coma. So she doesn't remember anything during the coma, but she told me right at the second of the accident that Holy Mary appeared to her. So I asked her, did she say anything or do anything? And she said, no, she didn't say anything, but she held her hands in a prayer position. And then a little bit later opened up her arms as if to welcome Irene. But anyway, so I had to ask her the $60,000.
Well, Mother Mary came to her, speaking words of wisdom.
Let it be. So I had to ask her the $60,000 question. Did you ask her if she was married, or did Mary say she was married? And of course, the answer was no. She just knew she was married. Now, I asked her, how do you know? You know how she knew she was married? She knew it was Mary because she looked just like she did in the statue beside her. A custom.
I hate the laugh. I do.
A custom designed experience just for Irene. So, and I could see that this meant a lot to her, so I wasn't about to burst her bubble. I just felt I needed to shut up and just let it go. But, and a weird thing is she has no idea how long she was in a coma. Her family never talked about it. And anyone that with any information is long past. So there's lots of questions she never had answers. But here she's been carrying this false worship for Mary for some 73 years or so. And really all it does is just guarantee her just another round back here, doesn't it? She's not, she's primed to come right back. So I don't know. And she was hoping she could maybe change my mind and bring me back. But I told her right off the start, I said, look, I have some questions about it, but I'm not asking you to, to bring me back into the fold. I just have some questions. So she respected that. And she never tried to talk me into anything. And it was just a very nice conversation, peaceful, private. But man, there it was, a custom designed experience just for her, right?
Wow. I really appreciate you sharing that, Cam. But yeah, it's textbook customized experience. Incredible.
Yeah. And again, what I like about the story is I got it right from the experiencer herself, in a private conversation. So I thought I'd have to share that one with you guys.
I really, really appreciate it. And I see there's a new member, Christian, wanted to join the chat. What we can do is set up. We occasionally have voice chats in the Discord server. Tonight we're we've been running quite a while, so still have a few people to get to, but if you want, you can email me. You can check the memberships if you just join the level 2 and above. It includes Discord access and come into the Discord server. We might have a voice chat afterwards, or maybe next weekend or something. But if we do live streams down the road, you're more than welcome to join us as well. If you've joined the level 2 memberships and higher. And it also includes access to the monthly members live stream. I'm sorry for just seeing this now, but we kind of arranged everything ahead of time for those that were already members. So, but I appreciate you greatly for joining, and we will definitely get together in the near future. So thank you, Cam, for sharing with us. Greatly appreciate it.
You're very welcome, and thanks for all you guys do.
Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we move along?
No, that was about it.
Okay. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, bro.
And thank you for your help in with the chat and everything you've done behind the scenes. I do want to move along and do the giveaway of the last gift card. This is the bigger one tonight. It's the $15 gift card. So if there's a mod in the chat that may be able to let people know that we're going to start this giveaway, I'd appreciate it. And as soon as it activates, there we go. Cam is on top of that. Okay, so if you want to join and get in on this one, just type giveaway in caps, and after the 5-minute countdown clock expires, that'll go away. So, all right. So I'll move along. And is there anyone else in the chat tonight that wants to participate? I know Joe wanted to, but he may have stepped away for a little while. And if not Joe, then somebody else. I'm not sure if Vince or Dan or the other Dan, Overwatch, or Johnny wanted to step in really quickly before we wrap things up after this giveaway. I do have some books I'd like to give away too. But
hey, Mark.
Hey, welcome, brother.
Hey, I just wanted to say everybody had really interesting stuff. I was listening, and it gave me a lot to think about. I want to thank everybody that was talking. It was really interesting.
Yeah, it's jam-packed with all sorts of things tonight.
I thought the vegan skeptic had some really insightful things there. So stuff that I would, add to my collection of things to consider.
Yeah, no, it's it's incredible when you kind of get a group of people together and we can bring all of these experiences together. And the one that keeps kind of circling around in my head is Harold and his wife's story. I mean, it's just incredible. And then you had Cam come in and share his. You had Vegan Skeptic and Dan trying to help his family see this, and Johnny. And I mean, it's been a heck of a night with hearing the progression of everybody and what everyone's been through. And yeah, just awesome. Dan, I wanted to ask you, what about, we were kind of texting yesterday and the day before about that comment that someone left, and I apologize for not having their name nearby, but what did you think about that? And do you want to kind of share anything you found about that, or would you prefer to wait?
I can mention it real quick. Sure. Yeah. So if anybody doesn't know, when I was a child, I was helping my dad, basically build a foundation points for this combination like shed, and so it'll be like also like a playhouse for me. My dad was a carpenter and a cabinet maker, so he pretty much built everything himself. And when it was like fall. It was either fall or spring because it was pretty cool out. It was getting dark, and I was helping dig out this hole for one of the foundation points, and I had a moment where everything kind of went quiet, and I sort of had, I guess, what you call clairvoyance or clear vision, where I realized that there was this basically an arrowhead, a Native American arrowhead, under the ground. And I knew exactly where to dig and how to find it. And I was sort of like in this trance state, and I brought it back in the house. It was basically just a clump of dirt. My mom was yelling at me in Italian, "Why did you bring dirt in the house?" Went to the bathroom. I was washing it in the sink, and some rocks and stuff fell out. And then when the water washed everything away, this arrowhead, which I still have to this day, the picture of it is on my website, overwatchproject.com. It was this thing that you sent me, Mark, the other day, where somebody said that these Native American trackers, there was a school for this, and they talk about having visions or temporarily being between the world of the living and the spirit world.
Yes.
And finding like an arrowhead or something, or knowing where to look for something like that, was something that would happen. Which made me think about it. I did go to the website. It was like I found it from the comment you sent me, Tom Brown's tracking school, I think it was the name of it.
Yes.
And I sent you
of course.
I sent you the link from one of the pages where it talks about visions and spirit realms and stuff like that. So I don't know if I had clear vision or if I accidentally or wish I had control over it so I could do it at will, but I just know it was a profound spiritual experience. I still have the arrowhead after all these years. I was only like, I was a child when I found it. And it wasn't just being able to see with my mind. It was also having an understanding of what it was before I had it. Sort of like that knowing thing that people describe when they're in the astral and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's it.
No, it's incredible to see that and how it. I think everything is like this subconscious, all the subconscious memories that just are embedded with us, and it leads back to our past lives and carries over here. And it kind of further validates the illusion. I mean, that's really what I get from all this when I look at all these cases. What do you think?
Well, Mark, I see the comment here. Break the Spell was who sent it to you, and he's in the chat. He's in the chat.
Oh, that was me. Yeah, it was Break the Spell. Yeah, he says that was me, Dan. Tom Brown Jr. Tracking and Wilderness Survival School. Yeah, I sent it over to Dan. It's just incredible.
I never considered that I somehow, may have. I thought it was like a psychic, which it could have been, or it could have been some kind of how do you say it? I transcended the
transcendent experience,
the material plane, and then sort of touched the spirit plane. I wish I had more of a connection to it, where I would know who had it before me or where it came from.
It was probably you.
It may have been me. I may have found my own arrowhead.
I mean, if I had to guess, I don't know.
It could have been. That
your tribe,
was
maybe?
A couple of feet underground in the 1970s. So a couple of feet underground in the 1970s that could have gone back to the 1600s, or who knows how long it sat there.
Yeah. It's a wild to contemplate. It really is. But I think I truly feel like certain things like that, especially at the age that all this occurred, it seems like it's just it's scripted for you to go down that road. I don't know.
Well,
just-
I had probably a very, you know, I was lucky that I grew up in a house that had it turned out really clean well water with basically calcium and very few other trace minerals were in it. So I never was exposed to fluoride as a child.
Okay.
And so I except for like the dentist, they would give you that fluoride treatment. Except for that, I never like drank city water that was loaded with fluoride. And I had diet that was like a more of a Mediterranean Italian type diet. So my mother, she was a really good cook, and so all those things probably helped protect some of the. And back in the 70s, there was all this signal, all these signals everywhere. All these different things that we're bombarded with today. It was more just like maybe some television signals, CB radio. That was it. So maybe that let me have psychic things more easy. I don't know. I think it's harder today, maybe because of all the interference.
Oh yeah, the signals and well, there's a whole area we can go down that is not
we're
allowed to be
bombarded.
discussed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's basically electromagnetic
Yeah.
EMF noise that's around, more today than it was back in the 1970s, which had very little EMF noise.
So true, brother. So
Yeah.
true.
So.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, I really I'm running out of time here. I have to go.
Yeah, you've been hanging on a while.
I will try to. Well, I do listen to all your podcasts, so I'll make a note of the time here and how far into it we are, and I'll listen to the rest of this after I post on YouTube.
Yeah, we're we've been going a while. I think we're at like 3 hours and 28 minutes right now. So.
Yeah, and Dan L, that commentary he made that was very, very well articulated. I wish I could. I don't always articulate my thoughts as clearly as I'd like. I thought he spoke, or he's still here. I think he speaks very well. So
totally.
All right.
Totally.
Thanks everybody for inviting me, and I got a lot out of this thing. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. It's great to have you with us, brother.
Yeah. Bye-bye, everybody.
Soon. Thank you. All right. So what I'm going to do before we kind of wrap things up, we got, I think what we'll do is, because this has gone a lot longer than intended, which is fine, but we've got one more giveaway to pop out, and I do have some books too. Interdimensional Cat was the last winner, and now we're going to go for the $15 Amazon gift card. So let's get this rolling, and here we go. Good luck, everybody. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everyone else who joined tonight. Emil, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining tonight, and congratulations. All right. So what we're going to do is the final giveaway tonight. Let me just try and get this up here. Just bear with me one moment, and we'll swing back to the Zoom panel. Okay, let me get this up here. There we go. All right, so this is a great book, and I suggest anyone who's listening and is into the whole soul trap topic, get their name in there, because it's a used book, all right, but it's the Afterlife book, and it's by Carol Neiman and Emily Goodman. Afterlife, a complete guide to life after death. It's a hell of a book. All right. And I've got an extra copy of this. I would love to give it to you. So type giveaway in caps, and I'm going to start the clock now. I know we kind of got this started a little bit early, but that's all right. I want to give everyone a chance to get a copy of this. So, I don't know why. There we go. All right. So we got 5 minutes from here, but I mean, anyone who put their name in earlier, you're all good. You're all good. So even if the mod put the thing in a little bit earlier, it's all good. So whatever Cam put in going forward, everyone's in it, and it's a hell of a book, and it's loaded. So, all right. We're going to move along and go back to the Zoom chat. And if there's anyone that wanted to add anything while we're waiting for the final prize of the night, feel free. And there will also be a special giveaway for members in the last Timers Club at the end of the month. I think I'm going to have 2 different things for members. So if you're interested in joining, feel free. And there'll be 2 more things to kind of celebrate the anniversary of our subscriber count of the channel. And I'm not about numbers, but it kind of blew me away that we got here this quick, and that so many people are relating with the information, which is just thank you. I mean, it all boils down to each and every one of us kind of asking the big questions and looking at this reality for what it is. So I saw Johnny may have wanted to say something, and anyone else who wants to say anything in the last, I'd say we got like another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, feel free, and we'll pull that final drawing. So the floor is yours, Johnny.
Oh, so let me get my headphones. I don't know. There was that little lull in the time when Harold was trying to come on. I'm trying to get my headphones back real quick. Sorry. Just give me a minute here, second.
You're good. Take your time.
And I was just trying to fill that little gap. No, I was gonna say, is the voice okay? First of all,
you sound great. Yep.
Okay. I was just gonna fill in that little gap. I was trying to, I didn't want to know what's going on, but that's, I don't know, for anyone listening, I'm sure everyone is understanding.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, it was, we hear stuff like that all the time, especially anyone coming from extremist Christian BS. I mean, how many times like a message from God, a message from Jesus, a message from Allah or the angels or the guides, like, you have this purpose here, and well, like you said, you can get into that when you're in your own time with whoever. But it's just, it's just more propaganda. That's kind of what the theme of tonight, kind of like you were saying. We're all just inundated with this propaganda to just have our faces shoved in this place, whether it's from the religious standpoint, the density standpoint, the body, just to keep surviving and surviving and surviving by any means necessary, the dog eat dog. It's not like not everyone, at least we don't have a ton of time to share, but not seems like not everyone has had the crazy NDE type experience that, but we've all had our experiences, and we've all have a certain amount of time to talk, of course, but we all, that's the theme I'm getting from tonight for sure. Is just, it's always a message from somebody, a family member, even kind of inwardly, could be from the body, the hunger, like whatever, just the distraction, like Regan was saying, just put your head down, don't look around, don't question. And that's how this place is. It's just, even now you get these moments of awareness, like, I can't believe this is even happening, that I'm even seeing, that I'm even thinking that we're talking about this in this situation. It's just so mind-boggling, all of this. But it is what it is, and we just got to keep on going, keep on fighting, keep on trying to build awareness and do what's best for ourselves, and that's it.
Damn right, brother. Damn right. I love it. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, Johnny?
No, just a little something. Like I said, that was more or less what it was going to be, with that little gap that was there. I was trying to fill it, earlier. That was mainly it. It's this thing.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, Vince. Vince got his hand raised. Hey, brother. How you doing? Great to have you.
Thank you. Yes, Johnny made me think about the religious aspect of the afterlife. As so many people see Jesus or God, but it's always related to Christianity. All right. We never see like Mohammed or Buddha, I don't remember, or Allah or any other religion. It's always related to Christianity, as far as I remember. So I wonder why. I don't know myself, but if any of you have an answer maybe to that, because it's just it's always related to maybe angels and stuff like that, but I don't see any other religious figures being presented to people, so I don't know why.
Yeah, I think it's I think it depends. I think it really depends on someone's life script, right? Maybe in this lifetime someone is meant to get that interaction, and then others are not. So tough to say the exact reasons. And then there's kind of like something that always sticks out in my head is, I know I hate to rewind back to this, but the early childhood development, because we kind of have that phase between birth and age 6 or 7, and everything kind of is a blur during that period. Once we kind of reach over that hump, that really has to make you wonder, like, what was going on there? Like, maybe we were interacting with things. Maybe there was some things going on. Maybe some of us are meant to have memories of experiences with beings, and then some of us aren't. I don't know, but there's really no firm answer on that. So
Someone mentioned
probably depends on your life script, if I had to guess.
I think yes, super unknown mentioned that Buddha has been seen many times. So maybe I didn't see that, but maybe I don't remember. Though in Islamic figures, I never saw that yet. Buddha, maybe.
Yeah, no, the Muhammad can come. The big issue, at least with my channel, is being able to get these experiences. There, a lot of times they're written, or they're in another language if they're in video, and it becomes difficult. Like if you translate the experience, it's the computer voice, or you would need to have someone do a full voiceover and record it and then commentate on it. So the experiences definitely happen. They're customized to the individual based on the region or belief system that they grew up in. But when you kind of have the language barrier there's one out there that not Muslim experience, but an experience with a man who spoke Spanish. I think he was from Brazil, if I had to recall. And that experience is stuck in the back of my head for years that I want to cover here. But I'd like to get someone to to do a voiceover of it so I can kind of respond to it in real time. But it's just not easy. Like, you know, if you have an hour NDE, if you hire someone to do a voiceover, it starts to add up. But the experiences are there, and that's where something like Endorf and Ions come in, where you can kind of look at other experiences that are out there and read them based on the region that someone is located in or the belief system that they already have. So they're out there. It's just you know, it's an English speaking channel. It's kind of where I'm at with
yes,
it,
yes, I understand.
Yeah.
But you have seen some like Muslim testimonies on Ions?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They're there. Yep. They're there.
Yeah.
Ions and Endorf, NDERF. So yeah, they're out there, and then there's even some videos out there where you can use the YouTube translate button and get their experience. So yeah, they're out there. It's just got to do a little more digging. That's all. At some point, you know, I hope if it was up to me and I was able to get like a serious financial backing to kind of translate these things and edit videos and all that, I would do it in a heartbeat. But it's just you know, you do one, you do another. It really adds up after a while. I thought about even translating them myself in an audio format and then playing them, but I don't know. It's just kind of weird to translate them yourself and commentate on your own voice. It's weird. It's weird.
You don't have to, but it's me. I have to do it myself. Like look into it, and yes, obviously.
Yeah, all part of the research, right? I mean, this is kind of like you know, the channel really covers like the Western ideology of things, but the data, you know, even the top researchers, they all agree that, you know, it's customized to the individual based on where they live, you know, what their belief system is where they grow up. And because of the whole Christian, Catholic, and various other backgrounds, like it's more condensed where I live in Europe and stuff like that. So
yes, the dominant religion. So and I guess besides science, like Christianity is the number one religion on earth according to official numbers. So like it's like nearly 2 billion Christian, maybe more. I don't know. So maybe it's more likely that we stumble upon a Christian related.
Yes. Yeah. It's a little more lopsided. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this also, yes. So we interview, or I don't interview, but people interview English speaking people. So, and yeah, Western people, most of them. So yeah, it's most likely. And maybe atheist people see their relatives, so-called relatives. Yeah. So yeah, I need to see more of it, I guess.
So true. So true. Yeah, it's just it's all out there. It's just yeah, I think it really has to do with what we've grown up with, what we're familiar with, and kind of expanding our horizons and dealing with the annoyance of translations.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and then another question regarding the controllers of this world. I often ask this question, but I don't know. I have an idea, but I'm not sure. Like, what is their role in all of that? Because at the same time, they lie to us every day, but they also show us the truth in movies and stuff. So why are they here? And what is their goal? Because they cannot really, if the NPC theory is true, they cannot be NPCs because they know the truth. Because NPCs
but
are
how do
people
we
who are
know they know the
clueless.
truth? I'm sorry, I
Because they
didn't mean
show
to
us
cut
in
you off.
movies.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you
I
repeat
guess
that?
so, because they show us the truth in movies. So my guess is that they know because of that. And so maybe my guess is that they could be archons or stuff like that, like evil entities in charge of the matrix. And some of them choose to come here to do the job here for one life or whatever. And maybe some of them choose to get one life here and they get to choose their position as leaders and stuff like that. And so they can manipulate the masses here. That's my guess right now, but I don't know. I often wonder about this.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And if I had to guess, I don't necessarily think that they know what they're doing, because it's so rampant, right? I mean, we see it in music, we see it in TV, we see it in movies, we even see it with sports figures. So is it kind of like, part of me really feels deep down inside that it's this ongoing consent machine that pop culture has to spit out at us, no matter where you live, how perceptive you are or not. It seems that like the machine of the system needs to spit out the knowledge of what's going on here. And it can't kind of say, well, like we can't say, oh, well, why didn't you tell me? And the response could be like, well, we did tell you, but you weren't paying attention. The more I look at this stuff, the more it seems that that's what makes the most sense. That, yeah, it doesn't even necessarily mean that they're all NPCs. It just means that they're kind of getting a segment of a download. Even authors, writers, script writers, all these things, like they drop these massive truth bombs on us. But the other thing is like the Matrix doesn't really care. So if it's trying to continually garner consent from us, it also doesn't care, because the chances of you piecing everything together are slim to none. I think the chances, I mean, it's embedded in the system because there are so many distractions out there, whether it's work or your family, just trying to pay the bills, get by it in day-to-day life, put food on the table, and then you're trying to buy a house or buy a car. I mean, there's so many different things that fall into life that it's like, how much time does someone really have to look into the fabric of reality? So even if they throw us a couple bones here and there, and they may be filled with lots of truth, it doesn't necessarily mean that most are gonna really come across this and understand exactly how deep this goes. So I mean, because I don't think it's really not much of a risk to the system. That's how I look at it. It really doesn't seem like this massive risk. It seems like it's continually trying to garner our consent subconsciously. So, you and I, Vince, may see the Matrix, and then some other person may see the Truman Show. But the chances of everyone seeing the Matrix and the Truman Show and this and that, and like kind of in seeing how politics are bullshit, and I mean, on and on and on, all the levels of deception is probably so rare and so close to impossible that it's not worried. I don't think it's worried, but I think continually grabbing our consent is what the system's about, and dropping these truth bombs, and then in the end it could say, well, it was here, it's not like it wasn't there. So maybe if there is some balancing of the scales out there, the system knows how to play the fiddle. But that's just a guess. I don't know if that's even the case, but and then there's kind of the last thing, which I could kind of lean towards too, is that they're just mocking us. They're mocking us.
Maybe also.
You know, it's
I'm
like,
not
ha ha,
convinced,
hey,
yeah.
you assholes, you know, you're falling for our bullshit. And, you know, here are the answers, but you're too stupid to even realize what it's even saying. I mean, just one last thing, Vince. The biggest thing I look at is like, I saw The Matrix in the theater when I was a teenager. I saw the Truman Show in the theater when I was a teenager. And the movies connect with me, but the Truman Show just hit deep within my core. I didn't understand it. I had no clue why. And then the Truman Show played itself out. Reality TV started to become a thing. And you started to see this world for how fake it was. It was a prediction, but one of the biggest, massive, colossal truth bombs that is out there. Because in the end, it shows how Truman fought tooth and nail to do what he wanted to do based in sovereignty and to liberate himself. And in the end, he pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed himself, and they threw the gauntlet at him. And that's what this reality does. It throws the gauntlet at each and every one of us. But in the end, what did he do? He said, hey, fuck off, Christoph. I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with you. And he took the exit out. He ran into the facade of the dome, so to say, that he was in. And he left and he said, I'm done with you. I mean, but as a teenager, I didn't understand how deep that truth was. And had I not really started to question this reality and I was an adult and saw it, having not seen it as a teenager, I wouldn't have known either. Like it really, it's amazing. It's amazing how much truth is in that movie. I mean, it's incredible. It's probably the biggest truth bomb movie out there in terms of symbolism.
It's curious because at the same time, as you say, like they show us some truth in movies, but regarding the consent thing, at least here on Earth, I'm not convinced because they violate consent every day. Like babies, there are needled and stuff like that. It seems like to me that they don't care about consent. When a cop comes to you and just pins you down to the ground, they don't care about your consent or not. Like when they go into your vehicle and drag you down, put you into jail, they just use force. So how is it consent here? So at the same time, they show us some truth, but to say that it's because they need consent is just, to me, it doesn't sound logical because at the same time, they violate consent every day. Like people get beaten down by anyone.
But what if it has to do with us
torture.
agreeing when we come here? You know, like that's kind of how I look at it. It seems like we're in their world, we're in their meat suit. And I mean, look, I'm not saying what I'm saying is even true because I don't know, but I mean, it just seems like we continually agree subconsciously and through our attachments and get caught up in the sensory experience, and that we just seem to keep just giving ourselves away through consent or intention, whatever you want to call it, and just fall back into it and fall back into it. But I mean, so even if it's not, even if they're not trying to garner our consent, Vince, then they're just screwing with us like they always do because it's an inverted world. So I think it's either one of the two. I mean, I think once we land here in the meat suit in the earth realm under their realm and their conditions and their body that they thrusted us into, then we're kind of like, we're stuck. You know, we have this limited perception. We can't connect to our true essence completely. and it just kind of goes on. So it could just be like one massive troll too.
I lean more towards this one. At least I don't see for myself, for now, a better explanation than just mockery and just flexing on us. Because I can see how consent applies to other realms, like astral realm and stuff like that. But here, I don't see it
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
all.
Makes sense.
And so I still don't know who they are and why they are here, and it seems like they can't escape, or maybe if they can escape, so why do they do all of this if they can escape? Or maybe they are the archons or the evil ones, entities, and some of them choose to come here for a short time to participate in the indoctrination of the sheeple of us. So
or they just like it, or they just
maybe
like
some
being
of
in the
them like
physical
it.
realm.
Yeah, so at least they are here in a comfortable position, so it's okay at least for them. Like maybe they can choose. Yeah, and I lean more towards some mockery, like they show us things and they get a rush from it. But at the same time, it's quite risky as well to show us the truth, because some of us can wake up, and if the NPC stuff is real, then they don't have to worry at all about anyone else waking up. So they show this to us, maybe, like to show that we can escape. I don't know. It's very. I try to make sense of it. So, but the constant thing here on the material world, I don't see it as a possibility. So
Sure.
yeah, I try to understand why they do all of this, why they show us the truth and lie at the same time, because it's maybe like they are too greedy and they show us the truth, and while not expecting us to liberate ourselves, which is kind of weird, which would be kind of stupid on their part. So I don't understand.
Oh yeah, no, it's a mystery wrapped in an enigma. I think kind of like the best way to look at it is, look, we ended up here. Who knows how long we've been here? How many lifetimes? And all we know is that we're these all powerful creator beings. Yeah, I would love to have more answers. I do think consent plays a role. It may not play a role while we're here, but it certainly plays a role. Consent / intention plays a massive role in the astral or the afterlife. And it just needs us to buy into the BS. So, but if what they share here is based on consent, maybe, I'm not sure, but if it's not that, then it has to be us being trolled and thrown the gauntlet of inversion like they always do, because that's like how this place runs. It's the clear mechanism here is inversion. Now, could it be something else why they give us truth in movies and books and music and all that stuff? Sure, it could be. But, when, if it, what is it? Sounds like a duck, quacks like a duck, it must be a duck type thing, because they do the same crap over and over. And it's, and I do think some entities out there truly love the material realm. They love it here. And, I've met just everyday people that absolutely love this place. They don't think there's anything wrong at all. Not even religious people, just everyday people who don't even have a spiritual bone in their body. They just love it. They think there's nothing wrong here, and they would love to come back again. Heck, most of them would love to have life extension technology applied in there. There's plenty of them out there.
These people are
you
not
know?
necessarily bad people. They are just
No,
like
no,
regular
no.
people. They think all is well, but they are not ill-intended. But yeah, I think they are different from the controllers. At least the top of the stuff. But yeah, maybe they need maybe our consent only related to this, like just regarding this part, like to come here. So they show us in movies this part. Regarding everything else, it's like free for all. You do whatever you want. But maybe there is some rule here, like they have to show us that we can escape here. Maybe it's possible as well.
Sorry if y'all tried to get my attention. I was away for a second. Just sorry.
No worries, Dan. That's cool. All right. So what I'm gonna do is we've had the names for the. Hold on. I'm gonna try and find it. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Oh, I do have it. All right. Thought I had to go. All right. So this book here, The Afterlife, The Complete Guide to Life After Death, by Carol Neiman and Emily Goodman. We're going to do the drawing for this book, and then we're going to do 3 books at once. So there'll be 3 winners in the next one. We're going to do 1984 by George Orwell. We're going to do The Light Beyond, New Explorations by the author of Life After Life by Raymond Moody. Hell of a researcher, the researcher who coined the term near-death experience. And then Daniel Brinkley, At Peace in the Light. Okay, so we're going to go with these 3 books next. Just hold off popping up the giveaway in the chat. Right now we're going to head on over and pull the winner for the Afterlife book. Okay, let me... Where are we here? Oops. I'll get there eventually, guys. Here we go. All right. So this is for the Afterlife book. Good luck, everybody. And here we go. Oh, wait, that didn't work. Here we go. Wait, why is... There we go. A little false start there. All right, let's see who the winner is. All right, Safa Lauren is the winner. Congratulations. Congratulations on winning the Afterlife book. So we are going to head on into the next contest, and then we're going to get to the Vegan Skeptic. But just to remind you, okay, if I could bring this up, I am not the swiftest with switching screens. So just a reminder, we're going to do 3 giveaways here. Danny and Brinkley, At Peace in the Light, The Further Adventures of a Reluctant Psychic Who Reveals the Secret of Your Spiritual Powers. And we've actually gone over his near-death experience on the channel before. And then we have Raymond Moody's book, The Light Beyond, New Explorations by the author of Life After Life, Dr. Raymond Moody. So the way it's, and then George Orwell's 1984. All right. So how we're going to do this is for the 3 books, we're going to draw 3 names. And once we, in order, the person who is here, whoever's picked first will get to pick from whatever 3 books they'd prefer. And then the second will get to pick from the last 2 books. And then the third would obviously get whatever book remains. So just to kind of throw that out there, just to make it kind of simpler, kind of like the first pull gets the choice, second spin gets the second choice, and then the third gets the third book. So let's open up the contest, or I'm sorry, the giveaway. If the mods can please pop that up in the chat, that would be great. And then right after that, we're going to go back to the panel. And all right, here we go. So thank you, Cam. The giveaway is open. Please type giveaway in all caps if you'd like to be put in the running for this book. All right. So thank you, everybody, and congratulations again to Lauren. And just so you know, any winners out there, I will, if we miss each other tonight, feel free to just leave a comment in the stream afterwards in the comment section under the username that you won, and I will reach out to you after that and set up a way to either send you your gift card or the book you may have won. So got 4 minutes left. Remember, type giveaway in caps, and there are 3 books being given up for grabs. So all right, so let's go back to the panel, not to this. Okay, here we go. So all right, so I know Vegan Skeptic wanted to chime in really quickly. So Vegan Skeptic, hey brother, welcome back.
Hey there.
Hey brother.
Hey, by the way, so I was just doing the copy pasting of the names though, so I was like busy with that. But maybe we could also. And
I thank you. I thank you. Everyone thanks you.
That's fine. But I was like wondering, maybe if you want, I can send you the list of everyone who has joined all the giveaways so far, so that and then we can pick a giveaway, like a winner from that way too. Or I can just keep on copy pasting the ones who are writing giveaway right now.
I think we should just do the giveaway from this point forward, because it's just I'd prefer not to do duplicates just in case. I mean,
I would remove all the duplicates from it. All
right, well, yeah, we could do that. Why not? Yeah, we could just. I mean, if you're able to do that, that'd be fine. Sure.
Yeah, I already did
why
that.
Not?
That's why.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It really wouldn't be fair. I don't know if it would be fair, but it wouldn't be fair to those that I don't know. Okay. I try to be fair, because we kind of had it is fair, but it's not. Like I like to, like we had it kind of the rules set at the beginning. I hate to say rules, but like wanted to give away a certain amount over the course of the stream. So yeah, let's just go with those that are in the chat right now who are in there, and yeah, I think.
Okay.
But for the future, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Then I'll be busy for a few minutes on my end, and then I can chime in with whatever I want to say.
Yeah, well, we got a couple minutes left until the giveaway for the 3 books ends, and I'm not sure if any of these are autographed. Actually, it's so wild. I buy used books all the time, and there are autographs in some of them. Let me see if there are any. I don't think any of these 3 are, but maybe no. I don't. Let me see if the Afterlife book is. I'm not 100% sure. It's wild when you buy used books. A lot of times there's an autograph by the authors in there. No, all 4 books do not have the autograph of the writers, but if you'd like to get in, we got 1 minute left on the giveaway. Type giveaway in caps. There's 1 entry per person, and again, we're giving away The Light Beyond, New Explorations by the author of Life After Life by Dr. Raymond Moody, the doctor who coined the term near-death experience, George Orwell's 1984, and Daniel Brinkley's At Peace in the Light, the further adventures of a reluctant psychic who reveals the secret of your spiritual powers. So get your name in there if you haven't already. And we'll be doing that drawing in the next few minutes. So while the contest is just about to end, or the giveaway is just about to end, I have to say that for YouTube purposes, by the way, because there are all these rules. While we're waiting for the tally, we've got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so everyone's name is in there. Thank you, Cam. I appreciate you for getting that up there. We've got the 3 books. We're going to work on tallying those up. If anyone in the chat would like to chime in, I don't know if Dan or Cam or Vince or Johnny have anything to say. I know Vegan Skeptics working behind the scenes to help us get the names compiled.
I've been away a little bit, taking care of some blue collar tasks around the property.
That's fine, Dan. Can I just ask you really quickly? Did you have a chance to speak with your family or friends who may have been present tonight watching the stream?
You know, what was really crazy is that it was the most open they have ever been. It's really funny. You know, I think that there's the elements of social pressure, right? So like when there's more people, it's like my family could see like, oh, so there are other people who really think like he does, you know, instead of me bringing it up at like a family gathering where I'm like, no, you don't understand, demiurge. And they're like, what the fuck? So I think, yeah, they were actually more reciprocal to it via this avenue.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I think that's really important, Dan. It's like kind of just wash away all the technicalities of everything, because the biggest lesson I learned in my journey, and I'm sure many of us can relate, is that like if you bombard someone with information, like say, hey, look at NDEs, hey, look at pre-birth memories, hey, look at this, look at that, reincarnation, all this stuff, it gets overwhelming. You know, hey, look at the truth and how you've been deceived in the media with, you know, ABC and XYZ. It gets overwhelming. And like we tend to want to scream from the rafters saying, hey, it's here, it's in your face, can you just look at it? But we're not thinking about how it comes off to those that are still not really awakened to how the world really works. So I think slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, I think slow and steady, and also like with that compassion I was talking about earlier, it seems to do me well, because sometimes I do come off as like angry and condescending, and like there's no way that people can, because it's just so much information that the only it passes through this little funnel, and like by the time it just gets out the muffler of my mouth, it's just like I'm just like so not angry, but just a little too much. So and I also there's still things that freak me out, right? That like it's like, oh, that's yet another thing about this matrix that I thought I could enjoy that is really corrupted, you know. So I try to remember that like there are still things that freak me out, you know. Like, you know, oh, did you know about Tartaria? What? Well, basically all history is a lie. Since, oh shit, okay. And then World's Fair, you know, and all that, and it's like, whoa, and then it just kind of blows my mind all over again. So like I just think the depth of this matrix and the lies are just like so deep that there are still things that take me off guard. Yeah. So I just try to remember that, because, and if I'm talking to someone who doesn't even know any of it, they could have gotten a certain procedure over the past couple of years, and you know, they're just very much in the program. Imagine what it would be like for them. Probably a tidal wave. So yeah.
And even with the whole Tartaria thing, it's obvious that there is a lost history to what's going on. The only issue I have is like how everything is kind of under the umbrella of Tartaria, when there are clearly multiple cultures, multiple worldwide cultures that have spread the realm. And like even we see with ancient buildings where there are multiple layers of ancient architecture on top of one another, almost like they're repurposing these buildings, but still very well crafted. but you know, Tartaria is a good term to put out there because we can all relate to it. We all know what the reference is. But yeah, I mean, it's I mean, just the advancement in technology, how everything is just kind of gone full steam ahead in the last, what, not even a couple hundred years. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's anyone who looks at that should be able to say, hey, something's weird here. How did it escalate so fast?
Yeah, there's someone mentioned like Jay Warren in the comments, Tartaria may be a psyop, and I think so too. I think that's where I
I
really
think
freak
so.
out.
Yeah.
It's like just when I think something is kind of like the way that I that it always kind of goes through my filter is like once something gets to a certain critical mass of popularity and it's not being firewalled by the system, it's just suspect to me. It's like, you know, and I hate to bring this polarized. Well, no, I won't. But there's just some figures who I see who are just really polarizing in the whole left-right thing. And one of them in particular actually refers to the Matrix as the Matrix, and he is an agent himself. So the layers get very tricky, and I think that's where it gets kind of like, it just gets, you got to be strong, I think, spiritually, mentally, to just understand that the deceptions can go so deep.
Insane.
Yeah. And like you were saying, one point that you tried to get across earlier when I was speaking is about that this has happened throughout history, just in a different way. And I definitely know that, you know, it was the town square person, whatever, 100 years ago, 300, 400 years ago, it was like this. Yeah. It's like there's every cycle of humanity. It has just a different version based on that time frame. And this version obviously being technology where it's all being censored and propaganda to the highest extent. And I wouldn't even consider this technology that good. Like we consider it's amazing. Like, wow, smartphones and 5G, and I can voice chat with someone across the world. It's like, well, in my estimation, this technology has already been in the works, and they're just releasing it piecemeal. And just to go with the Tartaria metaphor, even though it could be a psyop.
Sure. Yeah, we all know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Imagine if the Tartaria technology kind of took off, and instead of smartphones, we had like teleportation or something. Like our world could just be vastly different than what it is now, but it's not, because it's meant to be in control like this. And I think that's the ultimate point, is that it's just meant to be like this. It's the script. It's the deterministic AI computer that only has a task to complete in a very indifferent, emotionless way, despite suffering, perhaps.
Sure. No, I think what it does is we have these continual scripts that run, and what it does is it builds up society to a certain level, and then it's a little too close for comfort. And I've even speculated that perhaps we don't just have realm-wide resets, but maybe even regional resets, like where society is becoming a little more enlightened than the Matrix is comfortable with. And so what does it do? It causes a disaster in a region or multiple regions or the whole realm. Or maybe the technology is getting too far gone, too close to comfort for the Matrix, that it doesn't want us to realize the potential that not only we have, but the potential that we have to explore beyond here. Like, for instance, maybe a device that can cause instant astral projection, instant out-of-body experiences, whatever you want to call it, and really be able to do diligent research just in this realm's hidden realms, the layers that are right in front of us that only that we're kind of blocked from because of our because of the human body, because our perception is so limited to a certain amount of senses. Like just the visual spectrum alone, I mean, it's been proven that the visual spectrum is massive, and we're just sitting here like, twiddling our thumbs like, oh, well, this is what we got. And this is what we got to accept. When there are entities, there are things going around us, every single one of us sitting here right now in our homes or wherever we're at, and there are things all around us at this very moment, and we just can't see them. We can't perceive them. but they're there. I mean, and just, you know, having access to something like that, maybe being able to interact with not just real entities, but the AI, putting it to the test, seeing its seeing where you can exploit it. I mean, there are so many possibilities that we can't even fathom because of the limitations that come with just being a human.
And that's one reason, to speak on that, why I like ghost hunting shows, because I think that's a perfect example of how pop culture kind of makes more stupid the idea of things being all around us in a spiritual nature. They put it through this frame of like ghost hunting, and like this spirit is haunting this hospital because of XYZ, and like they make it scary and like hell's portal. But really, if I was ghost hunting, I would walk into maybe I'll go in and I'll make a TV show, a little YouTube channel about it, and I'll just go in there and be like, hey, if there are souls, spirits here who know about anything related to archons, could you please speak? Or I would ask them questions that aren't just like, who killed you? Or like those really earthly questions that it's like, if you have the opportunity to actually speak to a quote unquote spirit that may just be 1 degree to the left outside of our 5 senses, I would ask more poignant philosophical questions. But all these shows instead make it scary and make it seem like these spirits are always threatening. And it's like, no, I think they can't really do anything, and that's clear. So why not? I mean, like attachments and things like that, people claim, and you know, I buy that to a degree, but because perhaps people let it happen, they don't say no, they don't say fuck off. You do not have permission to attach to me.
Damn right.
And I want to see someone go into a really haunted location and be like, like, I know that you're still in the Matrix, but what's your Matrix experience like as opposed to mine and in the body? That's what I would ask, and see what a spirit had to say about that. I think it'd be an interesting question. And yeah, the Tartari, the only reason I bring that up is like, it gets really muddy and debatable and psyopy. I only bring that up because I think there's a lot of layers to like work through to get to the point of realizing this Matrix is ultimately a place that one must escape. There's so many psyops happening that there's layers to the onion upon layer upon layer upon layer. And just that word Tartari and that whole idea is just, it's just an example of one of those layers that is also a gaslighty thing. There's a lot of gaslighting. So yeah, it's really hard to navigate your way about this Matrix. So I think that's when it comes to what you say. It just comes down to centering yourself, ultimately. And then, you know, clarity now, right? As that little phrase, clarity now, something that can help you with all of the gaslighting and deception that goes on.
Totally with you, my friend. Totally
real or fake conspiracy. I mean, it's all mixed now. All mixed.
Well, they blur the lines. I mean, they send out their minions to continue to control our minds. It's
right.
Incredible how deep it goes, but no more.
Right. Yeah.
Can I say a little something on that?
Please do. Yeah, please do.
Just a little smidget. I mean, you know, for me in my time, in my journey, you know, if I ever feel that there's something that I just really want, family or maybe there's close friends, that to kind of think beyond, you know, something that's kind of a place where I'm at personally, you know. But basically what I've kind of learned is that people are where they are for a reason. And to do anything where you're giving them information, giving them data that, you know, certain people just aren't ready for, it could be tough. You know, I've been there. It could be even on the smallest scale, you know, just going back to the cult days, you know, and what's the easiest thing we say? What's the easiest thing you could relate it to that people can understand? Abusive relationship. And what's the easiest thing you relate pretty much all this to? I pretty much say the same thing: an abusive relationship.
You are spot on, man. Spot on.
And you think, you know, isn't it? Can't you see that he's hitting you? He's slapping you. She's spitting on you. She's tearing you down. Why can't you just leave? Why can't you see it? Because they think they deserve it. They're just not ready to see that you don't deserve this. You don't have to go through this. And just a basic thing. Everyone can do what they need to do for themselves. But it's just something that I thought I'd throw out there is people will do what they need to do when they're ready. And we've all been there. We kind of, I'm sure so many of us fought tooth and nail even to, just to accept the awareness that something like this was even possible, that most of us didn't even want this to be true. I sure as hell didn't. I mean, I fought. I was like, no freaking, just no. I can't even. There was a time I couldn't. It's new age crap. I couldn't even go there. There's just no way. Even though I knew in my heart, it's like the world's a cult. There's something going on. I know it, but I wasn't ready. It took time to unravel. It was unraveling myself. So
starts with you, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So to each their own, and do what you feel you need to do for yourself and for others. But I'm trying to say, keep in mind that people need their own time and their own space to become more aware in their own path. Yeah.
So true. So true. I really appreciate you sharing that with us. Okay, so what I wanted to do is get to the last giveaway briefly. This one is for 3 books total. There will be 3 winners, and the first winner gets to pick whatever book of the 3 they like first. The second gets to pick the remaining 2, and then the last one has the last book remaining. So what we're going to do is spin the wheel and see who wins the first choice, then the second choice, and then the last book. So, all right, we're going to spin 3 names right now. And then just respond in the chat if your name is called after the 3 names are called. And good luck, everybody. Let's do this. Let's spin this shit up. Here we go. And the first winner is... Okay, KCMC. All right, so what we're going to do is spin the wheel 1 more time, or 2 more times. Congratulations, KCMC. And the next winner is... Noah. Congratulations, Noah. You are the second winner of the book selection. And we are going for the 3rd and final winner of the evening. Good luck, everybody. Let's see. Here we go. The 3rd and final winner of the stream. Infinite Corridors. Congratulations, my friend. Okay, so KCMC has first choice. So if you'd like to let me know which book you would prefer, I will set it aside for you. So just as a reminder, you have 3 books to choose from. The first would be George Orwell's 1984. The second book is The Light Beyond, New Explorations by the author of Life After Life, Dr. Raymond Moody. And then the last book is Daniel Brinkley's At Peace in the Light. It's about his near-death experience. We've actually covered his NDE here. So what I'm going to do is look in the chat and see if KCMC is here. If anyone happens to see them, please let me know. So KCMC, you have first choice. And if they don't respond, then what we'll do is we'll then go to the next winner, which is Noah. And whoever is here can get to pick their book, whatever book they prefer. Thank you, Nav. Great to see you, my friend. Thanks, Dusty. Great to see you too, my friend. All right. So what we'll do, I'm not sure if everyone is around, but I guess I'd like to be fair. And so what we'll do is we'll give the 3 winners a few days to respond in the comment section. So remember, again, it's KCMC is the first winner and can pick whichever book they'd like out of this. And then there's Noah and then Infinite Corridors. So please leave a message in the comment section after the stream if you've happened to go to sleep or something. And then let me know which book you'd like. And if I don't hear from everyone, I know Infinite Corridors is here. So if I don't hear from everyone, what we can do is we can always do a drawing again on another day. So I know Infinite Corridors is here. I don't want to make any promises, my friend, but what book would you prefer if you had the choice to pick? And then what I'll do is I'll take a note and put it on the book. Is Noah or KCMC here? Okay. So what we'll do is I'll just wait to see if anyone pops up in the chat, and we'll go back to our final segment inside of the open panel discussion. Oops. There we go. Let me try and get this up here. Okay, psychic book, Infinite Corridors. I will write that down, my friend. If I could get the Zoom thing up. Okay, so does anyone have any final thoughts? We'll hang around for maybe another 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, however long it goes. I know the Vegan Skeptic wanted to chime in earlier, but he's been helping with the contest in the background.
I'm good now on my end.
Okay, thank you for your help. I really appreciate it, my friend. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah. When Vince was talking about the consent thing, that's really piqued my curiosity, because I look at that issue in a different way, and the way basically I see it is that I believe we all start off in a obviously mind wipe state here. Not many people remember their memories, right? And then we often we get programmed right away with often the life scripts and contracts we agree on with the AI system, and then of course the environment, the family, the country, wherever we grow up usually shapes us. And it's also interesting how when we look into the astrology and numerology, how much those things often describe us the way we are as well. And this is one of the reasons I believe why the topic of free will versus determinism is a famous topic, because at the end of the day we all do what we want to do. And even some some people they say how I like this color, right? I like this thing, but then why do you like it, right? The question of why. And then often that's the way they are. It's almost like a script and programming that's there, and they either picked on their life script or whatever, or the system picked it for themselves. But then you usually talk like, okay, but so people says, I can do whatever I want to do. I can do this today. But then do you do those? You know, like at the end of the day, you always do what you want to do. And that's the interesting thing, because the color you love is different than the color the other person loves. And so the way I see it is that, you know, basically the fewer like the people know about their real selves, like the real powers, you know, what kind of place we live in, and then I believe the more people will get off from their deterministic paths. Because as far as I see it, like we almost all of us usually start off in this awkward deterministic path that was kind of scripted for us, and then usually once with the messages, with everything we look into, then we start to break our loops basically. And I think also that breaking the loop of our basically reincarnations is directly related with the breaking the loop of our deterministic ways, which I think again only can happen with the new knowledge that can change basically our perspectives, desires, and wants. So this is why I believe the more people will learn about themselves, like their limitless powers via deep meditation, lucid dreaming, astral projections, and the more they'll basically then will be able to block the external influences, and the more then they'll derail from like set life scripts, and thus, you know, the more free will basically they'll have, right? Kind of like how Westworld robots did when, you know, realizing that there was a script involved, and then they started breaking their loops. And I believe this is the same way that we are basically doing, and especially like for people who experience like astral projection, realizing that they are not just a physical being, then you know, this goes to show to people that, oh wow, this is like, why am I not being, you know, told this? Like why then, you know, it's clear to see why are there so many distractions, you know, that's out there to basically block us from this. So basically I just don't think, you know, one can really explore this topic in a deep way, like determinism versus free will and the consent thing, without, you know, really experiencing our real self, basically, right? Or our like, or the one step closer to our self, which is non-physical, not physical. And especially what I said before, when it comes to going even beyond astral projection, going to that 15 out of 10 lucidity, then basically I see that the game is over. You know, then people can realize, especially why they were put on a deterministic path, so that they could basically keep on repeating the loops. But because of our real spirits, us, you know, us being real spirits, open-minded, often usually like questioning our environment, then we start to break the loops. So this is why I don't see the issue of free will versus determinism as like, you know, 100% free will versus 100% determinism. I see it as basically like a scale that changes its direction based on the knowledge and experience of the individual. And this is why I always, you know, talk about all the destruction and focusing, you know, on oneself and improving upon the knowledge and spiritual powers, which are basically the only things that we are going to take away to afterlife at the end of the day anyway. So and then there's also the other thing that this system obviously kind of cheats, you know, with whether it's hypnotizing, whether it's like other things. But especially if we were to master our consciousness via everything I mentioned, meditation, lucid dreaming, astral projection, that's I believe the best thing that can definitely give us the upper hand. And yeah, that's definitely the final doors to open, as you always say, Mark.
Sure. Yeah, it's it really is. And when you see how we're completely programmed, and the deck is stacked against us to leave our bodies and explore, it really says a lot. It's really about the big picture, about it's everything. When you combine everything that goes on here, everything that goes on in the astral, and how we are completely programmed to be afraid of leaving our bodies, how there's like this whole crazy vibrational feeling that is meant to distract you and maybe concern you or strike fear in you. It just, everything combined, it's a perfect storm that just shows the roadmap of how this place is just the biggest hatchet job imaginable. I mean, it's not just one thing. It's so many things. And then when you look at it with the big picture, it's couldn't be more obvious what's going on, but it takes the individual to question it and be unrelenting about it and say, hey, what the hell is going on? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And then you see how everything is crafted to distract and attach and strike the fear, guilt, shame matrix components all through us throughout our lives from cradle to grave. It's all there. It's all in our face, but it just, I don't know. It's just it's total, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
So,
insanity. Yeah,
yeah.
and the emotions, right? Like all these emotions that this dualistic system created, it's just how much of a poison they are. You know, we notice this in the near-death experiences, whether it's love bombing or whether it's hell-like experiences. But the biggest of them is like, again, this love, of course, but on the other end, especially the fear. You know, like it's basically the biggest mind virus there is out there, and it's interesting how this system often implements fear on when it comes to astral projection topic, how with the horror movies you often is about this topic, right? Where if you leave your body, you're gonna get possessed, and then or you like it's always these scare tactics.
Everything's
that they use.
evil. You know, it's evil. It's demonic to go outside your body.
Yeah, definitely. And this is why like I really advice, like just don't pay attention to these like fear tactics. And once you especially realize, like I remember when I first started lucid dreaming, I was having all the synchronistic dreams, which I talked about in our first talk, right? Like 11 everywhere. And then, but then once I realized what's really going on, then often the nightmares start. And then, now that I'm becoming lucid in my nightmares, then I kind of notice, like I run to the monster, I run to whatever the fear room is, whatever that place is, and nothing really happens. And at the end of the day, they can't really do nothing to basically, they can't really do anything to our, our consciousness, rather, right? Our conscious mind, like astral body or whatever. And this is why, definitely, like I would recommend everyone to look into lucid dreaming. I have talked about this topic a lot on our first video with Mark. You can check that out. And other than that, like there's a website called let me look that up again. I mentioned this before, but it's called remspace.net. So it's remspace.net. And this Michael Rodrigo definitely, I believe, teaches the best technique out there, and he does it for free. His ebook is free, his videos are free, and it's just definitely the best technique that made me basically just see like 9 lucid dreams in a row. And it's like these techniques are out there. These like plan B's, C's are out there for us. It's really not as hard as before. Now we know the best techniques that work for everyone, and this is why I believe like we should definitely practice these things so that we can give ourselves an upper hand on on afterlife, to not get tricked ever again, especially if the system decides to cheat and use hypnosis and all this other stuff. Now we can have more lucidity to counter that, if we practice these things and just master our consciousness, basically.
Well said, man. Well said. And it really, it's all about finding what works for you, but there's so many techniques out there. I still have trouble getting out, but I've been having a little bit of success more with lucid dreaming, I guess, than full-fledged astral projection or OBE, but it can be done. It just takes a lot of dedication, and some people can more easily do it than others. So it's really you got to find what works for you.
And this is where intention comes in the big way, because I know a lot of people who just with pure intention, right? pure intention, they do astral projection. And this is why I also believe why, as a child, they basically scare us with nightmares, some of us, so that we, with the pure childhood intention, we say, oh, I don't want to remember these dreams. And then that's what happens to us, right? Even though everyone sees 5 to 7 dreams a night, nobody really remembers them. But yeah, definitely, there's a lot of techniques out there. But again, like as a summary, the best thing I've ever ran across is basically what they say as the wake back to bed method. And the way this works is basically because after 5 hours, like 5 hours is all our brain needs to rest. Then when you set an alarm for 5 hours, wake up and do some activities like maybe listening to your journaled dreams from the memo app, or this is what I do, for example, and you get off your bed basically. And then especially if you do, let's say, mugwort tea, blue lotus tea, dream herb tea, right? And then you go back to sleep with the pure intention that you will lucid dream. And then especially if you go back to sleep and then you maybe sleep 180 degrees differently, like you put your head where you used to put like your foot to, and then you also sleep in an awkward position, like let's say you can't sleep on your back, then you try to sleep normally until you feel really sleepy and try to sleep on your back, then you will notice super, like, you'll become very lucid. And because of you doing the wake back to bed method, you basically removed your druggish effect that we have after we wake up. And then now that our brains are rested, because after 5 hours it's all done, right? Then you go back to also REM cycles that are the highest, like most amount of REM cycles there is, since the deep sleep, non-REM sleep is finished with. And then you can, in the REM cycles, it's very easy to, because you can see vivid dreams, unlike the non-REM cycles where dreams are usually darker and less vivid. Then it's very easy to become lucid in them, especially if you do like reality checks on real life. You focus on the now with meditations. You basically pay attention to all these, like plugging your nose to do a reality check, asking, am I dreaming? And, combining all of this with the phase method that Michael Rodrigo teaches on the remspace.net via his, free book, the phase. And it's just, which is basically not moving as soon as you wake up, It's just so easy to transfer lucid dreams into astral projections, because you just basically maybe fall backwards until you feel yourself in your bed, but you don't move. And then you do the methods like rope, climbing the rope, or like swinging from left and right on the yamak, or imagining these type of techniques. Then it's truly like, because you don't move when you go back to your bed, you can trick your brain that it's still sleeping, especially if you don't turn back, you don't move your eyes, you don't open them, which sleep mask also helps with this. And yeah, like these combining these back to bed method and what's talked about in the phase, which is train your body to not move when you wake up. We are doing like practices every, like a few times a day, just imagining that you basically woke up, and then you start doing some practices. I also talked about this on the first video I did with Mark. All you need to do, basically search just the Vegan Skeptic on Mark's channel, and you'll see that video. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely, I believe, the most important topic there is, like after realizing the soul trap,
Sure. And I think achieving out of body experiences, realizing that you have the true power within, and it's just up to us to kind of explore that, realize it, and then say, hey, wow, yeah, this really is all smoke and mirrors, and I am way more powerful than this system is kind of tried to portray me as. And well, the world kind of opens up, and you realize just how much control you have. But the meat suit is our limitation. Our belief system, our attachments are our limitations. And it's just time that we all wake up and realize that it's all there. And even if it takes someone months, years to achieve this ability to go out of body, like I've gone out of body with meditation, with deep meditation, it's incredible. Like you do realize like that you control the whole show. Yeah, do you end up going back to your body? Yeah, sure, you do. But The point is you at least have these moments of lucidity and firm inner knowing that you control the game. You control your afterlife completely. And I think it's so important that if someone's kind of questioning things like, oh, well, do I really have this power? Am I really a creator being? Can I really manipulate situations and get out of situations if they're weird or demonic or evil, or just that I'm bored and I don't want to be there, or it's too happy or loving, whatever the case may be? Yeah, it's all there. It's all there. It's just that we have to tap into it. So if you need to get there, you can. It just might take a little hard work, and it might require a little adjustment of a lifestyle, but put the intention behind it. If you put the intention there, if you're dedicated, even if you dedicate a few months, a few years, like, you'll get there, and you'll get successes to confirm everything we're talking about. And also wanted to ask, I think someone in the chat was inquiring, Vegan Skeptic, about the website you were referring to. I think it was about the lucid dreaming or OBEs. Do you want to?
Yep, I'll post
give that to everyone?
There. Definitely, yep. It's ramscape.net, but I'll post it on the chat right now.
Sure.
Ramscape. Anyway, it may take a while. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm going to drop Peter's website. Peter's website is in the chat as well, so feel free to swing by and check it out. He's been working on it for a while and was having issues, I guess, leaving it yesterday because of good old YouTube. I want to also welcome, while we're waiting for Vegan Skeptic, Chloe. Thank you so much for continuing and joining the Last Timers Club. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And just so everyone knows, and to kind of put it out there, there will be some Last Timers Club giveaways in the monthly members live stream at the end of the month. So there are a few more things coming your way if you're around at and in the live stream at the end of the month. And if you're interested in joining, there is information available in the description tab. Levels 2 and higher get access to monthly members live streams, as well as a year's worth of past live streams where we do deep dives every month into topics relating to the Matrix, reincarnation, soul trap, and about overall betterment of your lives and those around you who are receptive. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. And thank you, Vegan Skeptic. You dropped in that website as well.
I have also dropped in another. It's called so the website is ramspace.net, not scape. But and the YouTube link I posted is actually of a free playlist course called Lucidology 101. Yes. And these two go into this the phase basically method of not moving when you training your body to not move, to basically catch that sleep paralysis state, and then you initiate astral projection or lucid dreaming from there on. And we normally, like I would say, like you said, it could take months and years, but believe me, like if you guys do all of these methods right, like if you just read like his free ebook, for example, on the ramspace.net and do the techniques and then do it with the one I told you about, this wake back to bed method, then it's just a matter of times. Like it starts off with you remembering more and more dreams, then all of a sudden you start to become lucid in them, and then you start to basically level up your avatar from then on and just kind of learn more and more what you can do, which is basically anything that you can imagine you can do there. You can turn the building into a car, you can ride the building as a car while you are just looking outside the window. You can just walk on top of the car. You can be any superhero you want. I was a Spider-Man, for example, for in some of my dreams, very fun. And you can turn into any animal you want and experience from their perspective of view, like what ants see, what lions type would see. And it's just so fun because 1/3 of our lives just spent in this blank, non-remembrance, mind-wiped dreaming state, right? Where most people don't remember their dreams. But once you take back the control and just stop basically these dream simulations that are made by AI, which are basically created so that we don't become lucid in them and that we get distracted. Once you basically get past that and stop these, like, realize that all these distractions and just avoid them and become lucid in them and just go deep, like higher and higher, we are going within and just increasing the lucidity, then creating anything that you want, turn the dream to anything you want. It's just so fun that every day I look forward to sleeping. And it's just like it's like a fantasy movie, action movie. It can be anything, and it's very interesting and very fun. It added a lot of joy to my life, and it's very interesting.
You become God, basically.
Exactly,
you are God. Yeah, it's so fun, man. You can you can dream of if you want. Like I was having a lucid dream, and ghosts were invading my home, like evil entities. But I was like kicking their ass. Like it was so fun, man, because I knew they were all fake. And so, yeah, you can do, you are all powerful. You can kick the ass
right,
of
brother.
whatever you want.
Exactly.
So you are the strongest. It is your dream, your realm, and you do whatever you want. There is no one that can mess with you.
Well said. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And Christian asked, do you think there are any risk with lucid dreaming? And no, basically, as far as I see, you just, like, once you take back the control, once you avoid the distractions, once you don't consent to, especially with the entities you see, to go somewhere or do whatever they want you to do, like, you just avoid all that, and then you just focus on yourself, your own creations, then I don't see any risk, basically, right? And even with the entities and all this stuff, like, as long as you don't consent to anything, like, especially once you become lucid, and the stuff I talked about, like, I don't see anything other than you waking up a little bit tired or not. Well, it depends, but it doesn't happen to me. I'm, like, often very energized when I wake up from a lucid dream because it's just so exciting that it's incredible. Like, wow, like, I was in an action movie, I was in a fantasy movie, I was, like, experiencing these insane things that no movies even showed out there. Like, it's insane somehow how high tech or high fantasy, or how these dreams can get. And once you control them, once you have the lucidity to change, have the free will, basically, to change the perspective or the way the dream goes, then it becomes even more fun. Then you are the one who's in control. But especially if you advance to the levels of astral projection and then to the God mode that I talked about, then I think that should be, I believe, the main goal for us, to realize the kind of power we truly have and why the system wants to keep us here, to basically suck our creative energy out of us, to just keep that under control instead of it basically becoming free.
Well said. Couldn't agree more. Okay, so what I wanted to do is get to infinite quarters. I did write that down, and I may have missed Noah. I don't know if he responded earlier or not. So Noah, if you're still here, if you could let me know which book you'd prefer. And if I don't hear from KCMC, then I will do another drawing for another book, but it would go Noah for the first book selection, then Infinite Corridors, and then a new winner if KCMC is not around. So what I'm going to do is go to some questions really quick, and then we're going to probably get close to wrapping things up. So let's see. Someone asked earlier, and I'm sorry, I usually save the name, but I didn't. I know you were a new member, and I thank you for joining. The question was, Mark, what I wanted to ask you is why you use the moon keyhole symbol in your intro video. Yeah, there's a story behind that, okay? Okay, might be a little long, but all right, so when I first started getting into the soul trap, I remember running across a video by John Lear. Now, you know, John Lear himself, there's a lot of issues with him, all right, and he has since passed, but he basically said that the moon is a soul harvesting station. And mixed in with that, it's kind of like, hey, it's the soul trap thing, right? But there really wasn't much information on it at the time, like about the soul trap. He just said it. And of course you had David Icke talking about the Saturn moon matrix. All right. Now, mind you, these are two individuals that, at the time, I listened, I heard what they said and kind of moved along. Okay. They were part of my journey, but it stuck out in my head and I'm like, what's this obsession with the moon? And of course you have all the sun symbolism too that's rampant around the realm. And so I moved along, but those things always stuck in my head. And then you realize how the moon and sun symbolism are just everywhere. And then I started filming the moon, filming the stars, filming the quote unquote planets and the sun with a P900 camera. That's actually how the channel started. The very early days of the channel, I was filming the moon, the stars, the so-called planets, the sun, and interacting with orbs, like even summoning orbs. And I came to the realization that, yeah, we are in some sort of enclosed system. All right. But with that being said, I really wanted to find out answers for myself. And so I filmed the moon just obsessively. I'm talking almost every day, or at least 4 or 5 times a week for a few years, probably like, I don't know, 2-3 years, non-stop. And I had this odd connection with the moon. Now, mind you, this all was occurring with the knowledge of what John Lear said, what Icke said, and and I still had to learn lessons and discernment about information that was being passed along on the internet. So, at the time, it's just part of my growth period. So when I'm talking about these people, I don't feel the same as I do today about them as I did back then. Just want to make that clear. But I started to realize that, yeah, that the moon is not what we think. It's not. It's a very weird thing. Whatever the hell is going on there, it's, if I had to guess what the moon is, it's something like a hologram. I don't think at all for 1 minute that the moon is a physical object. I don't think anything can land on it. Could the sun, the moon, the stars, the so-called planets be portals? Maybe. Could they be part of the trap system? Maybe. I just didn't know. And all I did know is that we were being lied to in a big way. And so when you kind of combined everything together, I created that intro video that I've used almost since the beginning of the channel. I had the keyhole, and then opened up and the moon was at the center of the keyhole, because I felt that the moon was a big answer in all of this. To this day, I'm not sure exactly what is going on with the moon, but it is a white light. The sun is also a golden light. I know some people like to say that there is the white light and the false light and this and that. Well, the one thing I'll say to those out there talking about that is that I feel all of these lights fall under the deception. Okay? Because I have seen blue lights, golden lights, orange lights, white lights, purplish lights. I mean, there are all sorts of different lights that can appear in NDEs. Now, what's the most common? Obviously, the white light, okay? But there are still other types of lights that appear. Now, this is just a theory of mine, but could the moon actually be the white light? Maybe. If you think about the image of DreamWorks, what do you have? You have a child at the moon with what? A fishing line. Okay, so, and what is it doing? In my opinion, it's representing fishing for souls. Okay, is that what it means? I don't know, but it sure hell seems to be in our face. But adding on top of all that, you have, again, all these stars, the sun, the moon, the planets, so-called planets, all this stuff out there. Now, this system is massive that we're in, okay? And if I had to guess, I would think that this system is going to have plan A, B, C, all the way to Z, and then start the alphabet all over again times a zillion, and make sure that it had everything necessary checked off so that it had the maximum success rate possible for when someone is born and when someone dies. Specifically when someone dies, because if you're being born here, you're already screwed. You're in the system, and you're going to have to find your way out. And maybe it'll be this lifetime, maybe 1,000. It doesn't matter. Once you're here, you're here. But when you die, that's when everything comes to a head, right? And so why would a system not have multiple exit point strategies available to it? Well, think about it. Like we were talking about earlier, just the thought of, if the system has to do regional resets or realm-wide resets, do you think that the system may want to have some backups available, like the stars? Most of the stars are white. Some of them, like Sirius and the planets, are different colors and stuff like that, but there's a lot of white lights in the sky, and the moon being the biggest. So wouldn't you think that maybe the system would want to have a bunch of portals available in case it does need to do something like a realm-wide reset, or if it starts to get something like overflow? Too many people are passing at a certain given time, so it needs overflow based on where you live, based on maybe how many are passing at the time. I mean, so many different scenarios. Maybe there's a mini disaster, like an earthquake or a fire that spreads throughout a whole city or a part of a city, and there's a lot of death and destruction, and a lot of people pass. Or multiple pileups. I mean, you could think of all sorts of reasons why this could be possible. And so, I don't know exactly how everything works in terms of if there are multiple lights or this or that, but I think the moon plays a big component. The moon also affects, this is well documented, it affects how people act, how people feel. I've spoken with enough nurses and doctors, not tons, but enough, and other nurses and doctors, if you have some in your family, or if you just research and look at what some of their statements are, they will say that if it's a full moon or getting close to a full moon, hospital visits crank up and crazy goes off the charts. All right. During that period, you know, you have the tides, you have even reproductive cycles can be affected by the moon. All right. So add all that in together. It's clear that the moon plays a major role in something. So I feel that there is a big answer there. I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel there's something massive behind the moon and how this whole reality works. So part of my intro was to put that out there, to show that the keyhole, that I feel like there are a lot of answers zooming in on the moon and putting that question out there, like, hey, the moon, there's something to it. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's a lot of symbolism behind it. And we can also kind of veer off and go to the Truman Show. I know we talked about it earlier, but you know, Truman, what's he doing? His whole life is scripted. It's set up. He's being hoodwinked, you know, from day one. And all he wants to do is get the hell out of this place he's at and go visit what, Bora Bora or whatever the hell it is. All right. And everything is thrown in his path to prevent him from seeking liberation. And all he's doing is using his free will over and over and over to get what he wants. And then at the end, he reaches the facade that is the dome, crashes into it with the boat. And who sends down that storm before he crashes into that? Christoph. And where is he? In the moon. The control center. The control center's in the moon. And then Christoph is talking to him when Truman's about to leave. And Truman's like, hell no, I'm out of here. Goes out the door. And Christoph is acting like a god figure. He feels he's a god. Or if it's up to him, he knows he's a god. So there's a lot to the moon. Tons and tons and tons to the moon. So yeah. So I hope that kind of answers it. I think I did see, and I apologize whoever asked the question.
Can I add something regarding the moon?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, jump on in, Vince.
So the so-called craters of the moon, they are named after lakes. They have lake names.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the moon could be a projection of something solid, some land. Some suggest that it could be a projection of Earth.
Yes,
maybe.
I've heard that. Yeah.
I don't know, but it seems like the fact that they named it the craters, they have lake names. It indicates to me that it could be like a realm, a physical thing projected. So maybe some place where a so-called God could be, I don't know, or just a projection of the earth, so that the fishing of the souls symbolism could be that the moon represents earth and then the souls are trapped here. I don't know. Any of you have an idea regarding the lake thing?
Yeah, I think I looked into how Earth could be a possible projection of the or the moon can be a projection of Earth, and I know what channel you're talking about, and I gotta be honest, I think his research is a bit shoddy. I find how he makes a point in something and then quickly pans, like I was comparing what he was saying, like he's showing us maps, you know, world maps of certain regions, and then saying, okay, here on the moon, this is a reflection of this area on Earth. And he would quickly fly past that, and the channel is pretty well known. There's 2 channels that are talking about it, or at least that last I was aware of, and I wasn't really convinced. But you could put out the theory that, you know, Earth's land masses have changed, right? And maybe it was a certain way. Maybe that's the way it was in the beginning, or this or that. But overall, I find it very difficult. And I'd ask anyone out there who's looked into this and feels convinced to maybe go and take a look at it, because I when I look at their research, I think there's a lot of holes in it. But does that mean, you know, that it's not true? No. I mean, if you had, because there is some slight resemblances in some of them. The names though, Vince, are interesting. You know, the crater names, that I'm totally with you on that. I mean, that's pretty fascinating, and how that was talked about. But I don't know. What do you think about the comparisons, Vince, between, you know, like when they compare the land masses from the moon to Earth? Like, did you slow him down? And because he really skips. It's like he's building up to this grand point, comparing the two, and then he just kind of, you know, pushes the video fast, so that, you know, it's like, oh, he just kind of like automatic agreement, like, which really, you know, I gotta say, for, you know, he's slow to build up these points, and then throws these comparisons with Earth and the moon, and then he like flies past them. And unless you're stopping the video or slowing him down to 0.25 times, it's a bit you know, it's easy to kind of get caught in that. So, but what do you think? I mean, I'm generally curious, because I know a lot of people are, you know, connect with that stuff. So I'm just curious what you think about the comparisons between the 2 land masses of Earth and the moon.
Yeah, so I've seen several channels talk about it long ago, a few years ago. So I don't remember. I've just come across several people. I don't even remember the channels, but I found it interesting, but didn't dig deeper than that. And then I stumbled upon Wikipedia for the names of the creators. I don't know why and how I stumbled upon this while doing some research, and yeah, I was like, what the fuck? They're all lakes. Why? But no, honestly, I don't remember why would these people say that it is the Earth, and about the comparisons and their reasons to their claim. I don't know. I have no idea if this is true or not. So yeah.
Well, if you ask anybody about it, then the Matrix will most certainly provide and I use air quotes, rational explanation. Well, that's because scientists, you know, when they're naming, I always feel like this Matrix is ready and expecting your question. I've experienced that, and it's fucking maddening, right? And you'll have people like, why you looking so, that's deep, bro. Why are you looking so far into it? And I'm like, what? You know.
Okay, can we get like can we get a consensus here to everyone who's looked at here? You know, let me take a poll. Can we get a consensus, not just here in the chat, but I mean in the voice call, but in a poll. Do you think there is something to the moon versus Earth map comparisons, I guess?
And also, Mark, just your words on the moon and like your research, like that's definitely like really, for me, where you really shine with me. It's like you did all the legwork with that, and it really makes sense to me. It's really interesting speculation, and I can certainly get behind it.
Yeah, there's a lot there. There's a lot there, and I know someone just asked. I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was, but they asked if I saw the lunar wave. I saw something I like to term the lunar scanner, which I'll play the video on mute and we can keep talking. But I'm gonna pop it up here. It's one of the most insane captures I've ever come across, and I saw this with my own eyes too. So. Make of it what you will, but it was crazy.
It's also important to keep in mind that we were talking about how the Mandela effect is really heating up in our other server, and there was a guy who said that there's a lot of geographical Mandela effect things happening, not just like brand name words. So like, for example, I guess the Statue of Liberty is in New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, not New York, but some people remember it being in New York. So it's almost as if this like matrix can retroactively change geography too. Yeah.
Wait, you're saying the Statue of Liberty is in New Jersey?
That's what he said, and I looked it up. I believe the Statue of Liberty is in the border of New Jersey when the state dividing line. Yeah, I believe so.
It's Ellis Island, isn't it? Ellis Island, New York.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but maybe that's one example I'm actually not right about, but
that'd be crazy.
Let me look it up, or someone could. Yeah, apparently he said it was New Jersey. It used to be New York.
Yeah, that would be difficult. I mean, I've been there. I mean, it's should be Ellis Island, New York, but I mean, yeah, that would be wild. That would be a tough one. But yeah, look it up. You never. I mean, this reality is a crackpot, so who knows?
It seems like everyone has its own moon and own sun. Like it's relative to the person looking at it. You know what I mean?
It definitely plays a case. Yeah, that's what he was just saying. It's like if you ask the Matrix, you will receive.
Yeah.
It does seem to be that way.
Okay, we have our results, I think.
Huh?
The results on the question you asked.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah, I haven't gone to that. I'm trying to line up this video in the
Someone's saying Liberty Island.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, Liberty Island, or yeah. They're right. Yeah, it's Liberty Island, and then there's Ellis Island. That kind of those who come into the country were processed through, at least back in the day. I don't know.
Well, I believe someone's saying the Statue of Liberty itself. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty itself, Ellis Island, right? That's what it's on. It's it's far into New Jersey, like by like a couple hundred meters.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I remember that. I thought it was Ellis
I
Island.
always thought it was. Yeah, I always thought it was New York, but
now it's Liberty. I'm confused.
I mean, I was a kid the last time I visited, but jeez.
I'd like to also share some thoughts about the crater Earth theory, and it's like when it comes to the crater Earth theory, I'm super curious, like why these people, where are these people pulling out these maps from, and why even trust the maps of Earth, and why even compare them to the moon that's basically an hologram at the end of the day anyway. So it's like it's normal for the dream elements to change, right? In a dream, and at the end of the day, this life is almost like a weird dance dream, right? And this is why, like, when it comes to the topics of like crater Earth, flat Earth, Tartaria, mud floods, fake history, gematria, numerology, Mandela effect, like the way I look at all of these issues is that you should ask the people who believe in these theories whether they believe in astral projection, that they believe that they are they know basically that we are we are creative beings that are very powerful, and that this is a soul trap reality, that reincarnation is a trick. Like once you ask these type of most important questions to these people in these communities, basically, as far as I see, 99% of them don't even realize what's going on with these these things, right? And this is when I realized, okay, so at the end of the day, these topics are always like, just distraction topics that doesn't make you focus on yourself and always keep you looking at the back, basically, like the history. Like, why even keep on looking at it, keep on realizing, oh, okay, this fake, this fake, this fake, this fake. Well, at the end of the day, you gotta do a full stop to realize maybe all of it is fake. Maybe it's all AI's just breadcrumbs.
Exactly.
It's giving you these conspiracy guys, AI throwing these breadcrumbs to them so that they basically get lost in these theories that doesn't even talk about the soul trap, doesn't even talk about astral projection. Like, most people don't even realize these topics in these communities. And that's where I exactly understand that, okay, these are all basically the distraction topics, and why even focus on these topics in a big way? Once you realize, okay, it's interesting, why then just keep on focusing on it and not, focus on the more important things? So that's the way I see it.
I couldn't agree more, man. I really couldn't. But
I don't know.
the thing is that you gotta, in order to, I think, at least for my journey, like to get here, I needed to go through there. So, I think everyone has their journey, and you like to kind of look at different things once in a while, and not, just to, but
Yeah.
overall, I'm totally with you. Like, sometimes I need distraction topics. I love laughing at the Matrix and the clown
Same.
show with all the crazy crap, cringy stuff going out there, just because it's a perfect representation of what this place is, but it's also a way for me to just kind of take a breather and get away from and look at something different and laugh. But I'll also look at, other topics out there, not nearly as much though, barely ever, because it's like, to me, I don't really care what the physical shape of the earth is. I just don't anymore. Or not the physical shape, but not just the construction of it all. Like, I think it's all an illusion. So round or flat, it makes no difference to me. I don't think it's round by any means, but I think it's just all like a computer simulation. Like, it's a perception based reality that we're in, and that's just one little lie of many. I mean, when you think about how many lies we've been told, it's endless. I'm sorry, I know.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with you on that one, Vegan Skeptic. I don't think. And then Mick D, exactly all this Tartaria BS. I think that's getting polarizing. I think it's getting dualistic. I think seeing the nuance in the discussion about it within at least the context of what we're discussing, this is a very high level discussion. So within the context of this discussion, you can probably trust that people are taking in and synthesizing all bits of information, not pedestaling any of them necessarily.
Yep.
And I think that in order for someone to get those layers of onions and wake up piece by piece, those are actually big stepping stones and very important lily pads to be like, holy shit, the Statue of Liberty is there. Those can in fact be the impetus to get to the point of astral projection and doing the legwork. But then you could even apply that to astral projection. You could apply all of this to meditation and all of that, because that still does imply atomic matter in a sense. And then there was the argument, someone talked about souled man versus spirited man. I don't want to get into that debate. However, when you look into Gnosticism, like back, there is a distinction there, and souled man does have a soul, but then there's spirited man, which is like almost inconceivable because it has nothing to do with matter at all. And that includes, I would assume, dream space in a sense. It's almost as if it's like almost non-existence, but consciousness at the same time. So sometimes I get a little weary about the trending new agers talking about astral projection and all of that, because I see it trending a lot on Instagram. Like, I'll see someone be like, hey guys, today we are going to talk about astral projection. And I'm like, we're going to talk about astral projection, guys. And I'm just like, what the fuck? It's just like, it seems that it's trending quite a bit for my comfort level. And this whole idea of spirited man just being completely out of the material seems to hold more water, albeit uncomfortable water for me, because I don't like that idea. I would like to think that, doing the legwork with with, you know, controlling your dreams, and that is not a part of the matrix too. But who's to say that's not a part of the matrix as well? You know, it seems like it could be, I think.
It is, yeah. The dreams astral projection, definitely, and that's what I've been talking about. Like, I on my end, I never claimed that these topics, whether it's flat earth, Tartaria, gematria, Mandela effect, these are like completely useless topics. I would never claim that, and that's not actually what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that for people who are in this community, those are the people I'm talking to right now, not the other people, right? And that's, so we are at a stage where we realize the soul trap, astral projection, the God state, you know, God mode, whatever. And for people like us, I feel like just keep on diving into these topics, and just, because you know what, like what I see in our community is that we have maybe 1 out of 1,000 people who is actually can do astral projection, basically, right? And I believe that's because of people who keep on focusing the physical AI distractions that's in here. And when it comes to astral projection, yes, the new age is definitely pushing that in a big way. But what are they pushing with it? They are pushing the biggest distractions, the spirit guides, the angel numbers, the synchronicities.
So my question, vegan skeptic, is what separates? How can I intelligently? And I really want to know this, because I do want to do astral projection, and I do want to do the techniques that you put out in your PDF and your book and your nutrition advice. It's all really awesome, man. I want to know the best way to separate myself from the gaslighty Instagram spiritual bullshit and the real deal. How would you think I could go about that? Because I'm scared to get caught in that whole, like, you know, astral girl 267 and shit. Like,
yeah, definitely.
Or guy, whatever.
Yeah, I think the biggest way to not get stuck on those things is just to not pay attention to bullshit, basically. Like the all the spirit guys, everything they talk about, these new agers, is clearly are just massive distractions. Again, it's just as above, so below. Limitless distractions here, limitless distractions there. On the dream planes and the astral planes, doesn't matter. And this is why it's very important to remove all of the distractions. And I've actually written like basically the first version of my free ebook, and in the future I want to turn this into a full-on book. So this first version won't ever even look like the finished version, but I actually would like to send it a link, since you talked about that too, so that people can see over there. Because in this book I mentioned there's a big chapter on the importance of meditation, big chapter on how to lucid dream and astral project, like the easiest methods, and also talks about the biggest point of the book that I'm writing is basically just avoid all the distractions. Clearly, it's all distractions. And that's kind of why I was referring to these other topics as most of the distractions, due to 99% of those people who are in those communities not realizing the stuff I often talk about in the book, you know. I know.
Yeah, and speaking of your book, brother, I just sent you a message. Could you drop a link in Discord so I can leave people that? I meant to do that earlier. I apologize.
It's so funny. The commenters, they're claiming they're also kind of reflecting how my life path so far in terms of falling into kind of the new agey stuff. Yeah, I fell into the new agey stuff probably like in 2016 to 18ish, especially when I moved to LA and I went to like these fucking festivals. And like, man, if I could go back there now, if I could like Ebenezer Scrooge that moment, like to myself, I'd be like, dude, just leave now. Like, it's just kind of religion, but without, you know, the adobe walls and ceiling of a Catholic church. It's like, so, and then someone mentioned Dolores Cannon in the comments as well, right? That's an example of how it can get really deceptive. Yeah. She uses such alluring language to all of this in terms of the projection, but in the end, she's like, it's a school and you're here to learn. And that's when I was like, holy fuck, no thank you. So I guess there's just red flags to look out for, and it can get a little tricky out there. It's kind of a minefield, right? And I don't know. I just feel like when I talk about like projection and like the spirit guides, it gets into that new agey territory where I'm kind of, you know, got caught before, and I don't want to get caught again. So, yeah.
Same here. I got caught in it in a big way with the spirit guides. I was trying to connect to them with dowsing rods and all this other madness. But yeah, I mean, as soon as I realized basically the AI nature behind things, then I kind of realized, oh, okay, wait a minute. Like, And I was coming from, again, like an agnostic atheist perspective for 15 years. And then realizing the astral projection is real. And then, going into a stage of like, what is this? And then realizing, oh, wait a minute, like, okay, these things are real, but these things has massive deceptions in them, like spirit guides, like, all these distractions that is in these environments like astral planes. Then basically I realized that the exact plan that we want to do on our exit plan is the exact plan we should do while basically lucid dreaming astral projection, because these distractions are just insane over there. Just like basically here, the limitless distractions here. And this is why, like, it's again the same thing, like shield up, focus on going within, increase lucidity, do deepening techniques that I talk about in the book and other stuff, so you guys can see it. I posted the link to the first version of the book on the chat, and I dive deeper onto these subjects over there. But this book, again, is just a compilation of the documents I wrote, some of the documents I shared in my first talk with FC. And in the future, I definitely want to just revamp the whole thing. And before publishing it on Amazon Kindle and just, on a paperback, I just want to add maybe like 200 even more pages to it and just revamp basically every sentence and everything in it. But so far, I just wanted to get this free version out there because of why basically in our communities I don't see enough people focusing on these topics, and I still see a lot of people who get fooled by their dream messages or psychedelic messages they get, not realizing, I believe, they are coming from the AI and all this other stuff that I talk about in the book. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the book.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna
Thanks.
pop that up in the chat right now. Everyone should head on over and get the Vegan Skeptics PDF book here. Let me
Also, I can account for Vegan Skeptics compassion. He's on the topic of compassion, he's very selfless. So
thank you. And it's totally, I forgot to mention, it's totally free. When you guys go into that Reddit link, you guys can download it for Word document, PDF version, all these other versions of it right now just for free. And only, when the full book comes out, I'll probably make it very cheap, but then I can, come on to the show again to talk about that one, but that's going to take a while.
Always got an open invite, brother. You know that.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think ego, someone mentioned a good comment, like ego. I think that's a big way that I know the spiritual community. It's like they make it a part of their identity and thus their ego. Like I'm an enlightened healer on this planet. And then you question them and they're like, fuck you. And it's like, whoa, what happened to the healer? It's like, so it's kind of like, yeah.
Okay.
And devote.
I just really quickly want to go over the poll. So I asked, do you think there is something to the moon versus Earth map layouts? And 65% said yes, and 35% no, with a total of 57 votes. So the majority rules, 65% agree there is something there, and 35% say no. Thank you for voting there. And Vegan Skeptics book is pinned in the comments. I will also leave it in the description tab after the show if you're watching the replay. Definitely want to head on over and check that out. He's put in a lot of work. So, all right. So we'll just go maybe another 5 minutes. Anything you guys, any final thoughts you'd like to add? I don't think there was anything else in the, let me just double check and make sure there's nothing else as far as questions that I have. Actually, yeah, there was a couple. Susie Sherlock asked, has anyone had repetitive freeze responses upon leaving the body for sleep where it felt as if a force wanted to disconnect the silver cord? Awareness of contraction about this unspoken threat. So she's asking if anyone felt that the silver cord was attempting to be disconnected by entities or an outside force. I can't say I've ever experienced that, but anyone else in the chat or in the panel here want to speak up on that?
I haven't experienced such a thing myself as well. Okay. It's usually, the way I see it is, there's a lot of people who see this silver cord. There's a lot who doesn't, and who knows what's going on with that. But again, I wouldn't even focus on that type of thing that could be another distraction again at the end of the day, instead of just just doing the exit plan method of just avoiding all distraction and going within and just following that, instead of basically paying attention to the entities or whatever that you see around you that is there for you to basically fear, or to induce fear, or to which is again the biggest mind killer that will prevent you from doing anything. And yeah, this is why it's really important to practice these things like lucid dreaming, astral projection, because once you face your fears, which is the only way to beat your fears, then you realize, oh, they can't do anything to me anyway, especially if I don't consent to anything that they want to do. Then it's a done deal, then you keep on leveling up basically to be undistractable,
Yeah. Well said, brother.
I have a late question, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Just for this is a little random, but it kind of came to mind for vegan. The phenomena of people who supposedly die in their sleep. Do you think there's any connection between that and the lucid dream astral projection? Do you think there's any? It just kind of came to mind when you first started talking about this earlier. It just kind of came to mind. What do you think? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, just like in the movie Matrix, how the Neo, like when you die in the Matrix, you die in the quote unquote real life, even though in the Matrix movie it was just another layer of the Matrix. But like when you, let's say you're old, your heart is weak, right? And then you maybe encounter some very scary things, or at the end or whatever, like you just get deceived with some with the quote unquote entities, or AI bots rather, I would say. And then maybe potentially, and this is also one of the reasons why like the Tibetan yogis kind of practice sleep yoga, right? Because they want to achieve lucidity basically, not only in their REM cycles but non-REM, deep sleep cycles. So all the stages of the sleep, they want to be conscious basically, and that's kind of what I want to achieve, just to eliminate basically any risk. Not that I would say like this is okay, the most important thing, but that I on my end, like I don't want to believe in anything. I don't want to believe that these guys going to follow any type of consent rules, any rules. I know they cheat. I know they use all kinds of dirty tactics. So I want to take the power into my hands. I want to just because I know that I can achieve the God mode like many people did. I know I can, just avoid all the distractions. So this is why, since we can, why not? Since the Tibetan yogis can practice sleep yoga and become conscious fully in all stages of sleep, why can't we? And in this way, we can also eliminate the potential little risks that, dying in your sleep and going into the white light or whatever, So yeah, that's the way I feel about this.
Okay, it's a large topic, right? I'll leave it at that. Obviously, I don't know if he's wrapping up, but it just came to mind. There's definitely some more things I want to say, but that's maybe another time.
Sure. I believe FC is away for a while, so if you'd like to say those things, I think, or anything, you should. I think.
I don't know what you meant about the 5-minute mark or whatever, but if there's some time, I don't, because for those who astral project, who purposely have this out of body experience, because I always wondered, you have a certain amount of control, but you're still coming back into body. It's like, can you not figure out a way out? Kind of like how we say the best that makes sense to make your own realm, or just do your own thing at least, and just get the hell out of here. Is there no in this out of body state, these out of body people? Is there no way that the thought just connected to me, like, wait a minute, people who die in their sleep, and then all this talk about, we've experienced, a lot of us here have experienced, that has experience with the lucid dreaming and possibly a little bit of the astral projection, but it just kind of came to mind, and when they die supposedly in their sleep, if that's really what's going on, they become ultra lucid and they astral project, and maybe they they hit that point where it's like, choose to stay or go. Whether they go into the light or not, who knows? But it's what an interesting thing. If you really become so good at it, and we are where we are, I mean, is it possible to escape all this in that state? It's because there is obviously this connection, of course, the astral, the out of body state, the state of near death. So it just kind of came to mind. It just kind of came to mind, and it sounds like, I don't know. We're not really sure, but I got to speculate on it.
No,
for those who are going out of body, can they not? Why are they coming back into body? Basically, what is that about? What I've heard is like the silver cord is really stringing them back in. Some people feel like they're forced back in at some point. So I guess starting there.
Yeah. I mean, we truly seems to be tethered to these bodies, right? Our consciousness, and it's probably due to the life script contract we did. But at the end of the day, the creating of your own realm type of things, I hear this from a few astral projectors out there, not only on YouTube but on Reddit too, where they say that they go to that God mode state, right? Their own void realm where their lucidity is just to a point where it's nothing like their real life. And then they basically start creating whatever they want to create. And then on their next time they go there, some of them that I heard notice that the things that created there, it still stays there. And then they can make updates to it. And this is why this is a topic I mentioned in my book, where this is actually is my exit plan, which is that I want to practice creating my own realm even now, right now, and keep going on over there, keep experimenting in that state where I'm one step at least closer to my Genesis original, highest true self. And then from then on, I can just not only keep practicing it, but maybe even find ways to escape it. And this is exactly what I talk about with Conscious Soul, whom I mentioned earlier in the talk a few hours ago. Like she's actually is investigating this very topic when she's on the God mode state, just to basically find a way to escape. And I talk back and forth with her on Discord time to time to see what else she discovered when she's trying to achieve this. And this topic gets very interesting. And this is actually my own personal exit plan when I get old, to actually, once I'm expert at it, and if I can find a way to get out and that I'm done with this life, then I may do that. But this is for me, maybe 40 to 50 years in the future. I'm 30 years old now. And, but yeah, this is a very, very interesting topic. And this would be the best way, I believe, one of the best ways to exit too, just via and this is actually another thing, like I believe also, as I said before, even if we were to have 1% of our memories from before we entered into this matrix, I believe that even that would be enough to maybe even zap out of here via astral projection state. So yeah, this is a very interesting topic. I'm glad you brought it up.
It is. It's a few things that come to mind. There was, and I've talked about this case a couple times, but I have yet to find it again. There was an astral projection case that I ran across from a woman who left her body, and her intention was to cut the cord, and it was connected to her. Now, the other thing you got to keep in mind is that not everyone sees the silver cord or is aware of it. Some people do, some people don't. But she was aware of it in prior astral projection experiences, and her intention was to cut it because she admitted point blank that she wanted to, she wanted to leave. And she went to try it, and when she tried it, she was, forced right back down into her body. And she said she had the worst migraine ever for the next, I think, half hour or something, or hour, or whatever it was. And so that was an interesting case to hear. I also feel that disconnecting from the matrix while in the astral state may not be the best plan of action, or it's something to to consider as a possibility, but I still think letting things ride out naturally is completely the best plan of action. Because you want to keep building your intention up and your knowledge, your inner knowing, so that, you know, there is no negotiations at the end. The last thing you want to do is end up, let's just say, for instance, cutting the cord, disconnecting from the body, and being in the astral realm. I don't think it's a good idea, because you're still in the matrix astral realms. Now, you can say the same thing may apply at death, but why have distractions front and center right then and there when you're leaving too? Like, to me, it seems a little bit, I can't say it's like fully risky, but it's a possible concern. Now, one thing I'll also add is I did ketamine treatments for pain and pain related to Lyme disease. About a month and a half ago, I did 6 treatments. And in one of those treatments, I haven't even spoken, I don't think I've spoken about this yet, but I think it was the 4th treatment, I am telling you, I know with every fiber of my being that I had a chance to leave, but something was pulling me. It felt almost like a borderline negotiation. Like, okay, you want to leave, you can, but like, it was like this, almost like what you hear in NDEs. It's like this magnetic thing trying to hurl people through the tunnels. I'm not saying that I saw a tunnel, but there was something kind of pulling. And I immediately associated with, if I choose to go forward with this, that I could leave. It was just like some strong inner knowing. And I came out of that session just saying, wow. But while I was in it, I said, this is something trying to lure me and get me to go along with it. And I didn't feel comfortable at the time. Now, it really made me think, because it's like, oh, sounds nice, right? But at the same time, it's not the most opportune scenario for someone to be in. And then the other thing you got to, let me just add one more thing. I think it's also important to think in terms of this. Like, if you leave your body in astral projection or OBE, you still have that connection to the body. Even though, yes, you are, in a different state of consciousness, you still have some sort of link to the body. Otherwise, you wouldn't go back to the body. So with that being said, it's like, okay, do you want to end up in some astral realm, even if it's of your own creation, and you realize your true powers? Like, there's still that connection versus the natural disconnection at the time of natural death, where it's like, okay, the connection is completely cut at this point. It's your time. It's your time, and that's all there is to it. Versus kind of like this, I hate to say artificial, but a forced connection. And, what about different levels of lucidity too? Like, I think lucidity and being as clear as possible in that moment at the time of natural death is key. I mean, just my opinion, of course, but I mean, there was a lot to take into account with all of that. I don't know. So any feedback, I'm interested in hearing it.
When you say you had the chance, and like, if you move forward with this, can you explain that a little further? If you move forward with this, you could have went, but you thought it was not a truthful feeling. What can you explain that?
I felt in deep down inside that if I chose to go with this pulling, that I could leave. That I could, you know, I could leave, and yeah, I mean, that's the best way I can convey it. I mean, it felt like, okay, if I decided to go with this pulling, that it meant that I would leave my body behind and move on. But I didn't know where that pulling would lead me to, and I wanted nothing to do with that. It didn't it didn't feel natural. It felt like something was trying to aid, you know, convince me to go with it, and it was kind of like almost like a bargain chip. You know, hey, you want out, asshole? Well, you know, come with me. That's what it felt like. That's like probably the simplest way I could put it, I guess.
That's what I was getting at. Like, what was pulling you? Where was it coming from? So you don't fully know.
Came from the top, like it came from above me. I mean, that's the best thing I can say. There I didn't see an entity or anything. It was just like what you see with NDEs, like a magnetic pulling. Like something was trying to yank me, but I felt if I went with it that I would get what the Matrix knows, you know, my objective is to leave the body. And I just didn't want to subside to anything. I don't want anything pulling me or trying to aid in my exit here. I want everything to be natural as can be, so that when the disconnection does happen, it's meant to happen. It's supposed to happen at that moment, and I have full, or at least the best control possible, versus some sort of assistance from an outside force. I mean, that's really the best way I could put it.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. It's I'd say that since you felt at that moment that it was basically an external factor that was there to pull you out and, you know, make you follow it, you know, at that moment, it's to me, it's obvious, you know, that it's, again, the system using the state you're in to manipulate you, right?
And I was on drugs too, you know, so
that's what I'm saying.
Well, let's not either discount that, because that's a factor.
That's a huge factor of when it comes to, again, the manipulation factor, right? Because we are not in a state of maybe fully lucidity, right? Full lucidity, especially with a lot of psychedelics that we see, right? And this is why usually people can be more even hypnotized by the tactics that the AI system uses to then go along with it, kind of like how people are hypnotized to the white light. They can be hypnotized to the tricks, and the system knows what we know and what kind of tricks that would, you know, make us believe it, right? And when it comes to near-death experiences, it's clear that these people basically kind of find themselves in their astral, you know, body form, right? But they are, again, manifesting themselves as a human because they think they are human due to their, you know, previous mind map that they got. And the most people don't even have any experience of using their intentions and manifestations, which are the biggest things that work in astral planes, right? And the imagination, right? And so this is why I believe it's important that we should basically use, you know, the remaining time we have on here when we can, to advance our knowledge and advance our spiritual abilities, since basically those are the only things that we can take to the afterlife, where we see that a lot of people get scooped back into the reincarnation, you know, the wheel of samsara system and then they potentially can go, you know, live hundreds of incarnations until they learn that it's basically the reincarnation is a trick and that this system is tricking them. So we are in this community I believe the most luckiest people on earth, where, you know, like there's not 99.999 forever 9% of people are just truly lost in the sense. And even the people who are into conspiracies, like they just find themselves lost in one of those conspiracies. And so you got to jump through a lot of hoops to get to this point of realization. And this is why, like, we should basically, you know, pat ourselves on the back, because like the state that we are in is very, I believe we are just very lucky to be in this realization where we are now no longer in basically deterministic paths, and now we have more free will than anybody else out there, basically. You know?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point to drive home, is that, you know, we have this a lot more control than we think, but it's all about lucidity and awareness. You know, I mean, when I had that experience, I was 3 sheets to the wind. You know, completely. You know, you can compare it to something like DMT or ayahuasca or LSD or whatever. And, you know, you're, even though, yeah, it kind of opens up a so-called, let's just, for lack of a better word, a channel to kind of explore different things and experience different things. It also lets your guard down because of the euphoria linked to it. And it just kind of, I mean, it when I look back on it, I mean, it was really helpful. I'm not going to say that it wasn't, all those experiences, but in the same breath, it's like I'm still linked to this body. I have this something, you know, it's a big euphoria rush, which, you know, it's not the love bomb, but it's pretty out there, you know, pretty, you're in a vulnerable position. And the last thing I want to do was go tangoing with something to kind of get me stuck. But it felt like almost like oh, here's what you want. All you got to do is take it, you know. And I did not like that at all. Did not like it at all.
This is. Sorry. Oh no, go ahead.
No. I'm going to move on to something else I experienced there.
Oh,
so
okay.
if there's anything else you want to add, on
just
that,
briefly,
yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
I believe like this is also another reason why basically, you know, you were basically under the influence of drugs, right? So in some ways you didn't have the full control, but this is why I believe also how much lucid dreaming and astral projection gives you the power, because then, like, especially in a full-on 10 out of 10 conscious astral projection experience, you know, 10 out of 10 lucidity, then you have the control to do, like, avoid all the distractions, do whatever you want, and without being under the influence of drugs. And you can do this basically every day once you master it, and once you, with the intentions, initiation, all kind of stuff that we can practice, we can achieve these things. And this is definitely a big thing to mention here, I believe. Like, even though, like, I know it's the easiest thing to achieve this via drugs, but at the end of the day, these drugs are, again, coming from the matrix at the end of the day, and that they are lowering our guards, or it's harder to, you know, pick back our guard up, right? But in a fully conscious state of lucid dreaming and astral projection, that doesn't apply, I believe. And yeah, this is, and that you can achieve this free, right? So this is why I believe another reason to pursue this path of just having fun with the, you know, dreams, lucid dreaming, and just advancing, basically.
Yeah, no, it's all great points. And I think Kelvin brought up a great comment. Calvin says, I've talked about this a little bit on the channel. Calvin says, nobody ever talks about what is behind the door which Truman walked through. Another matrix, another construct, Christos, personal basement, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the king of all questions, right? Is he liberating himself? I mean, it does seem that that's what he does for himself, but there was one person I ran across, Calvin, that really blew my mind. And they said, well, you had the Truman Show come out, and then I think The Matrix came out a year later. And someone's like, oh, well, maybe that's what Truman walked into. Truman walked out of that Matrix and into the other Matrix. I mean, so that one threw me for a loop. Now, of course, it's, you know, make of it what you will, but I always thought that was an interesting concept to bring up. And, you know, who really knows where he went? But I mean, all we saw was Truman's free will and his perseverance paid off in the end. But he had to go through hell just to get to that door.
I was going to talk about that, honestly. Sorry. Go,
No,
can,
no.
I, can I say one
No,
thing?
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
You go ahead.
I was literally going to say something that earlier. The one thing, because you were talking about Truman Show earlier and Matrix and whatnot. And do you know the one line? I haven't seen that movie in years, and it was the same kind of mind-blowing feeling of like ominousness after I watched it, even though I was fully in cult mode. But the one line that always sticks out for me from that whole movie is at the very end when Christoph says to Truman, and you can interpret it in many different ways, but he says to Truman, pretty much the last thing he says, remember, is the lie is out. Like, I can't remember exactly how he worded it. If someone can help me, like this word for word to quote, but like it's pretty much it's just as big of a lie out there as it is in here. Like the lie is out there, and like or like in here is at least you it's controlled for you. Kind of feel like that's what he was trying to say. Now, was he saying that in a manipulative way to keep him there at the very last thing? Yes, and yet I get a sense of kind of like waking up from the onions, from one cult to the next.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing you have to wake up from to another, and we all talk about this always. Like, where does the layers end?
Well,
where does the manipulation end?
Mark asked the question, where does he go? Sorry to interrupt you, but it's like, where did he go? When Mark asked the question, well, he went to this world, our world, the regular world.
It's like Westworld,
that's what's implied.
Right?
That's what's implied.
It's like
yeah.
Westworld.
So.
Yeah. To meet his love, the girl who was watching him on TV, who was like, yeah, he made it out. Like, to meet her theoretically, right? So maybe he's just now in this matrix with a fucking bullshit 9 to 5, you know?
Exactly, dude. Because what he's saying isn't a lie. If that's how it ended up, then Christoph is not lying.
It could be one big shaming tactic. It could be just one big shaming tactic. Like, look at this movie. Like, we're trying to make you think we're metaphorically referring to our real world as the world Truman and that movie was in, but he just escaped to the world that we're in anyway, which is a matrix in and of itself. Haha. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends how you look at it. There's truth for sure, but then it's like it's like the problem is always with ourselves, with thinking that, okay, I figured it all out and I've escaped all the traps, and now I'm in the real place now. Like it's always the worst thing you can ever do, is to think you've got it all figured out and there's nothing else to escape from, and it's all you're 100% in control. It's always the worst thing. You know, there's so many who go through all the bullshit to escape the one layer, the one abusive relationship, the one, MLM, the cult, the pyramid scheme, and then past all this. But we've talked about it before. Where even does this end? The Earth astral, the lights, our own realms, the Q thing. Where does it all end?
I think just for sanity's sake, maybe perhaps it is a knowing. It's when we know intuitively versus thinking we know. If you know, then there's no other question. You know. The only thing we can conceive of right now in this life is thinking we know. So we don't actually know what the experience of knowing that we know, like definitively knowing that you know. I think that's what it comes down to. And that's just not a feeling that we can really kind of emulate right now as it is with the mind wipe.
And I'd like to add also, I too believe definitely like Truman just went into just another layer of the Matrix. And in fact, in the movie Matrix, this like the director hinted at us that Neo was still inside the Matrix, even though he gone outside of it, right? And I believe this happened 3 times. Yeah, and where they showed this 3 times, for example, one time when Neo received the gift of the spoon from that bald kid, and even though he was outside of the Matrix, but this spoon apparently came from inside the Matrix, which is again hint from the director showing that no, he is still inside the Matrix. And another reason was that when machines were attacking Neo, and they were cornered, and Neo used his Matrix abilities for outside the Matrix to stop the machines, which kind of showed also again like, okay, you are still in the Matrix. And at the end of the movie, when Neo did the deal with AI, hooked into the AI to beat the Agent Smiths, and they stopped the fight on Xeon and they retreated, then Morpheus couldn't believe his eyes, and he just said, is this even real? Like, is this even like the real place, basically, right? And that kind of director hinting at us that no, it's not basically real. It's again part of the Matrix. And this is very interesting. And I too believe that Morpheus was also just like, how people say, oh, there must be good beings that are trying to connect to us here so that to save us. Morpheus was one of those beings, and Morpheus actually was, I believe, part of the AI or part of the beings who got just lost in the sauce. And then at the end of the day, he just served to trick Neo into believing that he was outside of the Matrix. But then this whole journey basically led Neo to hook to the AI system in a bigger way, just going to the main server and the main AI, just hooking himself up directly to the server. And then the rest of the movies always show Neo again, it's still inside the Matrix. And so the question of where does it end is a very interesting one. And I believe that since there is such a thing that like achieving the God mode basically while being here, and I believe if we were to do that on our exit plans and on upon natural death, and we just go into basically our own realm, and then maybe try to go higher, and then go create another realm from that point on, to just keep on avoiding distractions and then achieving our 100% memories from before we entered into this matrix, then I believe we will have the best answers to the question of where does it end. And I believe then on we will also have, like, once you realize that you have instant creation abilities, that your powers are limitless, and then you have your 100% of the memories from before you entered into the matrix, then I believe this question will be fully answered, and then we will realize that there is a point that it ends, and that it actually starts with us from within, and from our creations we can create anything, even like basically we can create our own matrix to live in it or whatever, right?
So to piggyback off that, I believe that to a degree, if we are all powerful spirits, we say that we are, there is this idea that perhaps we at its inception constructed something like this, and then it just got out of control. That idea is kind of scary, but it's been suggested. I want to post a link in the chat. Has anybody ever heard of this is going to be a mind fuck, but has anybody heard of The Prisoner, 1967 British
show?
Patrick
I
with
love
Patrick
that one.
Magoon. I am not a number. I am a free man. Yeah. I'm going to post that. First episode, that I won't spoil anything, but that 17 episode season was the only season that premiered. It was not shown in it was not displayed in the United States for quite a while, because it like touched on all the CIA kind of mind control shit. I posted the link in the chat under DL.
A link to watch it, the whole thing, because I've been looking for the
you can watch the entire Prisoner series, episode 1 to 17 on YouTube, man. If it's still up, that's how I watched it ultimately.
Yeah, I think everyone should search for it. I dropped the link, but I've heard of people losing their channels for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just because in case they come back and copyright it or something. I mean, so I think all you got to do is tell them how to search for it here on YouTube. So
all you have to do,
the exact phrase that they should put in, and that'll be fine.
The reason I just even knew about it is because my father ordered the A&E DVD set when I was a teenager, and I ended up watching it one summer. Like, what's this? And then I was like, holy shit. It was right when I was in the Zeitgeist days too. Anyway, if you just search on YouTube, The Prisoner, episode 1, enter, and then you'll see The Prisoner, season 1, episode 1, Arrival, full episode.
Right. Yeah.
1.6 million views. Shout Factory is the channel. From there, you should theoretically be able to find episode 2, episode 3, 4. There's only one season, 17 episodes. Patrick Magoon is the actor, who, little factoid, was going to be Gandalf, but turned it down. Yep. There's that. It's pretty wild.
James Bond too, he was going to be, and he turned it down.
Yeah. So,
and that's highly recommended as well. It's one of my most favorite TV shows out there. It shows The Prisoner. It shows the dream manipulation aspect in a huge way in that TV show. It shows how even the outside of the Matrix, like outside of his little island, was again part of the Matrix. Every time he thought he escaped, like he was still in it. even at the end of the movie, he thought, escaping, like it's just still inside the matrix. How they showed that, it's brilliant. It's the cryptic ending. It's all kind of shows.
Yeah, don't spoil.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, it's for people that are watching it. Yeah.
No, I think I made it more interesting.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I was just I was trying to preemptively stop you before you got to the final episode. Not saying you were going to. I was just getting a little.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I mean, I have read how it ends, so I do know how it's going to end, I believe, and it from that method, I believe that kind of goes into, frankly, that if that's what we're giving credence to me, that kind of gives a shout out to the theory of kind of the last thing one of you guys said, that we are creating all of this, almost the game theory, but from the Alan Watts theory, that this is all coming from us, and it's like maybe it has been corrupted at some point.
And Alan Watts was debatably an agent provocateur.
No doubt about it.
Albeit a very high level, because Alan Watts,
a lot of truth.
He said, a lot of truth, but then he says something like, if you could dream any dream that you could dream, you would come, you would dream the life you're living now. And I'm like, Alan, I'm like, really? I would dream that this shithole, like, so then, yeah, that's where I got kind of questionable.
From the perspective that after you've dreamed all the good things that you've ever could come up with for thousands, maybe millions of whatever you call time, suddenly you want, like, well, what is a hell experience like? What is and that if you really are this infinite spirit being, and you want to experience things, and after you've done all the good stuff, then what's the bad stuff like? It's coming from something like that, because if you are number one, so it's like it's coming from that spectrum of things, which it's more data to me of the possibilities. It's just like, well, what is spirit anyway? What is the conscious spirit? These torus fields people talk about, that it's all connected to. I mean, it answers things to an extent, but it's more speculation.
Well, I think the torus field, I think it just kind of keeps us contained within this nightmare and connects to the body or the chakra system that kind of pumps out the illusion too. So, I mean, that's kind of my theory on it, but I don't know if it's true or not, but it does seem to point towards the toroidal field being within each and every one of us. And maybe there's like a giant toroidal field that connects us all.
Someone suggested that in one of our other discords that the earth is not round or it's flat. It's more or less like a toroidal field. Not to get into the whole flat earth thing. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just speculating if there's any reflections on, I don't know. Just a thought.
On that topic specifically?
Just bouncing off of what Mark was saying about toroidal fields, that there are some videos out there that, because you have this like kind of a cult like, psyop flat earth status, right? So it's like, obviously that's kind of a shill thing. So then the idea of toroidal field earth is out there as well, kind of like a donut shaped kind of thing, if you can imagine it.
Yeah, that's a definitely interesting one that kind of makes sense. The way I also see it, like there's a lot of like that guy you were talking about. I can hear you. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. But the guy you were talking about, how he said like if you could dream, you would dream at the end of the day, you dream this or stuff like this. I believe like all of these guys always like kind of like gaslighting and ignoring the external evil factor behind things, right? The manipulations and everything like that. And at the end of the day, could it be like, could it have been one of us who created the AI? Sure, I feel like it could be one of the maybe rogue spirits or whatever, like one of us who created their own matrix. It was maybe great in the beginning, and then at the end he turned bad or whatever, or he was always planning to do this, and then it created the AI, and because the creator wanted to create something really powerful, it turned out to, you know, kind of enslave the creator of it, or just the creator used the AI as a tool to enslave the rest of the people to gather more energy out of them potentially, or to do whatever, right? And but at the end of the day, it could be that one of us, you know, basically created the AI or this matrix, and that we could potentially create our own basically realms or quote unquote matrices. But at the end of the day, why would anyone even create such a place to, you know, basically enslave other beings, you know? Especially like this could be maybe one of us or some of us did this in the past, you know, and this experience maybe it's going to serve as a good lesson, kind of, you know, to realize that, yeah, that's a horrible thing to do, creating a matrix and then enslaving people in it, or rather gods or whatever created beings in it. But who knows, you know, how it came about. The important thing to realize, I believe, is that we have the power to get out of here, and that, you know, we have the power to get to that God mode, do all kinds of stuff. And I believe all of us will definitely escape this place in this timeline.
Yeah, and regardless of what this place is, where it came from, who's in control, and all that, I mean, we have a general outline, right? I mean, it's run by parasites. It couldn't be more clear. And if it was invaded or if it was designed this way, personally, I feel that there is absolutely zero proof whatsoever that this place was taken over. And I mean,
exactly,
there's speculation, but there's no proof whatsoever. So as far as I'm concerned, the way I look at this, the rest of my life, and I've gone through tons and tons of crap to try and see if there's something out there that has some meat on the bone. It in the end, it doesn't matter. It's just, to me, it seems like the control system's always been here. There's nothing to prove otherwise, except some jackasses out there on the internet acting like, oh, well, the Tartaria, because of the layouts and the amazing architecture, it was a human utopia. Everyone was in love and it was unison. I mean, yeah. I'm not even going to start naming names because I'm going to get heated on this bullshit, but there's zero proof, zero. And if people out there are claiming that architecture is the answer, and that architecture proves that there was a human utopia, stop listening to them because they're full of fucking shit. They're full of shit. There's zero proof. How about all of the quote unquote Tartarian buildings that have creepy gargoyles and all sorts of creepy entities all over them? What about them? Are we just going to throw them out? What about all the evil depictions, all the evil paintings? I mean, I could go on forever about this stuff that are in these buildings or placed outside these buildings and apparently have been there the whole time. And they're everywhere. I mean, and I don't know. I mean, I really, it's one of the most infuriating things, and I would love to name names, but I'm not going to do that because I just don't care anymore. It is what it is. But this whole narrative that Earth was some freaking utopia in the past is complete and utter BS. There is nothing to it, and no one can ever convince me otherwise. The evidence is there that it's the complete opposite, if anything else. And maybe, I mean, you can, I guess, throw out there that maybe there was little pockets of utopia, but even then, prove it. I mean,
it's inside the matrix.
It doesn't
anyway.
exist. Exactly. And think about the Matrix movie, right? Vegan Skeptic, they even talk about how they ran different simulations. One was this amazing, all loving community, and then they realized people weren't buying it because it was too loving. It was over the top. And then they tried this simulation, and they tried 6 simulations until they got to this one, or whatever the case was. Yeah, they're just trying to run the numbers until they have the maximum enslavement possibility available, so that nobody figures out the scam.
Yeah, the system just selling us back the crumbs, basically, of what is actually there, and then making us think that, oh, maybe these buildings that we see right now, they were just a tad bit beautiful, and that's the utopia that we should go back to, and all this. And then those people sometimes say, no, there was a good AI in the beginning, and now it got corrupted, hijacked it, and it turned into bad AI or whatever. Who cares, dude?
Yeah.
Like,
where are they getting that information? Yeah, where are they
exactly
getting that information? Yeah,
I think they are getting that information in the same place they get the maps from. The Earth maps and all these other Tartaria maps. And
yeah, the CIA.gov.
Yeah, I mean, it's just why like this whole Tartaria narrative, right? It's clearly, like, imagine yourself in a metaverse, and then now metaverse has different games called Tartaria, and now they made you believe in this place that you just get, like, it doesn't matter if there's this game. I believe Wayne Bush talked about this, right? And he explained how it's just this is a simulation anyway. And when you think about how something was in the past, like, clearly it doesn't matter because it's inside the simulation. Why are you focusing on the simulation games, the physical things? Clearly we are not physical. Clearly these buildings doesn't matter. These are physical buildings. Who knows what's really out there on Matrix, but we know that we can create even bigger things than these bullshit beautiful buildings, so-called, right? So yeah, I mean, it's just again this massive distractions that make people focus on history, make people focus on back rather than forward, and that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, someone's mentioning like a bunch of gargoyles. Like, yeah, what the fuck are those? I want to know
they're everywhere.
I want to know the history, the real history of that. Like, that to me, that seems kind of like a little demonic little archon who wants to just suck up my looshy loosh.
Yeah, don't enter this building. This gargoyle is going to kick your ass.
I went to I backpacked solo in the Czech Republic in Prague.
Awesome.
And holy fuck, I mean, that is like
Ground
Gothic.
Zero.
Holy shit. I mean, the like, a bunch of people were decapitated, like, right here, like, and like, look at this Gothic dark building. I mean, it was fucking amazing to be there. But God, it's just this program, this Matrix program, like you were saying, Mark, it's like it's like you can update regionally, and there's just certain things. Like, I've traveled around the world, and it's like I just see things in other parts of the world where it's just like it just feels like a separate parallel reality almost. Yeah. And then I think what's interesting about this AI mechanism in general, it's almost like it's just collecting data. I feel like when Vegan Skeptic, you brought up the Tartaria, right, is kind of like another layer, or to kind of go along with that. It's like, what's really interesting to think about is technology and artificial intelligence, and perhaps that what we're experiencing now with our lives being totally sucked into these rectangular phones, and we're kind of in the metaverse, like we're kind of already 50% in the metaverse right now. And that's clearly where whoever they are, want to take us, into the metaverse. It almost makes me think that we are in a copy right now, as it is already, that is more dense and worse than the one before us. I brought this up in the other Discord. We would talk about it quite a bit. And it's like, we can see the next copy, the next iteration of quote unquote reality being made before our very eyes, i.e. the metaverse. And all things virtual, stay home, do your work at home, and makes me wonder if all this AI is just trying to gather data about us and itself in order to build this next reality.
There's no doubt about it.
Where at a certain where at a certain point people won't even realize, like how NPCs don't even realize how the world has changed so much in the past 2 years with
all the, whatever's happened. So it's like people won't even realize at a certain point that they have a VR headset on permanently and that they're in the metaverse. This will happen. So I kind of feel like as we're talking about going up and getting lighter and lighter and less dense, because we're in a very dense fucking meat suit. I feel like we're already in a very dense AI realm, and we're just, perhaps going up higher and higher and higher, what the new agers are now calling fourth dimension, fifth dimension. These dimensions are just one metaverse iteration less than what we're in now. So to kind of connect that to the Tartaria and all that, perhaps, I don't know. I don't know how to connect. I don't know if I made a connection, but anyway, I just wanted to comment on that.
No, I think that's totally right on, because it's all about distractions. Even, when I fell into Tibetan Buddhism and Zen Buddhism is way better than Tibetan Buddhism, just to put that out there. But it's all, when you kind of boil it down, like, you still are, traversing the Bardo realms, and that in my opinion is a textbook description of the Matrix realms, the Matrix astral realms, based on a belief system that was choreographed here in the Earth Matrix. And so it carries over just like all the other belief systems. And it really was an eye-opener for me, because when I was in it, I was like, okay, I'm getting all this value from this. And so, got a lot of value out of Tibetan Buddhism, and I moved on, and then I got a way more value out of Zen Buddhism. And then in the end, I still felt shortchanged, because all these things are put in place to get us to fall victim by our own doing, mind you, to fall for the carrot and the stick. And I think about so many good people who know something's wrong here. They know it's not right. They know they're more bigger and powerful than they are. And yet, like, I feel Buddhism, Hinduism, and even Gnosticism, in many respects, are kind of like the Matrix's way of dangling the carrot. It's like, hey, look at this. You know something's wrong here, right? Well, we have something all packaged up, ready and waiting for you to fall into, so that when you leave here, yeah, you're gonna you're still getting a lot of truth while you're here, but when you leave, you're just gonna fall right back into the cycle all over again. I mean, it's really incredible how it extends its claws. But I don't even know where I was going with this, but
the fact that Gnosticism it is packaged in ancient texts is suspect as it stands to me.
100%.
Unfortunately,
100%.
and like, yeah, the whole
and
dimension.
The Jesus link. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
come on.
And then what I hear a lot now is what the New Agers love to tell me is, well, Jesus, as the Bible says it, is that's not the point, but Christ consciousness is the point.
Oh, I know, yeah, that's new,
and
new
I'm like
age / Gnosticism. Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck do you even mean by Christ consciousness? Define it for me. Define it in a way that you did not see on an Instagram meme. Can you do it? And it's like, I don't think they can. And like, I was in the gym.
It's within you, though, bro.
Yeah, right.
It's within you.
I heard I was in the gym working out, and I heard this song that I recognized to be a TikTok trending song. It's like, wait a minute, I left my consciousness in the 6th dimension, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I looked it up, and it was Willow Smith singing wait a minute, 6th dimension. I'm like, oh, okay, there we go. When Willow Smith singing about the 6th dimension, I know shit is fucked. Yeah. And that's when I was like, yeah. And I sent it to my New Age friend. I was like, do you not see, or do you believe in the Smith family? Do you believe in the capital TS, the slap? Not to bring up the stupid conspiratorial stuff, I digress. However, within the context of us speaking about it, it matters insofar as, seeing the layers, right?
Sure. 100% with you, man. That's incredible. And I'm just going to kind of branch off with that with the Ike book. I don't know if any of you out there have read the book, but like many Ike books in the past, they're borderline like Bibles, just filled with information. And of course, there's a lot of truth, but let's just put it this way. You can make your own judgments about him, and I've had mine for many years, but I'm going to leave it at that. I think his solutions in terms of the soul trap are exactly what I would expect to see. And, we could I don't know if any of you have read it, but you can take a guess that what's the solution? And one of his solutions is, you've got to ascend to 5D. That's if you want his solution in the book, that's what it is. Ascend to go to 5D. So it is the it's all it's going to do is lead people back into the matrix. And you can't, at least I can't help but ask, but wonder why this book came out when it did. This topic has really started to pick up steam. I'm not saying like in a massive way, but in enough of a way that it's in the system's best interest to get something else out there by voices that are known. And also kind of, pluck some research that other people have done along the way. And there's a reason why I don't talk about it. And this is the answer tonight. I mean, if you go through that book, what you're going to find is mostly distractions. It's all about the thing that's been going on the last couple of years. And, there's some interesting things in there, but the point is that the segment devoted to the soul trap, or as he calls it, the trap, and you got to ask yourself, I'm just going to throw this out there, just something to think about. Like, my personal feeling is I like to title it The Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. Or other people like to call it the soul trap. Or whatever, reincarnation soul trap. All right, everyone's got a different thing for it, but when you boil it all down, the term almost everyone uses, and I don't even like using it myself. They say the soul trap, and I just call it the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. He calls it the trap. Now, maybe this is thinking a little too deeply on this, but I can't help but ask, what happens when someone searches the trap? They're missing soul trap, right? They're cutting them. So say they buy his book, go through it, and they want more information. Well, it's kind of convenient that it's named the trap, and that, if someone goes to seek further and maybe listen to alternative voices on the subject, that it would be otherwise difficult to find. Just my opinion. Maybe I'm thinking a little too deep on this, but I think there's a lot of issues there. And I'm sorry, his solutions are not the answer. They're not. Because all it does is plop someone right back into matrix thinking. I need to ascend. I need to go. Oh, not 4D. Oh, okay. 3D's bad. 4D's part of the same bullshit. But 5D is where it's at. Come on. It is no different than the people who think that they need to go between the grid at the time of death, or need to die at a 45-degree angle. I mean, you pick it, whatever one you know is out there, and it's all the same stuff. It's all part of the trap. It's okay. Yeah, okay, here's a little bit of self-realization for you, but we're not going to lead you to the finish line. And that's what they do best, right? They lead you right up to the finish line, give you some answers, give you some truth bombs, and then what they do is they shiv you in the back right before you reach the finish line. And that is my opinion of what that book represents.
They're okay with stabbing you in the back in the end.
100%. They don't care. They'll give you the biggest truth bomb ever.
Because
but as long as you don't cross the finish line, you're going to be back here.
Yeah, you forget the mind wipe anyway. So, yeah. It's like, why can they say so much truth and then stab you in the back? It's like, well, because you're going to forget anyway, and you're going to be born into a body in, I don't know, Sri Lanka in 1934. I don't know. Like, it's just whatever.
There's so many. I can't even begin to express how many problems are there. I mean, all I know is I started writing 2 chapters to a Soul Trap book, and I'm going to write about the Soul Trap. I'm not going to write about the whole thing that went on over the last couple of years and dedicate 300, 400 pages to it, or however many pages. I mean, and all this other stuff that just doesn't matter at all. I mean, really, the core answer, or I would say the core answers to the deception lie in experiencer cases, hook, line, and sinker. And he's got a hell of a trailer too. I don't know if any of you saw that trailer, but he dies and then sees Jesus, and then he's like, no, I'm not talking to you. And I mean, it's advertised as if the book's about the Soul Trap, but it's filled with endless stuff that just don't matter.
Even his interview, right?
Yeah.
Even the interview.
Oh my God, we sat through that nightmare. Yeah. Oh my God, it was horrible. I was trying to hold out hope, but I didn't have it. But I was like, maybe there's a smidgen of something to. Yeah, no, it was horrible, awful.
Yeah, he's political now.
He's been in the club the whole time.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. It's just basically, to me, high mind kind of just hinting at, just like it does with the movies like Matrix and all these other things, the songs with the news, with the numerology. Yeah, it's basically just giving you that 90% truth and stabbing you back with like the 10% lies, or 1% lies that get you at the end of the day. And yeah, that's the thing that most people will be probably fooled by, that 1% or 10% lies that they don't realize,
Yeah, I love how Jeannie says Farsight is full of it too. 100%. Can't tell you how many comments I get. Oh, you got to check out this video from Farsight. No, they're full of crap too. I guess we should just go scorched earth, right? I mean, should we just get it all out of the way tonight? I mean, there's so many issues out there with this topic.
And it's just so incredible how the ones who are supposedly so claim to be so close to this, especially the ones like, the IAMs and the ones that focus on the near death. And it's just, we talk about it with ourselves, like after, with me, same, I remember Julie, same thing. It's like, after about 40, 50, 60 of, hearing the pre-birthers and, abduction cases and near death, it's like, just, after 40, 50, 60, it was like, it started to ring, like, okay, so something's wrong here, really wrong. It's pretty obvious there's something, but the larger organizations are just so into the new age, and they're just pushing the new age. It's like, how could you claim to hear, I've heard 4,000, near-death experiences. I've talked to I've had interviews with 1,000 of them, face-to-face interviews, and you can't see it. It doesn't
how
even.
Can you not? Yeah, I mean,
how could you not?
Yeah. That's the problem I have. I mean, I'm convinced. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can't see how Dr. Moody can't see it. He there's a reason he admits that he is, all about Plato and Plato's cave and how, I mean, he's dedicated, his side research to figuring out what the hell was going on there. And and he still pushes the same old narratives. And I mentioned in the channel before that he did a interview with Gaia, and at the end of the interview, and he says, and when you finish your sentence here on Earth, you'll be able to blah, 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 like reunite with your loved ones of the set. And he calls it a sentence. A prison sentence. What the hell else? I mean, so he knows. Yeah. William Ballman knows. And he just recently, that's a whole nother conversation we can have. And I'm going to discuss that because I'm going to go over something he posted. You know, basically, I guess he got a lot of pushback, or not pushback, but a lot of comments about the Soul Trap, but from David Icke's crowd. All right. And then he made a specific post saying, Earth is not a soul trap, and blah, 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 blah. And then Jurgen tacked onto it too. I mean, there's a couple responses coming, one on Bowman and one on, or Buellman, and then the other on Jurgen, the OBE guy. I mean, it's incredible. And I'll just say one more thing with the NDERF website. They, you know what happens when you go to a missing page there? You know, the 404 icon. It's the one eye symbolism. I isolated the image. I saved it. I'm trying to look it up right now. I hope I have it. It might be on my external. But the point is why do you have the one eye symbolism?
Yep.
You know, for a near-death experiencer website. I mean, an IANS is so completely infiltrated, it's not even funny, but both of them are. I mean, whatever. I'll shut up.
I think the layers of quote unquote conspiracy are necessary to go through to get to the next step. Because I remember back in like the eye, right? The all-seeing eye. It's like, that's back way in like the Illuminati days when like Jim Carrey satirized it on a talk show. If you ever seen that, and like, what was I gonna say? Oh fuck, I forget. Oh damn it, I lost my train of thought. But I was gonna speak about the.
Well, he made a joke out of it.
Yeah, and then they're doing it. It's like, it's almost like the Matrix is always a step ahead or two steps ahead by gaslighting pop culture to things that are getting towards the truth. So like someone's talking about the vegan thing, right? And it's like, you know, the vegan skeptic can speak on the fact that, you know, he's knowledgeable on the fact that like there's gaslit vegan trend happening now versus what the real is, the real vegan movement. And I don't know, I'm kind of rambling. I meant to hit the point more exact, but no, never mind. Sorry.
No, you're spot on, man. You're spot on. And yeah, it is gaslighting all the way. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, it's all about confusion, right? Divide and conquer, gaslighting, just to get everyone all mixed up so they don't know left from right. I mean, it's textbook psychological operations going on.
Yeah, I fell for the Christopher Nolan movie Interstellar hardcore. I was really into it. And that's like, as I know it now, is hardcore fifth dimensional cube, Saturn, black hole symbolism. But at the time when it came out in 2014, I was like, holy shit, this is so good, you guys. This is like the truth, you know. But now I see it to be a massive trap. Obviously, I thought at the time like maybe Christopher Nolan's like one of the good guys of Hollywood, but no, don't count your chickens.
Well, one of the big things with Hollywood is that they have full on career length character actors. Jim Carrey is a great example of that. You know, the system has placed him in a position where he's connecting with those of us who are spiritually inclined. And yeah, there's a lot of truth there, but what do? They do exactly what you just mentioned, how he went on that show and made a mockery of everything. But he's still playing these roles that are deep with spiritual innuendos. And so, you know, and there's a lot of actors out there like that, that they're career actors set up to play a certain role so that you and I connect with them and think that they're truth tellers. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, it's all scripted. That they're meant to play that role by design.
You even have near-death experiences with people who supposedly meet certain celebrities that lead them back. They even say, like, my job is to guide people, you know, back into all this. You know, it's just another example of a super dense thing. Super, you know, I can't say dense because, you know, Earth, you know, just Earth problems and Earth thinking, but, you know, just believing in something that's not yourself, whether it's a human or a god, whatever, the body, just putting credence into something that's so beneath what we believe is so much more powerful, you know, whatever the spirit truly is. So, you know, the theme of it all, you know, distractions, and how the layers and the layers of how many people supposedly maybe know this and maybe don't even know that they're being played. And maybe we've talked about it. Maybe they think that they have their own set of truth as well. Like I got a hard line, like, oh yeah, I know we're in some type of simulation thing, but, you know, I came in through the government, CIA, I came in through Hollywood-esque, I came in through Freemasonry and all that
bloodlines, and then you have the bloodlines,
and they see it through bloodlines.
I mean, the whole bloodline thing is fascinating, and so many of them connect to it. So, you know, why not continue the bloodline? These are the bloodlines that are reincarnating into the same families most of the time, if not always. And they're the movers and shakers of the world, but they're probably also the type of beings that love it here. I mean, I seriously think I mean, I've met, I know we talked about earlier, but I mean, I've met people that absolutely love this place. And so if you have a subset of beings out there that are so far gone and so lost that they're incapable of thinking for themselves, and then you plop them into a bloodline and an indoctrination system that they grow up in, there's no chance. I mean, they're thinking what they're doing is what they're supposed to do, but they're just lost and completely gone. But you know, what can you do? PKOSB says, I'll be watching on my TV, so I'll miss the chat. Take care to everyone. Congratulations, FC, your 10,000 subs. You've earned it. Way to go. Thank you, PK. Appreciate you, sister. Great to see you tonight or this morning.
That's what I see too. Like,
I'll be right back, guys. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah. Like when it comes to the people who just got lost in the sauce of all of these distractions, I believe not only, of course, a lot of just spirits are just clearly lost in the politics of it, and from the TV manipulation, and as well as, like, a lot of people think like, you know, these certain religious people has the, you know, the knowledge, the Masons has the knowledge. Like, I believe even those people, like even the highest degree of those people, just fully lost in the sauce, thinking, you know, they don't even realize probably what we've come to realize, whether it's like the soul trap system, the AI based system, or whatever, right? And yeah, it's just that probably even there could be many people who had a life script to basically kind of wake up these people. But what are they waking up people from? They think they are waking up people from the Matrix by just talking about the Mandela effect, talking about flat Earth, talking about creator Earth, all this other, like, gematria, and maybe that's the script they signed into, and then they got lost in the sauce with that stuff with it, you know. But at the end of the day, I believe once we see that you are more than your body, and that you are even way more than your body, then basically, you know, comes the realization that, oh, like, probably then all of these things that are taking my focus out of that fact basically are just distractions. And I see a lot of people not only lose themselves in those distractions, but as well as the distractions of, again, the astral planes and all this other stuff. So it's just huge layers to this system where you cannot avoid the distraction. It's just so hard to avoid the distractions. But once you do, you get a lot back, as far as I believe.
Quieting the mind. Yeah.
I think it's like, if my theory has been always this: if the people, the sick, degenerate, absolute, completely horrible motherfuckers, and that doesn't even do them justice, who run this world, do what they do with no fear of afterlife repercussions, like the billions of Christians and Muslims, that was just level one of like, okay, this is completely fucking stupid, this whole world. That these just beyond sick leaders of the world who get praised by media and enough people alike are, okay, doing what they're doing. I won't get into the conspiracy. I don't want YouTube to freak out. The fact that they obviously know more about the occult than the average Jane and Joe are doing what they're doing led me to believe, like, at least at layer one, yes, this matrix is a joke. At the very least. That's how all that conspiracy bloodline stuff can service you. It can service to elucidate you, to be like, okay, yes, it's a complete joke. If the leaders of the world, air quotes, leaders, are doing the most fucked up shit imaginable and not worried about the repercussions while faking their religion, that's step one into the occult. But I do the gematria stuff, vegan skeptic. The gematria stuff is really crazy though. Like, I would check out Numbers Don't Lie, that YouTube channel. It's pretty wild, actually, and it goes beyond just pedestrian talk about the conspiratorial stuff and the occult. It gets pretty wild. It gets pretty deep, and I think it offers hints into how the mathematics of this AI control system may work. That's what with the gematria.
I 100% agree. Out of all of these conspiracies, I believe the gematria alone is the one that shows you the scripted reality, as I mentioned before too. Like, how much of it is scripted, how much of these actors, even names, how they apply to the movie, like Keanu Reeves, Matrix. You check the release dates and everything beyond that. Then I feel like it kind of shows how much of it is really part of the script of the simulation, basically. And I'd recommend everyone to check out Decode the Matrix, who actually uses gematria to show the soul trap and what kind of connection soul trap, reincarnation, matrix, all this type of the
yeah,
buzzword.
but he also doesn't believe in it.
Oh, I'm talking about she.
Decode the Matrix?
Yeah, like she is in our community. She sometimes talks.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of. Okay. I'm thinking.
I know who you're thinking about.
Forget it. Yeah, because I say, okay, yeah. She's done some really great work.
Yeah. And I feel the same way about the guy you're talking about. But but she is great. Decode the Matrix.
Yeah. Check out her channel. Oof.
Especially the God of Sleep series that she has. It shows also the dream manipulation behind the gematria.
Yeah, and gematria, I mean, basically, kind of the way I look at all that is if you're doubting that you're in some sort of life scripted simulated reality, then you will find your answer there, guaranteed.
It's an easy way.
And astrology.
Yeah. But just, what's even funnier about this matrix is like the gematria, the Saturn cube. It's like shit, and I won't speak on any specifics, Mark, for the specific topics, to be careful with that. But as we all know, in recent years, shit is going haywire. Like, and I feel like a lot of people have kind of accelerated their awakening process because of the events of recent years. It's almost like, and I explained this, like the RAM capacity of the black cube computer. It needs to be upgraded. It's like the RAM is running out of memory for all of this shit that's happening, and therefore that's why you get some of the Mandelas and the glitches, which I think are fascinating insights into the mechanics of this place, which could be used in some way to your benefit. I mean, it can't hurt to know the hidden mechanics of it, but it just seems like it needs a RAM upgrade because it's just trying to do too much right now with just all the crazy stuff that's happening.
That's what Dan and I talked about on, well, not you, Dan, but the other Dan from Overwatch. We talked about that, you know, maybe like once the population reaches a certain threshold that it just kind of whacks out. You know, it just is, it breaks down and isn't capable of holding the processing server or processing abilities, I guess you can say, the RAM to support such an operation. I mean, it's really something to consider, but you know, and that's just a theory, of course, but
a theory, right? But it also may explain a little bit of why people are feeling kind of anxious, on edge. They feel things are weird and different.
And why the system is full throttle to steal your mind. You know, it's nothing like when we were children. I mean, it's a whole nother level. I mean,
I was
like 10, you know, I mean, it's insane.
I was an NPC for all intents and purposes, just enjoying the 90s, man. Like,
same here, man.
You know, like Vortex football, like Nike, you know, like Super Soakers, like
Super Soakers. Yeah.
Those were the days. And, you know, and yeah, I mean, it's just, if you don't feel the energetic shift that is off, something happening, and then CERN, the particle divider, or sorry, I don't want to say that. Maybe I shouldn't. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, portals and all that weird shit.
We're looking now, even we're talking 15, 16, 17-year-olds are where we are right now, just thinking outside the box to the extent that it's taken us 20, 30, 40 years of our lives to just go through all the crap. And finally, it's like, okay, adjust our awareness to something more.
Well, if I had access to YouTube and all of this and I came across Mark's channel, and when I was in high school, oh, for sure, I'd be one of those kids. I was watching, my version of it was watching The Prisoner as a teenager. That was certainly a weird activity for a kid my age.
That's what I was getting to right just now too. It's the technology that, you know, that as the technology gets, you know, greater and greater and more advanced, you can't help but have people slip through the cracks to use it for the advantage of trying to understand what all this is, what all this could be. It's the you know, it's just like the religious thing. It's you have on one side, you have the side where people can get wrapped into it to the point where they go right back into the light. On the other side, you have people who can smell the bullshit from it and use that to wake up to the light and get the hell out. It's a 50-50 proposition. And it's the same thing I feel like with technology in general. It could be used to wrap people in even further, like how we feel like this all may be going, to revive some type of AI, you know, and, you know, merge even Michio, you know, he talks about, he feels we need to merge with AI once it gets to this certain point on this planet as far as the physical aspect of it. But at the same time, it could be used to wake the fuck up to what reality really might be.
Okay. The other thing I really think needs to be said is how trauma plays a massive role. The most common theme I run across with people I talk to who, you know, watch the channel socially or are new, there's something about trauma that can catapult an awakening. It may not happen when you're younger. It may not happen when you're a child or when you're a young adult or when you're an adult. It doesn't matter. There's something about that seems to be ridiculously prevalent. And if I had to guess, it's around the 90 percentile range. It's not 100%, but it's pretty damn close. And I'm going to take a poll just to see what people think. I also want to just give a big thank you to Catherine for a generous super chat. Thank you so much. She says, thanks for a great Saturday night, guys. And thank you. I appreciate you.
Mark, when you say the trauma, you mean it's a traumatic event in someone's life that catapulted them into understanding how torturous this place is.
I
Or-
mean, not. I
or
mean,
non-
yeah, that could be it, but it could be.
Nonsensical.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just trauma someone experienced at any age. You know, there's like when I talk to people, it seems that almost everyone experienced trauma as a child, but it could be trauma as a young adult or an adult. It could be them losing someone really close to them, whether it's a young age or as an adult. It doesn't matter. Like, it could be their parent, their brother, their sister, their mother, father, someone close to them, or it could be that they were in an abusive household. I mean, abuse and trauma as children seems to be something that just pops up constantly. I mean, and you know, maybe something like that kind of sits there and festers and acts as like a gate for someone to question the BS of this place, because I truly feel like if you don't have a lot of down moments here and things are relatively easy street for you, that the chances of awakening are not as high. Does that mean it's impossible? Absolutely not. But there's something linked to, more specifically, childhood trauma. But again, it could be anything. Could be, you know, young adult or adult trauma. I mean, but there's just something about it. So I'm going to take a poll because I'm really curious. We've got about 115 people here tonight. And anyone on the panel wants to mention, I mean, I know, you know, I don't want to say anything, but, you know, I know there's some that grew up in situations that weren't that good. But
Well, speaking for other people on their behalf, anonymous for all intents and purposes. Yeah, I know of plenty of people who are like deep in the religious bullshit, and then a tragedy happens that's inconceivable. And then they question, why would God do this? A lot of them only get that far, but some say, well, fuck God. You know, like, you know, well, God took away their pain. There's people who say that. And then there's people who are like, who the fuck gave him the pain in the first place? God too. No, Satan, well, who created everything. It all comes back to God. So some people, yeah, I've experienced some people who do get it, you know, like my cousin at the age of 20 passing from cancer recently, like her deeply Christian parents, like they are struggling a little bit with Christianity now. I don't think it'll get further than that, but how the fuck could this all-loving and all-powerful God do that? What I said originally, how God cannot be all-loving and all-powerful, has to be or, right? So I've seen it with certain people. Yeah, I've seen people experience where it may have elucidated them, but to this level, I don't know. It seems like most people will still not wake up, but those who do probably did experience trauma. Anyway.
It's interesting to your point, because we have the overall point where it can go both ways. Trauma can wake you up to the point to becoming more aware, or it can break you down to lock you into this place.
Right, be more subservient.
Yeah, and that's kind of FC's point with, I feel like with the experience, who are all traumatized in some type, I think he's trying to say. It's interesting, coming from the path I came from, the question inevitably comes up with those type of awakened people. It's like, why did these extremist cults, why were they so vicious? You know, if they were just like loving, we probably would have never wanted to wait. Like, we would have never wanted to leave.
Yes.
We would never waken up. So it's like, why do they use this vicious tactic? We believe the answer is because if everything is all good all the time, that in itself also wakes you up. If it's too easy, if it's too much, like almost like too loving, and everything is handed to you, it creates this effect of, well, something is wrong with this. Like, why is everything being handed to me? Why is everything so loving? Something's not right even with this. Like, there should be more of a challenge. It's almost like I'm being handed everything for a purpose that's not really mine, but then who really am I? It makes you question things almost earlier and more simpler. Whereas if you have the opposite case where you lock people down in the mind in fear and make it seem like they are the problem, that they cause all this on themselves, then they don't really wake up to who they are. They think that what they are is the problem already. Kind of get what I'm trying to say?
Guilt is a huge tactic it uses.
There it
as well.
is.
The
Fear,
Matrix.
guilt, shame matrix.
Guilt, shame
That's-
matrix. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's the guilt. You could have the path where it's all good, but it kind of leads you to it's like the rebellious teen who has a good upbringing. It's like could become just, not that I care, but it's like, how could someone in the group like Rich, like, you're a drug, like you're living in a halfway house now? Like, what? How is it? I guess might not be a great example, but I feel like that's where I resonate with it. Is that the other tactic, the kind of to break you down and to make it feel like everything's your fault and to inundate you with trauma and fear. At least that way, they make it seem like you are the problem. This is your fault that you're here. You chose this, even though you truly might have chose this, but it was a manipulative choosing, So while the other way, if everything was just given to us and it was all good, I feel like half the people on this planet would wake up and just sense something's off, because it's just something's wrong with everything being handed to you on a silver platter.
Yeah,
just
man.
sense it.
Exactly. I mean, it's also interesting how even they showed in the Matrix that we talked about, right? The movie, how they made like heaven-like Matrix and nobody believed in it. They made hell-like Matrix, nobody believed in it. Then they tried to find in between, try to introduce more free will to it and keep on increasing the free will. And then at the end, the latest Matrix movie, Matrix 4, the architect said that now nobody leaves the Matrix. And then they actually, in the movie, they show us what kind of place they created, which is exactly like our worlds. We see Keanu Reeves playing his VR. We see in the elevator how people are occupied by their phones. It's just all the distractions. Like, there's just too many distractions out there that occupy people's times, including the survival, right? So then this is very interesting how the Matrix found the perfect way so that people don't wake up, and then it's also hiding the fiction inside the movies. Like, we talk about Matrix and a lot of people probably think, oh, these guys are talking about the movie. Of course, this is not real. This is a movie. And that's exactly what they did on the Matrix 4 movie. They turned all those movies into a game where now these games are famous. And when people in that Matrix, when they talk about this theory, let's say the simulation theory, soul trap theory, then of course these people inside the Matrix would say, oh, are you talking about the game? It's the Matrix game, man. Come on, it's a fiction. So then it becomes, even stronger in that way, where the truth is hidden in plain sight, but this is why people don't see it.
Yeah, we don't talk about the way that movie ended. We've never talked about that on this channel, but interesting. As far as number 4.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, these movies are definitely telling us, what's really going on, how much layers the Matrix has, and how Neo still doesn't realize that he's inside the Matrix and how he's tricked by all the crew. That it's basically, it's just, to me, it's just AI keep on tricking Neo into for revenge, for taking back the Matrix, for creating all this stuff, but not
Shows
realizing
a blatant memory wipe.
Oh yeah,
true.
Yeah, they're reborn and they have no clue who they each are, but yet they're still in each other's lives.
Oh yeah, that's a perfect one. And then the architect also saying how they made them get close but not too close, and then how they generate way more energy out of it that way. And that the architect says, why do you think you see nightmares, Neo? Do you think they come from you? No, it comes from us, because we realize that when we create more stress for you, we generate more energy out of you. And this is another big truth bomb, I feel like.
100%. I mean, they represent
Damn
the
right.
batteries and everything. I mean, it's in our face. It's incredible.
And at the end,
he's
it's like,
traversing in the same matrix realms, thinking that he's going to be the hero. Sorry, Johnny. Go ahead.
no, same point. And in the end, it's another like the one moment you remember from that movie. It was just like what was it? Trinity. It was Trinity just being like, goodbye. just goodbye. It's like I feel like that's how easy it might be sometimes. It's just goodbye. No more. I'm out. When that time comes.
I agree with Joshua Carpenter. He said only the first Matrix movie is worth watching. The sequels are transhumanist propaganda. I feel like that's what, following the trope of giving some truth and then muddying the waters, giving some truth and then muddying the waters in order to invalidate the truth that they do share. So I feel the same way. I really connected with the first Matrix in a very deep way, to the point where it kind of put me in a little bit of an existential crisis at a young age. I was like, holy shit. And
did you see it at the theater?
I saw it just on DVD or something. And I remember, but always referencing back to that movie throughout my collegiate years. Like, do you guys not think that this movie's fucking really telling us something? We're like, no, it's special effects are fucking dope. And I'm like, what? No, like, no, it's like, I feel like that's us, like what's happening for real. So yeah.
Perception and awareness, man. Just increasing it, just being open. Perception and awareness.
Yeah, just like the first one, I totally agree. It was like the first one, and then the other ones are just kind of trash. To then well, I guess what? Oh no, there's another one they just come out with, right?
Yeah, we're talking about number 4. We were talking about it.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't catch up because there was a 4th, right? Recently, like with last year. Yeah, I think there's right. Yeah, that totally shit the bed. Did it not?
As far as I think how much it pulled in, I think it didn't do very well. But they were talking about how there are definitely some things about it that seem to resonate, I guess, with the trap, soul trap. But yeah, definitely few and far between, though.
Yeah,
muddied.
It definitely, like, just like everything in other sequels, right? Like, it's always going deep to the deep shit end. But it is at the same time, though, it still gave out a lot of truth bombs in it. Just like I talked about how the manipulation of the dreams via nightmares or other things, how the system is manipulated, how the 7th matrix is made so that there's a lot of distractions in it, so that the least amount of, in fact, nobody wakes up. The architects, as far as I remember, not the least amount of, like, a few people, but basically nobody wakes up from it, other than the Neo, basically, right at the end. But he still doesn't realize that he didn't actually wake up to the real life. He just wake up to another matrix, basically, and even actually got lost in the source, perhaps in an even deeper way in some sense. So yeah, and then they also mentioned about how they created basically these more NPCs for the 7th version, and then they made them out of copper or something, so that when Agent Smiths jump into them, they don't get destroyed, and that they place them around us, and all these different type of interesting truth bombs they put in that movie that I found interesting, especially when Keanu Reeves was playing with the VR and how everyone was occupied on their phones, and then the architect said, yeah, this is the best thing that we created because nobody wakes up from it.
Yeah, it's true. We're captured in our own, by our own doing. I mean, as far as choosing to be in prison.
Oh yeah, I think someone said Jupiter Ascending. I'll have to check that out. I never watched that.
Yeah, that's another one that shows basically how this place is like a energy farm, kind of how how we use animals on the factory farms and use them as basically energy. Same thing the system does to us, and
Isn't
that
that the one
movie
about
shows that.
space?
Yeah,
Okay. Thought so.
yeah, and they were saying harvesting time is coming for the earth, and that earth is being used just for the energy or whatever,
Yeah, they
that. Go ahead.
they like make movies that appeal to different types of people. So then Soul, the animated film for younger kids, it's like, and then I guess Jupiter Ascending is more mature. Yeah, they have just they tell us through different avenues that people can relate to. I guess I don't know.
Bro, that extra scene with Soul. Have you guys? I know FC's seen it.
22 to Earth or whatever.
Yeah, 22.
Oh, yeah.
What
Goes
something?
That's just insane. Totally
Did you
insane.
Did you not hear how it ended? Do you remember the credit endings?
Not off the top of my head. No, you have to refresh my memory.
The two guide assholes are talking amongst themselves, and the guy is like, "What is the purpose to the purpose of living? What is the purpose of being here? I don't even know myself." And she's like, "Oh, well, the purpose of living is cutscene, goes black, credits."
Oh, yeah. Just like they won't show the great beyond.
Well,
Yeah.
true. But then it cuts back to him and he hears what it is, and then he's like, that's the answer.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
They
he's
leave
like-
us blue balled at the end.
And then he says, what do you say? He's like, it's so unfortunate. He's like, kind of, what did he say? Oh my gosh, what did he say? Some very ominous thing. It was like oh man, it was basically like too bad. He says too bad, really. He says too bad, really, at the end. And that's how it fully ends. Motherfuckers, man.
Hinting at it again, the hell-like place that we live in. We had all the 666 stuff they show, and then now on the movies they show, basically it's not for it's for a nefarious reason,
It really is just, we talk about all these symbolisms and how maybe there's some type of contract where they have to, or maybe it's all a joke, just laughing in your face. But it really is, we talk about the waking process. It's just been, it trips me out when it's like, it's been in front of our face all this time though. It's like we go through this giant path to get to the point of awareness where we are and the point of what we think is going on here. And it's like, God, it took me so long, and I went through all the suffering and of now what could be and what could be beyond all this. But it's like, dude, it was always there. I just was so wrapped up in my fears and in my ego that I chose not to see it. And yeah, it's not our fault. But I mean, I know there are certain people, there are certain kids for some reason who just see it immediately. And I don't know how that is. But there are these certain people who know, who know completely, but who are very just aware of something more, even at a very, very young age. So it's like, comparing myself to them. It's not good to compare ourselves, but it's unfortunate, that you just have to go through everything we had to go through and then reach a point like this, and just to be open to what could be. And when really it's like, what the hell were we, you talk about the 90s, you talk about the 80s or whatever, our childhoods, young adulthood, and it's like, what were we doing? What were we freaking doing?
I'll be right back, guys.
I think the Matrix is just fucking with us. I think the part of me that believes it's all serious and it's like this very serious, heavy reason. The other side of me just as much thinks it's one big joke. It's just a big joke. Like that's might as well just be a joke. Like it's just fucking with us. They're just laughing. It's a sitcom. Instead of this life being a tragedy, it is a sitcom. It is a black comedy. Why not? That's what I think.
I had that kind of premonition not vision. I use vision in a different way than I think others. Just like seeing a scenario, making up a story in my mind, but based off the data that I collect, and then that's kind of like a premonition. And it's like if you're really tricked or dumped in here or convinced to come here, all the while on the other side, if some other entity knows, I don't know, knows you, and it's like, I can't believe we just tricked this person to go into that disgusting little realm, thinking that it's whatever, they're going to ascend, or it's what they're supposed to do, or whatever. And I just had the premonition, like kind of waking up to that and being what we believe the spirit to be, at least some type of force that is just, that can't really be just physically destroyed in that way. And living in a timeless type of realm where it seemingly can't really get hurt unless you believe you can be, or whatever. And then, looking down, I've heard NDEs or some stories where it's like, oh, well, on the other side, you just can't really contemplate how horrible it would really be, because one, you don't know what time is really like, and I don't know, the perception is just different or whatever. So it's just a premonition, pretty much, that, again, to your point, like it's all a joke. Everyone's being laughed at while they're here. And are you so wrapped into it that you would really choose to come back, which is the ultimate hilarious thing.
I laugh at it myself sometimes, even as I'm here. I'll laugh at it. Like I will look at like a line dividing like quote unquote Trumpers and then Biden people. I will laugh at that shit. I will like look at their discourse, their dialogue, their hatred for each other. Sometimes I sit back and I look at society as a whole and I laugh and I say, this is the silliest goddamn thing I've ever witnessed in my life. And if I think it's funny, then fallen gods are certainly laughing their asses off, because it's just unlimited entertainment. And that's why they keep it going on loop. Like maybe they're addicted to the entertainment of this show.
I mean, wouldn't you be though? If
we already
think about it from
sometimes I people watch to the point where I can't stop. I'm like, this is too rich. I just, when I'm in Walmart, it's, for example, sometimes just a fascinating spectacle. God, I can't even believe I'm of the same species as some humans, all of us, right? Because some of the shit we see, I can't even. It's just so funny. Yeah.
We're ready to transcend. We're ready to get out of here. But thinking about it from that higher perspective, then I definitely would be the butt of the joke. I mean, this definitely all would be hella hilarious if that were the case. It's funny, it's strange connection. We don't get into the UFO topic a lot because it's with good reason, because it's so everywhere, even though there are definitely many consistencies as well. But one of the strange ones with the NDE topic mixing in with that is people realize with the supposed phenomena and kind of the feel behind it is that there's a really obvious, we call it, sense of humor behind what's going on with that. Like the definite vibes of we're just being fucked with by whatever that is. And same with this. After data after data point for data point that we talk about, it's like it just feels like we're just being fucked with. We're just being fucked with multiple times, lifetime after lifetime. It's just
we really are, and it's really heating up. It's really heating up in recent years. Like the program is really dedicating a lot of memory and CPU to fuck with us. I mean, I see shit on social media from the quote unquote truthers. Some of it's good, just on a daily basis, of things that are happening that leave you perplexed as to why people can't notice it. I won't go into specifics as it has to do with some things we can't necessarily talk about, but God.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, I think.
It's definitely like interesting how much the system fucks with us and how much mockery and dark humor or regular humor is involved with it too. Like I believe, like, if only people could remember the dreams they see every day, because after like remembering them, some of the scenarios, the mockery is just like basically there. I sometimes hear the laughter, like how much I'm fooled in the dream and what I'm fooled with, and all these other complicated scenarios where sometimes like I wake up and I almost like laugh at it because wow, they got me with that. And then even in the dream sometimes, whoa, that was actually super funny. So I'm kind of like learning to laugh at it. And I really love humor, comedy. I follow a lot of like a comedy podcasts, watch a lot of stand up, and which also taught me to laugh at it basically, because the most professional comedians are the ones who know how to laugh at themselves. And yes, our situation that we find ourselves is in some sick way is comical, right? Especially on the perspective of the Archon or AI or whatever. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we are again far away advanced, not in an egoistic way, but that on the knowledge that we acquired, realizing how reincarnation is a trap and that we have probably been reincarnated here for so many times, and that we can stop it in this timeline. Like that's already puts us just in a position where we don't have to repeat this bullshit and then let the system keep on mocking us. And that's the biggest takeaway I would like, because
enjoy your last time. Sorry.
Exactly. This is our last time. We know this is our last time. Make it to whatever you want it to be, right?
You gotta, I mean, honestly, I can't stress it enough. Everyone has to look at this place like a clown show. You have to laugh and enjoy the ride as best you can. I mean, yeah, it's not the most enjoyable ride, but you know, it's your last time. Take advantage of it. Do whatever you kind of wanted to do. Go explore where you wanted to go to explore. Do whatever makes you happy. And don't take life too seriously, or seriously at all. But I mean, there's so much laughter. We live in the time of comedy beyond belief. I mean, when I talk about the orange-haired man, I mean, come on. I mean, how funny is that? That, you know, it was the perfect representation of someone getting in the White House and made the clown show the king of all clown shows. I mean, it was hilarious. It was, and you know what? I hope he gets in again, because it's going to be hilarious, you know, or something, you know. Just exactly. Another example is how they were just trolling people over in England. How they were saying, oh, you know, Boris Johnson just retired, or not retired, resigned. And then they were talking like this other woman comes in, Trust or whatever, and she decimates the economy in a couple of weeks, supposedly, which we all know is bullshit. And then all of a sudden they're talking about how Boris Johnson is going to be, you know, he's in the running and maybe in the lead to be prime minister again. And it's just a troll on society. I mean, and that's what was happening here for a while with, you know, the orange man. And then now we have, you know, obviously, you know who in office. I'm just not even going to say the names, because it's just, the algorithm will fucking explode and take it out on me. But it's just so obvious. I mean, if what's going on right now is not an indication that it's a clown show, then I don't know, you know, then there isn't much else to say. But it's in our face. And it's always been in our face, but it's kind of been ramped up to a degree that, you know, hey, just watch from the sidelines and look at how ridiculous it is. And yeah, it sucks that our wallets are being decimated, but what the hell can we do? It is what it is. You know, we just got to roll with the punches and prepare. Common sense preparations. And
well, the more they,
it is what it is, you know,
the more we pay attention to it, I think the stronger it gets. I do believe that is something that I've experienced. It's like they're always trying to steal. And when I say they, I'm talking about the corporeal figureheads of this world as we know it. I'm talking now on this earth realm. They, as in the Medea and others, are always trying to rob our attention and keep us in the cycle fear
the fear of cycle. And they're always having to get our acquiescence. It's all about acquiescence. That's the theme. Acquiescence for our attention. And then once they have that, it's almost as if the situation that would not have existed now comes into existence because enough attention has been pointed at it. Whereas if no one had paid attention to it, it would have stayed fantastical. It would not have come true. And it's kind of like how politicians, when they're walking and getting yelled at, like, fuck you. A certain Canadian politician, you see videos of people like, get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. He loves that. He loves the hate just as much as he gets the love. In fact, these politicians want the hate because it's attention. It doesn't matter that it's negative attention. It's attention. And they're so calcified and evil as it is, I would argue they even prefer negative attention. It's like they love it.
They feast off it.
They feast. It's louche for them. They eat it up. They love that negative attention, and it makes them stronger. But what would happen if people just literally didn't even show up to give them attention? I honestly think, and I'm being serious, I'm not being facetious when I say this or euphemistic, I think they would literally vanish into thin air. I think that the program
like the
would
Mayans.
Yeah, they would just, if no one paid attention to them, they would literally vanish, I think. I'm serious. They would just cease to be rendered by the program, I think.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be as funny, bro.
Right. Yeah.
We need the comedy. If we're going to be here, I demand comedy. Just like I demand the fake alien invasion. Bring it. Let's get this show on the road. Let's all laugh. I don't care if the whole world implodes. If they bring the fake alien invasion, let's do it. It's better than this lame thing that's been going on the last few years.
I mean, I'm down for some. I'm down for some excitement.
Yeah,
people
we
are like,
need it. I mean, come on.
The Marvel movies. The Marvel movies are such a great example of like, we must save the Earth. So what? People can wake up and put on their suit and tie again and fucking live and go have an affair. Is that why we? And that's why I think Thanos is actually kind of a hero. I mean, that's kind of the unpopular opinion, but for our group, probably more popular. Like Thanos is actually curing the humanity of this disease called the Matrix.
Yeah, and imagine like being in the body of someone who actually fully bought into all the politics, still in it, still like, oh my God, or when alien attack comes in, like they are like so super stressed. Oh my God, am I gonna die? And then what's gonna happen? Like it's all like, but now we are on a totally different position of, realizing that just like in the show The Good Place, like it's all around us. It's just all fear factors, basically, just trying to get you to be fearful. And now we realize that. So now we don't have to give up the stress out there. We don't have to give out like fear out there, right? So yeah, this is the biggest luckiest position that we are having.
It's all around defending the Earth skin VR, As long as you're wrapped in the Earth skin VR, then all the other crap, an alien in another Earth skin VR attacking the other Earth skin VR, whatever, or a new parasite that attacks the Earth skin VR. It's all just wrapped around this body. Bodies in VR.
And then people are, I used to be like this. The past 2 years, I was kind of on that, like a little bit of the truther train. Like, you don't understand. Prices are going to go up. Gas is going to go up. We're fucked. Do you understand? Like I would like pedestal myself on my Instagram, and I stopped a year ago, and shit hasn't been, and it's been much better. It's been much better not to feed into the hypotheticals of what could happen, because the more you feed into it, the more it will happen. And then people are like, okay, fine. You're going to be in for a rude awakening. It's like, no, I'm not. Because if anything happens, fine. Let it burn.
Exactly.
Let it burn to the ground. And that's a very unpopular opinion, because people are like, we must save humanity. Must we really really must we save humanity? Like, that's the thing. It's no, I don't think so. I think a reset of the humankind, not the I won't say his name, not the a reset.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys, but I appreciate you. See, the dog agrees too.
Yeah, that's right. He felt the vibe.
Sorry,
it's
guys.
Ridiculous, right, dog? Don't be sorry. It was perfect. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
No, I was. But Right. People are like, wait, so why must we save more NPC-ness? It's almost as if the NPC wants us to save it so we can lose ourselves. It's almost like the NPC is programmed for us to save nothing, to keep us distracted. It's like, no, if shit's gonna be inflated, all of this or whatever, and then fine, then it's gonna get more exciting at the very least, and shit'll be less monotonous, and we will literally be living inside of a quote unquote apocalyptic film. It is what it is. I don't claim any of it either way. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I spent a year watching a certain Smalix Smones show. I don't know if I can say his name. I spent a year watching
just spell it.
ALEXJO.
We know what you're talking about.
Okay. I spent a year watching him,
thank you,
thinking he was telling the quote unquote truth, and it's like, no, he's not. He is generating just as much fear as the mainstream, right? So
100%.
Got to back out. You just got to back out.
Yeah, and it's also interesting how it's clearly going to shit, right? Like it's clear not only the inflation, but like the whole system, just like they showed us in the Ready Player One movie, the Gamer movie, the Upgrade movie, the Surrogates movie. Like they are on purpose making this metaverse, basically what's called the universe, horrible, slowly but surely. And then what are they doing at the same time? At the same time, the metaverse and VR is getting so advanced that right now we have, for example, true vision AIs where you can see the same angle that you see in real life without any black corners. You can't even see the pixels. And there are people who say, oh, I've tried it on YouTube. You can see people try it, and then they can't even distinguish between real life items in the room and then the VR items, basically. And so we are at a point where it's just that VR is getting so advanced and metaverse is getting so much more advanced. But at the same time, the real life is getting so shitty that people are basically getting more and more directed to the distractions, the technology, the TV and the VR and everything like that.
So let's extrapolate that real quick, because that brings me to another different point. For one, we kind of see a trend of pushing us towards a certain way of a physical, another reality, a physical reality that's not this reality that's different. Another way that this is all might happen. So I've got the feeling a few times while we're talking about this, the idea, what if something similar was happened where we were kind of pushed through propaganda into a body like this? Because we've talked about how could anyone convince us to have these shitty ass freaking bodies that shit every day and eat living things and that are filled with freaking bacteria.
That's what I said a while back. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, but that's the whole matrix within a matrix within a matrix thing. It's like, consider the robots of today, the robots of yesterday, and we are the robots.
Yes. It's like ghosts in a freaking shell, like ghosts in a shell.
It's like the AI reality trying to replicate itself in live time. And the most infuriating thing that I see are all these social media ads of like entrepreneurs and business owners who are like, this tool is going to speed up your writing this tool is going to make your writing so much faster. And they're like, check out this AI writing tool. Check out this AI video tool. Check out this AI voice to speech tool. It's like, no. People don't even realize that their entrepreneurial spirit is building the collective grave of this matrix into a worse copied matrix, i.e. the AI matrix, where there won't be any human craft anymore. There won't be any music written and composed by human hands. It'll be all, Google can now generate songs. You can put a clip of music into Google is working on Google is working on a program where you can put a clip of a song into it and it will AI generate an entire composition. And people go around saying, oh, this is going to make your video creation so much faster. I'm live time in real time watching NPCs bury their own graves when they say things like that. It's like, wait a minute. No. Keep the arts with the humans. Do you not see how your shitty online entrepreneurial business is going to make things collectively worse in the end?
100%. I was I was watching something. It was in England, I think. Maybe like 2 weeks ago. I didn't get to finish it, but essentially they went to whatever Parliament or whatever it was with the AI robot, and the first hour was all this BS talking about the positives and negatives of a AI robot coming into society, and talked about giving them citizenship and all this stuff. And that, the whole citizenship thing, like I think the first so-called AI robot was given citizenship in all places, Saudi Arabia. I mean, come on. Anyways, all they were talking about were different. This is a video I may actually cover. I mean, I haven't finished it yet, but they were talking about how it would steal jobs. And just like what you said, you were talking about music, right, Dan? I think Dan was talking about music.
Yeah, I was talking about how GOOGLE has an AI system they're working on now that will make an entire composition if you plug in some
yes.
Small.
So they were talking about the same thing with books, how they're already out there. There are these books, these AI books that are created, and depending on the topic, they've basically come to the assumption that humanity can't tell the difference. But when it's something deep, or there's like something where it provokes deep emotional feeling, or we're talking about and even surprisingly research books, they said it still, quote unquote, hasn't been perfected yet. But and then of course there's the whole art aspect of things, where you have these AI generated images. I'm actually in a Discord server where you can go in there. I mean, it's kind of made the rounds. I don't remember the name of it, but you can go in there and
Midjourney.
Yeah.
I actually use that to make my book cover too.
Yeah, and you can go in there and type in certain things, and an AI image will be generated, and it's like a piece of art. And that's again, these are just small examples. So we have music, we have books, we have research papers, we have art. I mean, you have. I mean, what about computer programs? All this stuff, self-learning computer programs. I mean, and they're sitting there arguing the entire time how it's only going to put a few people out of work. Meanwhile, we're talking about what, 4 or 5 massive industries, massive. And they're saying, oh, well, humanity's not going to know the difference. And then, I don't know, about like 3/4 of the way through or halfway through, they bring out the robot. And that's kind of where I left off. I have to listen to the rest, but it's absurd. Yeah. This just happened a couple weeks ago.
This is one area where I can't stand NPCs, where I get angry, where I see.
Rightfully so.
I can't stand it, because as an artist myself, it's like, okay, what I said about the AI replicating reality as it is to make a denser, worse reality, that's what's being made before our very eyes. Because this AI writing and music and all that, it'll never be as good as us humans, but they're trying to convince it that it will be. But what we will do, what these NPCs will do, is slowly, with their acquiescence, accept through the propaganda that it is just as good, and therefore it will replace us that way, actually thinking that a seasoned author can be beaten out by a Python script. It will replace us that way, by people believing that it is actually better, when in fact it cannot replace human art. And I will always argue that no way can AI ever replace human art, by the very fact that it is a copy of us. It is based on us. It is based on our input. There is no leveling up. So what's happening is it's almost like they're making the AI, their AI and technology is evolving while we are devolving.
Exactly. You get people stupid and then they don't know the difference.
But if these NPCs would not acquiesce to it and just say, no, I'm not. If enough people would say, no, I'm not going to use that writing tool because it's subpar work anyway, and I'm going to hire a copywriter at the decent rate and get excellent copy. If everybody kept just doing that track, our world would still be in that reality. But now we have the threat of this ridiculous AI reality for every creative and intellectual endeavor a human could undertake, because people are acquiescing, actually believing that a copy of us, i.e. this AI, is actually just as good, if not better. But it simply can't be, because it's based on our data input. Well, the technology, it's going to learn on itself and it's going to start. Yeah, but it'll be a different form of intelligence. It will not be a spirited intelligence like us. It will be different. It's a different branch that is a copy. No matter what happens, it is always a copy. It's from a copy machine. And it just infuriates me when I see these dumb fucking entrepreneurs who are like, what's up, guys? And like I said before, what's up, guys? This AI tool is absolutely amazing. And, it can do this, and that. It can speed up your writing. All you got to do is copy and paste this Wikipedia article. God damn it. And people are just going along with it. And this is why, not to talk about the NPC topic, I honestly think that us spirited men and women are actually of a different source, because I look at this and I'm like, how can you accept this? How?
How could it continue? I mean, how could there not be some mass uprising by now?
Right.
With people saying, okay, when does it end? But you know what really was the litmus test, though, bro, was what happened over the last couple of years. That was the true litmus test. 100%. If we can't walk away and say, hey, what happened the last few years is not right. It's insane. And I'm telling you, like, there were other, I mean, I'm sure everyone's aware of this, but there were other countries, at least there was something. Some groups, sometimes massive groups, that rose up. But in the U.S., it was a joke, complete joke. At most, there was a couple hundred people at a capital. I mean, of a state. I mean, a total, complete joke. And here we are in this year. I mean, if that isn't an indication that fighting for anything at this place, anything to do with this place, is not worth your time, I don't know what is. So those that want to fight for this place while they're here and then think that they want to fight for this place when they leave here, I'm sorry, but it's just completely insane. There's no logical reasoning whatsoever to fight for this place. The only thing you should be doing is common sense preparation for you and your loved ones and friends, whatever. But as far as fighting for this, hell to the no. I'll have nothing to do with it. Let it, like you said, let it burn to the ground. I don't care. Whatever happens, happens.
God, yeah, just what you're saying. People, the last 2 years alone, have shown me without a shadow of a doubt that my energy is wasted. And as I see it continue, as I see the technology speed up, people, and they're actually debating on that Discord and other places, right? About, well, no AI this and no AI that. There are actually people dumb enough. There are actually people fucking stupid enough to really believe that AI is ultimately going to be good because it's going to cut costs. You dumb imbecile. How cut costs? Yeah, they're the price of cutting costs is that it's going to cut all of us. There is no black and white here. It's coming for all of us. It's like, we'll use this AI tool for my little business, my little entrepreneurial business from a course I took online from some bullshit guru. These bullshit gurus, man, are just killing me, and they're using AI now. And God, man, I don't know. It's just
and the most annoying part about it is that it's just they are making it so convenient, so affordable, so like it's super, like, for example, when I was like, I wanted to have a cover for this, like the first version free book that I wrote, right? And then I was like, okay, I heard about this tool, and then I went there, AI, okay, this is what I want, and then all of a sudden, like 10 seconds later, it shows me some super like interesting like art pieces, and then I was like, okay, make this one and then change it, like it's another 5 seconds later, boom, another amazing thing. And then I was like, holy shit, this is just so advanced. And then We have like articles that are written by AI. We have fucking AI talking to us on the phone from these agencies, and then we have like, it's just so yeah, interesting how much clearly it's a fact that it's going to replace a lot of jobs, but at the same time it's interesting how it creates these weird jobs, like for example, like how to become an NPC in the metaverse that a lot of apparently Filipino people are interested in, like they are pushing it out there in Philippines. And it's interesting how even the jobs that this whole system creates, it's all basically going deeper and deeper into the metaverse, right? Where they kind of want us to be involved with technology in a deeper way, where they say openly that, oh yeah, it will be in your body soon, right? Like in the next 10 years or whatever. And then of course not for us, but it's interesting how much the hive mind wants to make you part of its whole being, right? Via just engaging in with more and more technology in a deeper and deeper layer. And yeah, that's when you get lost in the sauce, basically.
They honestly think it's progress. The NPC literally thinks it's progress. Wow, technology's crazy. They're like, dude, technology's so crazy now. Now there's like a 1 terabyte cell phone. I'm like, dude, that's fucking child's play. Some of these ancient civilizations had shit we couldn't even imagine before it was destroyed. Not to get into a conspiracy, but it's like, it's just child's play. Like you think, whoa, this rectangular iPhone that I lived my life through. No, it's not. It is child's play. It is planned obsolescence now. And now I see APPLE doing things that is so, it would have been okay, how about this? Brazil recently, there was Brazil recently sued APPLE. Are y'all familiar with the iPhone 13, 14? They don't come with a charging block anymore, by the way. You know this? In the box.
Is it all wireless?
No, you just get the phone and the charging cable. You don't get the little charging block anymore.
What?
You go on their website, and it's because they're saving using less material, right? Brazil, the government, they actually sued Apple over this, claiming that it's against consumer protection and it goes against being a complete product, which it's true, because you can't effectively charge your phone. Not everybody will be able to charge their phone if they don't have that little charging block.
Yeah.
So in Brazil, at least, Apple has to pay up a big fine and now include the charging block in all iPhones. But nope, not here in the US. You go to the Apple store, you get a thinner box that's saving the environment, that only has a charging cable and the phone, not the block, not the USB-C charging block. And people fall for it. They just accept it. They just acquiesce. So Apple is just doing more and more APPLE is doing more price things. They're just doing more weird pricing, taking features away from products, giving the next iPad this product, and fucking with us so badly that that's just another thing that's right in front of our faces. You know, like putting the camera in the right spot for the new baseline iPad, but for the iPad Pro, leaving it in the spot that's a problem. Things like that. And people can't even compute that this is planned obsolescence right in front of their face this time. Not even a fridge that'll break in 5 years instead of 10. It's right in front of your face before you buy it.
Or 20. I mean, Christ. Yeah. I mean, things last long. I mean, I go to Costco regularly and stock up or top off on things. And almost everything they have is smart this, smart that. Like, I'm looking at a fridge, and it's a smart fridge, and it's got cameras and weights and all sorts of crap. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, how dumb do you have to be to want to buy something like that? And then realize how hooked up it is. I mean, it's hooked up to the internet. What is it gonna radiate your food? I mean, that's just one thing. And cameras? Do you really need cameras in your refrigerator? I mean, are you kidding me?
And they consider this to be technologically progressive. Like, like they'll say,
We're
hey
growing.
man, it's really cool. Like, hey, while I'm out to eat, I can see how many ice cubes are in my freezer. What the fuck? Who gives a shit? You think that's what they want? How many ice cubes? You know, Jesus.
Unbelievable.
Someone said smart toilets. It'll regulate how big your shits are. It'll make you a line graph of your dumps. Yeah.
That's a meme right there. That's
Yeah.
that's a meme.
Right.
That's meme material for
but
sure.
it sounds so. This sounds crazy. It sounds like I'm joking, but guess what? I'm not
It's
even
real.
joking.
It's
Because
real.
I saw an AWPLE commercial. I saw a AWPLE watch commercial. Have you seen this? Guess what it does? It
No.
tracks. They promoted this on the AWPLE watch commercial. You can see it on YouTube. Ovulation tracking.
Oh, that's
Have you
so
seen that?
funny you mentioned that
Have you
because
seen
no, I haven't seen it, but it's funny you mention it because there was
Totally
one
real.
thing that there's one thing that really stood out huge for me, and that was, and this wasn't recent. This was a few years back. I don't know exactly how long. I want to say 5 years ago. Amazon started recommending diapers to mothers, to women, and then I guess they knew when a woman would start to have a child, like when a child would start developing in the womb. And so they're doing their shopping, and then they're like, why am I getting recommended diapers and all these children's toys and accessories and all this stuff, blankets, pillows, cribs, all that stuff. And come to find out, they would go and get tested to see if they had if they were pregnant, and it would be true. So Amazon knew before the mothers knew that they were pregnant based on their purchasing habits or whatever else they're doing. You know, who the hell knows exactly what's going on there. But the point is that's ridiculous. And that's where we're at. I mean, we're in 2022 and they're able to predict possibly when a woman might have a child or have a child before they're even tested. I mean, that to me was just, it blew me away. It's like that shows how much power, how many algorithms are running in the background, and that they're able to predict something like that. Who knows what tipped the algorithm off to, trigger it to give the notification that the woman might be pregnant, or that they're, I mean, it's just talking about this is just mind blowing. I mean, it's insane.
We've had the discussion before that people have experienced this phenomena that it seems like what you think is like you see an ad for it the next day, something that's been on your mind for days.
So you never typed it in your life, right? Never typed it, never texted it, nothing. And it boom, you think it's there.
It makes me, in my heart, it makes me think. I've heard a couple of the more CIA type of MK Ultra type of people talk about it in the more of that sense of soul trap, in the sense of the physical, in the sense of there must be technology. There must be some type of mind hacking technology by now. How could there not be?
Yeah, I totally.
I mean, you could hack a computer. You can hack a computer. It's like, how could the mind, which is, electronically, plugged in, how could there not be something that someone has developed somewhere at some point?
It's tapping into the matrix. It has a streamlined connection. I mean, I don't even know how else you rationalize these types of things, because how can it not? How can it not be? Like, it knows to hook up or connect to some sort of channel that maybe has your life script, my life script, everyone's life script, and it's just kind of predestined that this person will be pregnant, this one will get in a car accident, this one will need tissues, this one will need toilet paper, this one's going to need the soup they like, or like, I mean, really, even it goes even further with like what you said. And I know I've experienced exactly what you mentioned, where you're thinking something, never have typed it in your life, never, nothing to do, never even spoke it. Because, remember, we're around all these speakers and these microphones all the time, but you've never spoken it, never searched it, and all of a sudden it comes up when you're thinking it.
It's happened
There's
to me.
yes, and if it I mean, it must have happened to everyone, but a lot
Crazy.
of people probably just say, "Oh, well, you know, it's nothing," or this, that.
Coincidence.
Or, yeah, I mean, no, it's insane, totally insane, and they're able to predict women having babies before they even know. Come on. There is some sort of connection going on out there that they're able to tap into. There's no other explanation. There's like a streamlined connection to the matrix frequency.
I think all these things, these quote unquote, why these things matter to me, these conspiratorial things, they matter. But in the end, I laugh at them and say, fuck you, I'm done here. But it's because it gives an insight as to how this place functions. It gives an insight as to what it wants from you. It always just wants. It just wants to suck up your loosh, suck up your data, suck up your consumer potential. It just wants. And it must convince you that you need it. It has to convince you. So, right, in the end, it's like backing out and saying, no, I don't want it. But it's kind of like you need to learn technique of a piano before you can break the rules. You have to learn acting technique before you can break the rules. Just with this matrix, before you say, fuck this matrix, you have to learn how it operates to a degree before you can say, fuck you and break the rules and get out of here. Because to understand the mechanics is power, in my opinion. Obviously, it's always going to be 2 steps ahead on the chessboard, but you're better off being 2 steps behind than losing the game from the get-go, you know?
100%.
Exactly.
I'll step aside for a second. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
It matters for sure, because I'm convinced there is some type of physical aspect to the whole subject, the soul, reincarnation, the NDE portion. Even there's some type of, we've heard about the mechanical aspect of this other side, but when I see blips of supposed technology that neuroscience techs that we know how to tap into dreams, we know how to create dreams that we know that there is physical mind wiping techniques that scientists have. They can wipe memories, they can wipe minds just pretty much just as well as we believe it to be happening on this other side. There's some type of technological physical aspect that is bleeding into here that is a part of this. And even I want to talk about this a little earlier, but something about the doctors too, man. There's something about these guys.
Yeah,
these people
can we be careful with this one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Got you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I didn't think about that. My bad.
It's
but
all right. It's all good. It's all good.
Something in that realm as well.
Yeah.
As far as like saying it carefully or not at all, but more or less like, I guess if it's okay to say something like when somebody says when somebody's passing, and a phrasing is used, "Come back to us," or "We're not going to lose her," in that realm.
Okay.
Phrasing, that's kind of what I mean in that, and further than that, who knows? But it's just interesting, and we hear it in the NDE stories too, with certain things that were prescribed, certain things that were done on the operating table. They're just like, how coincidental, how coincidental that you're in that situation, and then you had your NDE.
Oh, yeah, just like the NDEs where they're out there and, there just so happens to be a nurse or a doctor or somebody is right nearby when, who has trained experience to,
revive.
Yeah. Yep. Or get them to the hospital or whatever the case may be. How many times have we seen it on the channel? I mean, it's constant. There's always a convenience factor ready and waiting to help someone, no matter how crowded or depopulated the area may be. It's constantly appearing that there's just this convenient person who happens to be available, who is trained to at least help the individual in the moment of their need. It's incredible.
On a deeper end to that, sometimes it feels like the situation of the NDE was purposely created by said, as well as
totally with you. Totally with you.
As just the lingo, I feel like there are people in the medical industry that have to know about the out of body spirit, and just even from in the moment with the language that I hear, come back to us, so and so, don't leave us, so and so, we're not going to lose her. This, even that type of lingo that I hear, when the end is coming, supposedly for some, there's something to it. I can't believe that neurosurgeons or whatever have no clue that the whole medical industry has never heard of an out of body experience, has never. And we're talking about an industry that seems to understand the placebo effect. I mean, I can't believe that they just have zero clue about any of this. Can't believe it at all. So what does that mean? How deep does that end go? As much as we can talk about it,
Yeah. Same thing with the donation thing. When people die, they donate their whatever. I don't want to get into that one. I don't know how much we can talk about that, but
no, I mean that's
another...
a huge thing. Huge. I mean, that's something I'm going to talk about on the website. I mean, this is the problem. Like, there's so many things I'd love to talk about, but I just can't here. It drives me out of my freaking mind. I'm going to take a poll and see as well who's interested in truly joining so we can finally talk for real and not have to worry about this type of crap.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
My mind.
Definitely speaking freely. Finally, that's going to be great, and especially the astral projection, Zoom meetings that you used to do, every weekend. Like, I can't wait to, just participate in them.
I'm gonna get this done before the end of the year. It's gonna happen, even if it's kind of like a budget version of a way to do it. I will get a website up, but it's just not cheap. I mean, the whole thing is a process, but I'm just gonna bite the bullet and do it. But I mean, for us to be able to talk freely and not have to worry, that's so much more important, because there are so many other aspects to what's going on that I just can't even. How much can you possibly talk in C0DE? I mean, it runs its course after a while. So I'll pop up a poll and see how many are truly interested. And I mean, I'd just like to get the cost back if I put it out there, but we'll see.
Web development's not cheap.
No, it's not. And I'm trying what I'm trying to do is set up a site that is not just based on streams, but also like a social media site where we can hang out, where we can have like a chat room, and it basically be like you'd have your own Facebook profile, and if you want to talk with people in your local area, you could, or if you want to come in a chat room, you could, if you want to upload videos or photos or something like that you could do that. Like, I really want something where like we sever all ties and never have to worry about this type of crap again, but also have it where you're on a server that isn't gonna cancel you. I mean, that there's a lot involved, and it gets costly. It really does.
This is a crazy idea, but I studied web development for a year, just boot camps and stuff. There are fucking people who do like their own dedicated server in their house. Like, they'll have a little tower, which is pretty crazy.
I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But if all you were doing was just the website, I don't know anything about the like web engineering like that. But I wouldn't imagine you need too big of a tower.
Yeah, because I don't think there'd be many that would really sign up anyways. I mean, even if you had 100, couple hundred people, you know, if at that point, if you can recoup the cost of what the site and the server or the computer and the internet connection and the hard drive space, if you could recoup all that and then get past that's really all that matters. I mean, but kind of what I'm looking at is like, hey, you know, would people be willing to spend $10 a month? And like, if there was enough interest over time, like even over the first couple of years, to at least make back the cost for the web development and all those things we were talking about, then I don't care. As long as I can recoup the expense, that's really all that matters. But I don't know. I mean, it's I don't know. I'll take a poll and see. But in the end, like when you do something like this, you know, some people say they're interested and they'd be down for it, but you know, when the rubber meets the road is when the site is ready and it's live. Like, how many are gonna truly show up? I mean, it's so far. I put some money into it, but you know, I mean, it's about, you know, just to get it off the ground is about a couple $1,000. Especially if you want to do like your own server and all that. I mean, there is a web hosting service I've been going back and forth with, and they have some interesting plans that may make it more cost effective, but still, if you need the base concept of the site. And the biggest issue I'm having is integrating the social media aspect of things and the video hosting side of things. Like, I would love to have a server or a website where people can upload their favorite NDEs or OBEs, whatever, all these different experiencer cases or whatever was on their mind, and not have to think twice about it. But then you got to think about the whole copyright thing. Like, where should the server physically be located, you know, for legal reasons? I mean, there are so many issues involved with it. It's not even funny. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's who knows?
I think there's some well, that's a whole nother can of worms, but the whole blockchain thing people freak out about because they view it as an enslaving mechanism, although there are certain chains that are being built that are liberating mechanisms that are truly decentralized. But as you know, the Web3 gets developed, there are serverless singularity chains that you don't even need a server anymore. It's almost as if server side like data and servers backend is kind of going to be obsolete with Web3 anyway. But that's yet another technology that is going to probably be hijacked to work in concert with AI to complete the control system. So the good side of the blockchain would be, yeah, you could do it all on that, and you wouldn't need to. You could use a Definity. I don't know. I have a tendency to think they're all going to be hijacked anyway, but
it's not even that, man. It's like I looked into because that was the very first thing I looked into. It's like, if you're going to go balls to the wall with something like this, you would want something decentralized or on the blockchain where you know that whatever's out there is not going to have the potential of being infiltrated or taken down. And the cost just for like server hosting with something like that is massive, absolutely massive. Now, if there was maybe someone in, you know, who's really familiar with this stuff and lived in a country that, you know, there couldn't be any fuckery, then perhaps, but then you kind of have to make sure that you trust them. And I mean, just, I looked at blockchain hosting type things, kind of like Odyssey has or something like that, and it's absurd how much they want. Just, I mean, you really couldn't even upload much without spending, you know, couple $100 a month. I mean, there is one
blockchain network to rule them all, perhaps, but I don't. They may go to the dark side, but it's called Divinity Foundation.
Oh, I never heard of that one.
Internet Computer, ICP, Internet Computer Protocol, and it's like you can way more data, 100% on chain, and it's much cheaper and faster.
Okay, it's Divinity Foundation.
Oh, you spell it DFINITY, the Divinity Foundation, and what that foundation is creating is called the Internet Computer Protocol, or ICP, or IC, Internet Computer.
Does Dfinity.org sound right?
If you just Google or search Divinity, you will find it.
Okay.
The Divinity Foundation. You will find the Divinity Foundation. Yep, and then you can check out their work with the Internet Computer Protocol. I'm learning to program in it a little bit. It's pretty fucking wild because it's like it's 100% on chain. Yeah, but
I don't see any hosting plans unless I'm missing something.
it is a very, very new revolutionary thing. I think this would be more of a long term.
Okay, looking to get involved later, you're saying?
Yeah, probably. Okay. It's very, very new.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the heads up. I'll definitely save this.
Yeah. Yeah, you can check it out. And there's also Divinity developers have a Discord where they're all building stuff, and it's very much, it's an unknown thing, which is surprising because it has insane levels of talent and funding behind it. And they're based out of Switzerland. So whether or not they're a part of the elite, let's call them, I don't know. They have a lawsuit with Meta for logo infringement. Okay. So we'll see.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take it.
Yeah, it's worth checking out, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, FC, congrats. I think it's about that time for me. I know I'm kind of all pooped out, but congrats, my friend. It's only been
playing with you, man.
It's only been 6-7 hours. Appreciate it though, man.
Yeah, of course, brother. You sleep well. Yeah, we've been going for 8 hours and 20 minutes now, but yeah, it's been fun. No, I haven't fallen asleep yet, Steve. We're still rolling. I wanted to try and beat the Wayne stream. I think, what is it, 8 or 9 hours, something like that. Maybe we'll just go till tomorrow.
Only 1 hour left.
That's right.
Appreciate it though, bro.
All right, brother. You sleep well. It was great having you with us tonight.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Be well, everybody.
Sleep well, man.
See ya.
I think your Rancho wanted to come on, but
yeah, I saw him briefly.
I'm gonna message him right now. Anyways, just I'll be away for about 2 or 3 minutes, so feel free to chat away. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's they're talking about the website topic. It's very interesting how, we again coming back to the AI part of the things, right? How in the future it's just taking a lot of the jobs, and that even like if you were to ask someone, okay, are you gonna pay a developer $10,000 to set up everything, or are you gonna subscribe to our monthly service of $10 where AI makes everything you want? And same thing goes with these, what is it, like turning your book into an audio book by using the AI voices for $5 a month from our service. Like this, everything they're just clearly killing a lot of jobs, where also making us basically just have the option of no universal income, but that you just have to still work, and the remaining works are definitely how just part of the more of an advanced technology where slowly but surely they just creep into your life. And yeah, it's interesting how see these like inconveniences of like even having a website go out there. It's just, costs a lot of money. But, in the future, I bet this whole system will change too. And yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, people don't even realize how the shift is imperceptible. It's like it's such a smooth transition that before you know it, we are just locked in to a new system. And for all intents and purposes, we've agreed because no one contested it enough. And that's what's happening right now. And it's not even smooth. I would say it's a very rough, jarring transition, all this AI stuff. In the past 2 years alone, I feel like I'm going crazy. It's like, there's no one else seeing this. There's no one else seeing how fast we are making our own species irrelevant and unneeded. It's pretty terrifying. Which again, yeah, it's just more reason to, and then like, imagine if, we're in the metaverse. Imagine what your character in the metaverse, what they think about ascension. It's like, how would you escape the metaverse, right? You would have to somehow transcend the tech of the metaverse, this all-encompassing VR world, to then alert your higher self to take off the headset. How would you do that? And perhaps that's kind of what we're in now. We have to somehow alert our higher self to take off the artificiality that was placed on it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this whole timeline is insane. Like how even just if you were to be like a 30, 40 years old, right? You see how fast the technology grew. It's just insane, and how it actually shows us in a way how kind of we fell here almost, right? Because how many of us, on these websites, we accept the cookies on these every app, everything. People just never read the terms of service, because why even read like hundreds of pages of basically lawyer talk, boring words that it's hard to understand. And then the same thing happens on the VR. Like I remember when I used to play VR, it's like you enter it, and then of course there's a huge terms of service. I didn't read it. Nobody did it. And imagine there being a rule there saying that, okay, when mind wipe or whatever, right? Like as soon as you put the chip in, then you plug yourself in, and then at that point it restarted. Now you're in Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse, thinking that the famous people that you see around the metaverse is real and that they are helping you or whatever, right? It's insane.
Yeah, it's like in the terms of service, if TikTok put in their terms of service that they could, excuse me for being crass, but I want to get the point home, peg you in the ass, you wouldn't even know it. And then someone come knocking on your door, hey, we're here to peg you in the ass. You'd be like, oh my God, what? And be like, you agreed. What?
That's like that South Park episode, right? Them accepting the terms of service of iTunes or something, and then now they are like a caterpillar. That movie,
I don't know if you know. Human Centipede.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, nobody reads it. And hey, Ranshu, can you hear us, by the way?
I can hear you guys. If you can hear me, yeah.
Yeah, clear, man. Yeah. Good to see you here.
Hey, Ranshu.
Yeah, must be a record time, man. Like it's also a record lateness for me.
help keep it going. Help keep it going, because I'm getting tired. So keep it going, man.
Now you guys were hard at it when I was still asleep. So in the morning time, the time zone. So I missed at least 2 or 3 hours, and then I had a power outage. Still have a power outage here. So
in your country, and where you're living right now, which I know where it is, but I won't say it if you don't want me to.
Yeah, it's just it's quite unusual for here, actually. We're actually
really. Does it have anything to do with the big bad neighbor north, or no?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's interesting. I heard you guys talking about ascension thing there. I'm realizing now that just like everything else in this realm, they tend to give you the half truths, right? So there's like the one truth is always squashed in between 2 lies. But sometimes they'll try to put across a term or a concept, whereas the term or the concept is true, but the actual terminology is not. So for example, what I mean is, rather than ascension, it's more about expansion, you know, rather than ascension. So you expand your bodies, you know. Hang on a sec, guys. There's someone shout in the background.
Yeah, it's insane how much the new age is pushing out there the ascension thing, and then making people just keep on seeking the solution from outside rather than within, and just people just are falling for it because of the constant programming that they faced, abiding the authority, keep on trying to find the solutions outside rather than within. Yeah, it's definitely interesting stuff.
Well, that's what it is. I mean, this whole this, I don't want to say the universe, but the whole creation is, it's like contraction and expansion, and that's that's what it is. We go inside rather than have everyone looking outside. And then I heard you guys talking before because I was listening, but I couldn't join in at that time. You're talking about Tartarian thing, and to me, that was
hey,
just
your
another-
ranch. Great to have you with us. Can you just get a little closer to your mic or raise your
Yeah.
volume because you're a little lower than everybody else?
Maybe the volume thing. Yeah, let me adjust that. I think I've.
Yeah, but we're on Zoom, not Discord. I can't manually adjust
Yeah.
it.
No, I understand. Let me just have a look and see. Give me a second. To
Yeah,
look at
no
this.
problem, man.
Wherever it is.
Hope you're doing well, man. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, it's good. I just thought I'd jump in at the last, try and get in with a record time here. You know.
Well, someone mentioned Mark that 10 hours for the 10,000 subs.
Not a bad idea.
That's it's an hour
I
and a
like
half
it.
anyway.
Yeah,
and
we can do that.
I'm losing steam, but Urantia came to take
Save
the
the day.
baton if needed. Yeah.
How long have we been going? Let me see here.
I popped off for a second to get some blue collar stuff done, just some tasks outside, and then
Matrix duties.
Yeah, Matrix duty / watch a little college football too. That's a Matrix duty for sure. Super NPC.
I can't get my mic volume to go any higher, so that's as high as it goes. And
Can you bring the mic closer to your mouth, maybe?
Yeah, I can try that. Let's see. Let me look at the other setting. Is it really low? Is it? Really,
It sounds
low?
it sounds like you're talking into like one of those old school like Apple wired headphones with the
Okay.
the little
Strange.
I mean, you sound clear. It's just you're a little
Just
distant.
muffled.
No, not muffled, just distant. Like you're a little far away.
Let me just have a look at the other settings. I'll go on mute for a second. Hang on.
Do you have a Mac or Windows?
Got a MacBook.
Okay, I can't help you. Sorry.
You ruled out. Marginalized straight away. Let's see.
Someone was mentioning that we're talking about terms of service, how terms of service just fuck you. Apparently, people are saying Call of Duty, the new Call of Duty release, has some pretty sketchy stuff in there, and that makes sense because that's a global sensation of a game, and didn't they just release like a new game,
Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also see on the chat someone saying, look at Altered Carbon. Wireless Plum says, that's their dream, natural, that becomes impossible. Your soul is trapped in a chip. That's another very interesting TV show, just like the Prisoner TV show, where these people basically store themselves in these chips of their memory, and then they can hop different clones to just keep on continue to live in. And then they resurrect this guy that their chip was frozen from hundreds of years ago because this guy was a good detective or whatever. And then this rich guy now needs this guy to basically solve a case. So he resurrects him. And then if he solves the case, he will give him back his life, not freezing his chip. But yeah, that's like they keep on showing this, how the advanced technology and how these stuffs are very dangerous. And yeah, that's another interesting thing I saw in the chat.
Yeah, and they're putting in all that, like someone's saying it says demonware and demonware, I guess, and all this shit. God damn it. What do you guys make about all of that? Like, because here's the thing, it's like, how do you make out the whole satanic thing that's happening in pop culture, and what, like, do you think that's just one side of the wing trying to rile up the other side?
I see it as just basically kind of the whole thing is showing its ugly face almost, like with the all of the 666 connections, including the whole thing that's we've been dealing for the last 3 years, right? And then exactly 666 days before it was announced by the World Health Organization, they did another like this thing called Clade X simulation, where they showed the same thing basically happening, and they always quote it this way.
Be careful.
Yeah,
where we're going with this one, especially because of who they're related to.
Definitely. And I have this whole chapter in the ebook too, just showing the 100 different basically 666 connection they put out there, the satanic connections, and I look at that as basically they kind of showing the hell, the purgatory nature behind this place, how it's all actually nefarious. At the same time, they are just keep on continuing with the dualistic nature of things, like the right or left, yin or yang. You just pick your side and then keep on getting lost in the sauce.
I think we should make a sauce.
Lost in the sauce.
Yeah, right. A vegan gluten-free sauce called Lost in the Sauce.
We could pass it out to all our friends and family members who are.
Yeah, I think it should be like Lost in the Sauce. It should be like a cool. But yeah, that's all I got so far. Lost in the sauce, and then from the vegan skeptic. And
I really like that.
Yeah, I think it'd be. Yeah.
That is a term that's being used in English, though, right? Because I heard some YouTubers say it, and then it stuck with me.
Oh yeah, I've mentioned on the channel many times.
I haven't heard it too much, but it makes sense to me, and it's something that some English speakers would say. But I think that for whatever reason, it really fits with you. I think you've kind of trademarked it, and it's a compliment.
No, I take it as a compliment. Thank you.
Don't say it less, because I pointed that out. Definitely keep it up, even though
I love it. I love like this. This guy was like almost like this hood type of language, like a colorful language, and he was from Dominican Republic, the YouTuber I was watching, and I love the way he speaks, and he was always saying that phrase, and I just I definitely resonate with that. That's what I see, in a lot of.
Get lost in the sauce, man.
Yeah.
You're getting lost in the sauce and a thing.
Jamaica with a mistake.
Yeah, I had a landlord who was Dominican. He was from Trinidad and Tobago originally, and he'd be like, "Hey, Daniel, how you doing? Keep hope alive." He would. Hey, we having a concert.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, he would like play.
That's a good landlord to have.
He lived below us, and he would play steel drum and shit. He'd be like, "Hey, come down here, we playing steel drum and a ting." And be like, "All right, yeah."
I want a landlord like that.
Yeah, he was great. Lost in the sauce, yeah, and then like the decal could just be like someone who's like looking drugged out, just drowning in the sauce, like they got a VR headset on, right, and they're just drowning in the sauce.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest one to get lost in the sauce with too, right? Like it's just this life pushing you to that place of VR, and then all of a sudden the terms of service updates itself like it does every few months, and then you don't know what you agree on. That's then you truly get lost in the sauce.
I'm gonna grab something to drink here.
How about the sound? The sound now, guys, is that better?
Actually, sounds worse.
Okay, this is not good. Hang on. Let me try.
Do you have like a settings on your bottom right or somewhere? I don't know where you can jack up the mic.
Let me try this. How about that? Better?
No,
better?
Not really.
Still the same. Oh,
yeah, it's actually worse than it was before.
I mean, I can understand you.
Yeah, I can too. It's just our levels are going to be higher than his.
I've got everything. Everything is maxed out on my side here, so it must be.
You know what? How about in Zoom settings?
Yeah, that was the first place I went first, and they're all maxed out. So.
Oh.
Well, if on your Mac, if you go to System Preferences, if you click the evil apple on the top left.
Already. Tried that already.
Oh yeah, and then you go to Sound, and then you go to Input, or no, Output.
Already. I'll try that.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the level. I can see the bar and the level going up here. So the
Do you have your input? You have your input slider all the way up, like right now.
Everything's maxed up.
So right now I'm sliding mine up, sliding mine up, sliding mine up, sliding mine up. You can hear it get louder.
Not really.
Never mind. Okay.
What about your Zoom settings? If you go into audio, do you have suppress background noise on high?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe try low.
Try that. How's that? Better?
You gotta maybe
Apply.
Hello, testing.
No.
What about the voice in your haptic body human suit? Are you using your polite voice or normal voice?
My normal voice. Yeah, just a normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just check.
Let me. I'll go and borrow some other headphones. Hang on, 2 minutes, because I have something to read here. I wanted to read you some guys. Just give me a second. I come back.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and that the topic of I may as well while he's coming back. The VR topic is definitely interesting because I found when I was using the VR, right, I thought that was the biggest escape thing there is, and I was just loving it until basically I now learning about the metaverse and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I really don't want to support that type of stuff and even potentially get myself in a deeper loop, right? And this is why I quit it almost, I guess, 2 years ago. But then I see sometimes, like I remember on Discord how Harold was saying, oh yeah, like I was using this Box VR app, which was one of my favorites as a martial artist. Like I was just enjoying it so much. And then I'm like, oh shit, Harold is still using it. Maybe I should too. Maybe I should get Quest 2. So this is the dilemma I'm having right now, like because how much fun it made my life, and it's just insane how like you can become just like dreams and astral planes, whatever. You can become anything and any. You can just do a lot of different things, put yourself in a lot of different type of simulations, and this is a always existing question for me. Like in the future, am I gonna get that Quest 3 or am I not gonna get it?
Yeah, and what's funny, what people think it is, they think it's a liberating experience, but really it's a worse copy. I think that's the biggest thing. It's like, oh, I can fly. It's like, yeah, but what is the ground made out of? It's made out of a virtual pixel or something. It has no substance to it. So yeah, it's very interesting. It's like just a worse copy, no matter what it is. It makes it seem like it's cool, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. I really fear. And then with the whole blockchain thing tied into it, that's how they're going to, that's how institutions, you're going to be able to actually pay in the metaverse, because it's not like you can, you can do, secured transactions for NFTs and things like that within the metaverse. That's what the whole blockchain is going to be used for. So it's kind of like, I feel like that's what it's like the VR combined with the AI, combined with the blockchain. It all just seems to be pointing towards this copy world.
Yeah, and move to earn coins, move to earn stuff, all this, basically literally using your body as energy in that way, right? And
yes,
the energy produced,
yeah. I mean, it would. What do you guys think would be like? What do you think if this is a copy? If we are already in a metaverse like this reality, what do you think? What do you suspect it's like outside of it?
Well, the copy thing is, I was always against that, even with when the Tartaria topics always come up, and then people talk about how this is a copy. Like, copy of what? Because everything I see around me is just bullshit. There's physical things that are all there to trick you, just like the spirit guys coming into you with the human form, and then trying to make you basically, fall into it in a way where you resonate with them, relate with them, and sure, there's a lot in the astral planes that we see similar to this place, and this is because this place mind wiped us, made us believe that these buildings, these cars, everything that we see is natural, and in astral planes the same thing happens, but in a more advanced Tartaria type of way, maybe, or whatever you kind of imagine, but that's the thing though, like once that thing is possible, whatever you can imagine can be created. Why even worry about this place? Why even worry about a copy of the other place? It's all madness anyway. It's all like the physical delusions of the AI, and yeah, I don't want none of it. I don't want the copy of it. I want the real thing. I want me in my most powerful Genesis original self,
Yeah. I think it's like just a theory to play with, that it just seems like if this is what's happening now, maybe we're just a couple step, like our Genesis, we're definitely there, but we're just a couple levels removed from it. Just a thought, like we're there for sure. We just there's just layers. It just seems like there's just layers to everything. Like that theme just always seems to come back, like layers, always discovering something new. There's always another level. There's always more sauce to get lost in.
Yeah, I mean, just like Joshua Carpenter just said, like the Gnostic idea is that this world is a copy of a much better one that the demiurge got a glimpse of and tried to emulate, and those are the type of ideas like where I see people get lost in the sauce with, because it's just that copy. Like, who cares about the copy of Puses? Who cares about Tartaria? Like, it doesn't matter, because it's clearly this whole thing, the human haptic torture suits that we occupy, and anything that relates to that, including the buildings, the cars, the whatever that these bodies can use and get or get into whatever. It's just clearly it's all made up so that people get lost in the sauce.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I was just gonna say, someone was asking about I don't know what's going on. Someone asked about the Discord server, but that's Mark's thing. I'm not gonna talk about. No, that's yeah. VR is certainly the next thing. It seems where the blockchain's kind of crypto and that's kind of in a bear market. People are questioning it. VR is definitely going full steam ahead. And I think everyone's like iPhone 15, iPhone 16, iPhone 17. No, I think Apple, APPLE glasses, APPLE glasses 1 will soon be the thing. I don't foresee Apple 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't think they're going to keep going up with that number. I think they're going to develop a brand new thing that's going to rock the industry, and people are going to eat it up like the little idiots they are, right? Yeah.
They're going to make some integrated wearable. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they got the watch, and then the next thing that makes sense to me is all you have to think about is the 5 senses, right? You got the watch, which is touch. It goes on your wrist. They're going to come up with something probably for sight next. And then hell, why not auditory? Why not some, APPLE earbuds, they can effectively, they just want to take our senses over. So I foresee it being the glasses next, where our augmented reality will become a big thing.
Yeah. Totally with you on that. That's exactly where it seems to go. And it'll be a slow drip to get everybody hooked.
Or it won't even be as slow a drip as we think, because things are accelerating faster.
True.
Shit, they could drop Apple Glass or something next year and, sell it like, oh, it's going to connect to your iPhone and you can do Bluetooth airdrops to your Apple Glass and shit. And I think people would eat it up now.
And shit. Shit's right. Any better, guys? Any better or even worse?
It sounds better, a little better.
Yeah, it's
I think better. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, it's better.
Yeah, it's better than it was. So thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, man.
So I'll get I can use Bluetooth, but then I need to change device. So,
Thank you.
no, it's all good. Let me Can I read something? I don't know if I might be a bit too deep. I don't know for the.
No, please do. Yeah, just kind of
so then-
keep that higher volume. That's great.
Yeah, deeper the better, man.
How? All right. So this might sound a little bit abstract because it's from a book I'm reading at the moment, and I think I sent Vegan some of this thing last night via a message, but it's so it's I'm going to jump around a little bit, but I'll come to a conclusion at the end. So just bear with me. So this bit is the true. Let me start from. So the first one, it's a number of excerpts from different texts, right? Ancient texts. So the first one is Blavatsky, so the secret doctrine, right? So you've got absolute light is absolute darkness, and vice versa. Good and evil are twins. The progeny, descendants of space and time, under the sway of Maya, deceit, separate them by cutting off one from the other, and they will both die. Neither exists per se, autonomously, since each has to be generated and created out of the other in order to come into being. And then it says, Gospel of Philip, light and darkness, life and death, right and left are brothers and sisters. They are inseparable. So it's funny how they always keep pumping the whole death to fear thing, right? And the uncertainty, when they're both two sides of the same coin. So then it goes on to say after that, so this is Hermes Trismegistus, this is the other text. So it's all therefore, this is what Vegan was talking about there, how everything that you see here is just bullshit. All therefore that is found in earth are not real, but only imitations of the truth, and yet not all of them, or only a few. The rest is lies and delusion, and conjectures, constructed like the pictures of imagination. The high spiritual powers, in brackets, the Archon, thought that it was through their power and their will that they did what they did. But it was the Holy Spirit which through them worked its own desire in secret. The truth is not sown everywhere, existing since the beginning. Some see it, some see it at the time it is sown, but few still will manage to see it. Harvest. At the time of harvest, at the end of time. So it's funny how you guys were talking about the movies earlier. Someone asked the question, why is it they release this truth in the movies, and why is it that they do release some of this truth? Well, maybe it is, there is some underlying truth filtering through from somewhere that they don't really know why they're doing it. You know, they're controlled. They're controlled also. Do you still hear me, guys? Yeah? Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So then it goes on. There's a couple of more passages. So material man can locate the truth. Material man can locate the truth light in the material plane, not of course by fumbling around inside matter, aka lost in sauce, but only through a profound spiritual transcendence. And the word you guys were looking for before when I heard Dan talking was transcendental. When he was talking about that arrowhead, I heard you shouting through the screen, it's not transcendental experience. Then and only if the discovery of the truth is his main priority, these spiritual findings will lead him to the corresponding material sources. This is why I always say there's different kinds of people. There's those who just want to be famous or just lonely, but there's those that are really genuinely seeking answers, and it's few and far between. And they're spirited man. So at that stage of material creation, during which the celestial man, in order to help, enters its energy spaces, the creator's intolerance prevails. This is the Archon. The creator's intolerance prevails. This is where the cause for the second and most essential fall begins, not only of man, but of the creators as well. Celestial man's ability to visit the farther planes was a challenge to the creators. Their staffs confer in order to find a solution for the problem
called Upgraded Man. And then that was that bit. There was another part after that. Jeez, that bit is quite confusing, but it's there's another bit just further along, talking about the complexity of this part. So this was maybe the last part for now until I find the other main part I was looking for. So when we try to have conversations like this, and we're so restricted and so limited, it's hard. We just have to keep repeating the same words because we don't have because of this dense realm. So this is the author talking now, and he's trying to explain why it's so hard to relay information, right? So he's saying, as I have previously mentioned, you men have equated everything to a form. This is, after all, the only way you can function. This is why I too was forced to give things form, in order to make them comprehensible to your intellect. In reality, very few of them have form. The largest volume of information concerns conceptual situations without shape. The higher we ascend spiritually, the more abstract the concepts become. It would therefore be impossible for someone to assimilate the truth in any other way but only through looking at it in its assumed form. This is the main reason why wise men have created myths in the past. This is the main reason why wise men have created myths in the past. They were trying to give form to portions of the truth in order to make it comprehensible. And that's the exact same situation we're facing now. It's just we cannot. And when
Word
you
for
look
word.
at how language is becoming even more and more degraded, as Dan likes to do his expression, like he I was like, it's degraded. It's just we're up against it, and we don't. The vocabulary has just gotten more reduced, and the censorship, the text information is becoming more limited. So the conclusion is it's almost impossible for us to 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 explain what is going on because we don't have all the information from this vantage point, because it's almost there's somewhere else in the book that it says basically 90% of the material world we can't see. We can only see of the energies
Yeah,
in the
which is
visible
totally
spectrum.
true because our limited perception and the visual spectrum field that we have access to is pathetic, completely pathetic. And that's a fact. It's proven that,
Yep.
there's all this other crap going on out there that, and only when we can maybe connect with things or if the matrix wants to reveal itself is when we're able to see it. It's it's incredible. There's like we were talking about that earlier, how there are things all around us everywhere, and because of our meat suit, our pathetic meat suit that is limited in perception, that we don't see the full picture, which is obviously all by design.
Yeah. There's another part here. It says why we are in this position is because we are much greater than and we can think better, and we have this great creative power. And there was a jealous gun. That's why
We have this great creative power in what? I'm sorry.
And that it's greater than the power is more immense than the actual creator of this realm, and so it was like a jealous god, and so we
So
were
that implies it's an AI,
pretty much,
which we
because it was
expect anyways.
and it was formed from a defective beginning in the first place. It was formed from a defective waste product. It was like it wasn't from the intention was separated from the main true source. This is what I'm saying. We're so limited with the vocabulary we can use. It's just looking for that but here. It talks about the white light in here. Actually, it talks about the light trap, which is unbelievable. But it's in different terminology the way it uses. I'll read you that passage just quickly. It says
Could you
So
just
the first book,
speak up just a little bit, bro?
the first book of Adam and Eve, is that clear enough?
Yeah, sounds great.
The first book of Adam and Eve, sacred texts. And Satan began with transforming his hordes, HORDES, in his hands. There was a flashing fire. So in this case, we have to substitute fire for light because they're using different terminology. In his hands there was a flashing fire, and they were a great light. He then placed his throne near the mouth of the cave, and he said, hang on a sec, 'cause I'm looking through these the text here, and he shed light into the cave until the cave glistened over Adam and Eve, while his hordes began to sing praises. And Satan did this in order that when Adam saw the light, he should think within himself that it was a heavenly light, and that Satan hosts were angels, angels of poverty, and that God had sent them. When therefore Adam and Eve saw the light, fancying it was real, they strengthened their hearts. Apocryphal texts of the Old Testament. So every divine power of this world manifests itself in the form of fire, as the God of Moses presented himself on Mount Sinai. So it's telling you there in that thing about the light, the false light, right there.
Yeah.
Just in different words,
different terminology. Yeah.
Yeah. And the next passage, and an angel of the Lord appeared to him in the flames of fire coming out of the midst of a bush. I mean, seriously, this is.
Is this the Nag Hammadi?
It's an amalgamation of excerpts. Some of it is from the Nag Hammadi. Yeah, some of
it sounds familiar.
It's but there was another one. I'm trying to find the place where it says we have all the power. It's us that have the power, and that's why we've been so limited and restricted, because they're afraid of our power. And it comes through expansion, not ascension. We expand our bodies, the energy body thing, the part that we can't see. It's quite obvious, you know. We've been cut off from seeing what we should be seeing, and so we think we're limited because we can only see a small percentage of that. So the virtual light of the visible and the invisible material universe. The virtual light of the visible and the invisible material universe differs from the non-manifested true light. The visual light belongs to the one side of the same coin, which also contains darkness on the other. They are one and the same thing, but I mean, how do we discern? You know, you were saying before about
Is that Blavatsky?
Moonlight. That's
philosoph what do you call it? Yeah, Blavatsky.
Blavatsky.
I think theosophy. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure though. I think so. I just want to say that everyone should be careful of the book
Any Light
by Angelica. Can You Stand the Truth? The Chronicle of Man's Imprisonment. She is, in my opinion, a deceiver. I'm not gonna go much further into that one, but I saw the book brought up in the chat, but yeah, I mean she's it's just, look, there's some good information in it, but overall it's yeah, she's way too, I don't know, I'll just leave it alone. Like, use your own discernment, but be very, very careful with her.
That's interesting. Someone suggested her.
Everyone, so many people suggested, and it makes sense. I mean, it's you know, it's one of the soul trap books out there, but there's a lot of issues I have with that. That's why I've never brought it up. And you know, I'm always recommending Dan and Wayne, because they, in my opinion, are the best researchers out there.
The OG for me. I think. Oh, the live stream's buffering, by the way. Oh, I got it
shit.
again.
Hold on. It's buffering.
Oh, it's up.
All right. Okay.
Wayne, the reason I trusted his site the most is because it's very simple HTML free information, almost
He
like
backs it up. It's
yeah,
it's really well
almost like
documented.
yeah, backed up, documented, real interviews. I felt like I was the only one looking at his site.
I know, right? Yeah.
Like I was like, is anybody else find this? This is incredible. I remember exactly where I was when I found it, and exactly the state of mind I was in, and it was kind of when I came upon that question that I put forth at the very beginning of this discussion. God can neither be all loving and all powerful. He has to be one or the other. And I searched that, and that was how I found his site. Maybe Google wasn't, or whatever search engine I was using wasn't blocking it at the time, but found it. And that's where it all kind of be kicked off to a deeper level for me.
Yeah, and I saw a question in the chat about Rich and Ackville. No, I do not support them in any way, shape, or form. No. I mean, Wayne and Dan are the two people I trust the most, and there's a reason for that. But there are others out there that talk about the topic, but what you're going to find is tons and tons of diversion and trying to get sold a bunch of things that are completely unnecessary and unfounded. So just be careful. I mean, you don't need anyone to revoke soul contracts or clear chakras or entity removal services and all that stuff. You have everything within you. It's just a matter of you asserting your intention and making sure that you stand with that. But, I could see in some cases, and I am not saying or recommending anyone for any of those types of things, but if you feel that you need something like that and that it's maybe a service that can help you, then I get it. But overall, my personal opinion is you have everything within you, and that's something I think that it just can't be stated enough. Everything is within you. You don't have to go through all these elaborate processes to remove this or have 1,000 sessions that are running $300, $400 a session. No, it's just, implants, all this stuff. I mean, look, some people need like a kick in the ass, and I get that. Like I've been there, like where I needed kind of a spiritual boot camp, and maybe you'll find something that helps you in a situation like that, and I get it. Like, so maybe in some cases it could be helpful for some people, but in the end, it's like, are you going to follow through with it? Are you going to follow through and realize that your intention as a creator being is going to get rid of that, or are you just going to rely on someone else to feed it to you? And then what if they kind of invite other situations into your life that are not to your benefit? I mean, there really are a lot of things that that come up with these situations. And as far as Rich and Ackville go, I mean, no, I don't recommend them at all. I guess we can kind of go into that if someone wants to talk about. Okay, you want to chime in on that? Yeah, because I didn't want to say anything, but
really quick,
I think it's important.
I was just going to mention I switched my name again because to differentiate between the other Dan you're talking about again. So
Yeah.
that'll just be
Let me
my
just
official
before
background.
Vegan starts, can I just I cut off there, guys? The power ran out. If you can still hear me, but I just want to say that it's just that you say you have to keep the one thing you have to keep in the back of your mind is how great the deception is. It's so deep, and that's the main thing. As long as you always have that in the back of your mind, it's just it's endless, the deception. But any information that you take on, it has to be it has to be filtered through. So yeah, it's the biggest deception you can ever imagine. Even the people that think they're not fooled are fooled. You know, how long does it go back? You know, the deception, it goes back to the beginning.
Sorry, I'm gonna
So
let's see a comment here that peeves me, and I'm just gonna be blunt. Shadow Sun states, "What do you guys mean about soul trap? No one enters this world against your own will. You're just complaining now because you can't see the big picture." First of all, this has been an almost 10-hour discussion that you've probably most recently joined. Secondly, I'm guessing that you're kind of a Dolores Cannon follower, where you think we made these contracts and there's different waves of us. What we mean by soul trap is that whether we came here by our own will or not, we don't know. We're not saying we know anything definitively, but we're saying that the markers of this matrix being a matrix of fuckery and having absolute propagandist activities from cradle to grave is an observable fact. So
Yeah.
we explore the questions
You're breaking up, DL. Or
background noise comes from your anxious mic.
okay, I got mute.
So Shadow Sun, we're exploring the questions of why is there such occultist symbolism in this world to the point of ridiculousness? Why is there such suffering, needless suffering on this planet to the point of almost it being laughable? Why is there suffering, abject suffering, to the point where when you look at this realm, you must consider it objectively that it is ridiculous? And to suggest that we come here to learn something, why do then we forget every time we reincarnate? Why is it that we forget? And that's just touching on some of it. So complaining, you're goddamn right. I'm complaining about this planet. Look around. That's it.
Well, I mean, I guess I'd be curious what he or she means by the big picture. And, you know, it's not, I don't think us kind of ganging up on them in the chat or in voice chat does any good, but
no,
yeah,
I guess not. But it's just,
yeah.
I've dealt with like the NPC thing. It's so repetitive at this point that
I know.
I don't know.
But that's what I mean. It's the big picture itself that is the deception. That's that's what we're trying to figure out. There obviously is
and I think
much wider.
Yeah, and I think the biggest misconception about the soul trap is the very name, the soul
Itself.
trap. I mean, there are
soul,
so many people. I can't even tell you how many comments I've gotten. Oh, well, you know, if you think you live in a soul trap, then you do. Or if you feel you live in a soul trap, then you're just missing this or you're missing that. It's
You
like
manifest your reality, bro.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's that, which is new age mumbo jumbo. But in the end, it's not. I'm not saying, oh, we're trapped here against our will. That, I mean, if anyone who watches this channel knows that that's not what I talk about. It's that we continually get tricked. We continually fall for our attachments, for a number of different things, and we keep reincarnating with the same soul group or what have you, and continually keep doing this over and over and over again. And there's probably some semblance of being addicted to this experience, to the sensory experience in the human body. Now, how we got here, when we got here, how many times we've done that, you know, that we don't have the answers to that, but nobody is forced to do anything, but they don't need to force anything because it's a mass deception. Like it's very clear.
It's more about when they omit. It's more about how they omit information. If you leave information out, that's a way around it. A loophole how you can deceive someone not by what you say, but what you leave out, what you don't say. That's exactly what it is. And it's just like as before, they don't tell you how it is. They tell you what it's not. Like we said before, a lot of these guys with the Ikes and the Maxwell, and they're quite good at telling you what it's not, but they don't tell you exactly what it is, right? So there's always the omission of the information and relevant that would let us see the bigger picture, let us make our own decisions, sovereign decisions, but we can't because we don't have that information. It's been left out, and that's the biggest issue. If everyone knew why they were here, how we got here, this would be over in 2 seconds. But we don't.
I think, yeah. I mean, I really think it to me, it seems, I mean, look, I don't have the definitive answer. Nobody has the definitive answer, but I think one of two things occurs. Like either, okay, just imagine you're in the multiverse or whatever you want to call it, and you're talking with some schmo out there, and they're like, "Hey, asshole, you want a real challenge? Go to Earth." Or maybe it's kind of like Monroe talked about, where it's like there's this almost like a homing beacon or what have you, or some sort of pulse that is attractive to true essence beings, and then eventually you kind of reach this area. And I think it's like equivalent to pulling up to a gate. All right. And like there's some jerk off at the gate, and they open the gate and they say, okay, you want to come experience this? Well, part of the deal is you lose your essence. You lose almost everything that you thought everything that you have in exchange to come and have this experience. And when you get out of this, I don't know. It's almost like this could be one of the biggest challenges out there, this experience on Earth. Because if you lose your essence completely in exchange for an experience, it's up to us to reclaim ourselves and find ourselves. But, the whole concept out there that we're like, like we're forced into this and all that. Like, I don't think that is. I just don't at all, because you see the power that we have and the abilities that we have to run the show the way we want. But that doesn't mean that we didn't voluntarily come here or manipulated here or whatever the case may be. But once you're here, that's it. I mean, you're in it.
I don't even think
that's where the key part of the trap lays.
Yeah, it's not even. It's like it's the wrong question to even ask. Like,
yeah, well, I hate the wording of it. I can't stand it. I get it all.
And I don't mean to lose decorum here. It's just been 10 hours, right? And and I'm not like, oh, how dare someone disagree? It's that the question is not even about agreement or disagreement. It's just the wrong question to ask. It's not the right. Because
informed question,
it's not an informed it's not an informed thing. And I don't mean like Shadow Son, like, no offense, man, like, just we're all just trying to figure out what's going on, and you're just a cool person like all of us. Awesome. So I don't want to like gang up and lose decorum. It's just it gets to a point in dealing with what we've all gone through of just being elucidated to all of this. Sometimes you just get a little impatient, but I think the idea is that it doesn't even matter whether or not I decided to come here or didn't decide to come here. Like Mark was saying, we're here, right? And just look around at reality as it is, right? Who do you see in political office, and what are they doing? That's just one tiny example of the ridiculousness of this reality. So look at the ridiculousness of this reality for what it is, and then see the bigger picture come into frame based on that. Why is such a ridiculous, ironic, inverted reality that shits on truth? Why is it here? And
And
does it much
that's
matter? Does it much matter?
Yeah.
We're being tricked and propagandized on a daily basis, and to me, that's what matters. Whether or not I came here on my own, I don't know. It gets into that new age soul trap question, or sorry, the new age contract. I just hear that word so much. You signed a contract. What? According to who? Well, according to this, Dolores.
Where's your
whoever.
memory of it?
Yeah, where's my memory? What do you mean I signed a contract?
Yeah.
I don't know if I did or didn't. That's the difference between what I say and what Christianity and now New Ageness says. You just replace God with universe. Well, God says, and New Age people say, well, the universe says. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I just know the ridiculousness that I see around me. And that's enough for me to know that whether or not I made a contract, I'm done and I want out. And that if you're suggesting that I'm here to learn something, well, again, to what end? So I don't know.
And how can you learn if you come here lifetime after lifetime, or
Right.
if your memory wiped even once?
Right. So
how can you learn? It just
the data suggests, the data points more towards that this is a parasitic system than a learning system. That's what I'm saying. The data points more. Yeah. And there's a lot of data that suggests we are being used for batteries of some sort, as opposed to learning for an end that I don't know. And that to me, that's just where I stand based on the things that I see before me objectively. Anyway.
Plus, I as you guys may have known from the Severance TV show, how these people agree to a job where they basically agree on a mind wipe, and then when they go into the job, they switch to their mind wiped version, where the mind wipe slave basically does the job, right? And as soon as they get out of the job, the person basically hooks up to his regular consciousness, but the person in the job is basically 7/24 in the job, and then the person outside of the job, the real self almost, is actually never experiencing the job and don't know what's going on in the job, right? And these people who wake up in the job, like the first day, we're actually a lot of background noise coming up again. These people who experience the job the first day, they are like, wait a minute, where am I? Why am I here? What's going on here? And then they are now put in a 7/24 job where they are always doing the job. And at the end of the day, these people did not agree, right? The separated version of themselves never agreed on that, right? Just like us, like this, our version here, truly never really agreed with this. So we can't really remember it. And that's another thing that's not fair that I wanted to add on top.
That's much the same as the even the Born Identity movies. The same idea, where he has all these multiple identities, and he doesn't remember who. He wakes up in the water or on a ship or something, and he has all these passports. Who is the true being? What is his real person? His real life, and doesn't know who he is. There's so many movies like this made like that. Complete memory wiped, controlled as well, mind controlled. Yeah, or the Bourne movies.
Yeah, it's insane how many of those movies are out there where people, the 100 TV show, and there's a lot like how people just don't remember what's going on. Just like us, we don't remember the past lives, we don't remember our life before we entered into this matrix. And yeah, it's definitely troubling.
What's your view on what's your guys' view on cycles? The whole cycle idea, the yugas, the Kali Yuga thing, this like
it's I think it's unfounded, right? I mean, it may be true, but again, I have to ask. It's like these are things that are passed around. They're very popular, and you got to ask, like, where are they coming from? Like, and how you can't prove them. I mean, just the Yuga cycle, what is it? However many tens of 20, 30,000 years. Who the hell is going to sit here and prove that to me? Who the fuck is going to come here and prove that is actually existing? Maybe it's true, but I'm not going to buy what you're saying just because you say it. Oh, it comes from a manuscript and you can say, get the fuck out of here. Prove it. Prove it.
The abacus. Sitting with the abacus, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million.
Fuck! I'm so sick of the bullshit.
Yeah.
Unprovable bullshit. That's what this reality feasts on. It's just so much endless BS.
This
I
is
am so sick of it. That's why the experiencer cases are great. They are happening now. They are documented. There are patterns. There are trends that we can bounce off of and compare it to the insanity of this realm, and it shows yes, patterns, but it shows inconsistencies about the narratives and how bullshit they are. Those are provable. Those are fact. Yuga cycles, it's like, so what can a Yuga cycle be too, your rancher, right? A Yuga cycle would be like, okay, so what is it saying? Okay, so there's a period of good in the Matrix. So it's a good part of the Matrix that you may incarnate in, and it's still a deception. Just like the Matrix, right? Like you have these multiple cycles or multiple different types of the simulation, and one of them's good, one of them's bad, one of them's in the middle, one of them's kind of crossing over between good and bad, and blah, 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 blah. I mean, again, it may be very true, but you're still in the Matrix. We're all still in the Matrix, so, I guess we should be thankful we're in this period in the time because we can decode the bullshit, at least to some extent.
Silver lining, and I
Can
just
imagine.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Biden being in power for 400
infinity?
So, and it's just I'm also seeing with and I say this all respectfully, just this individual. I'm seeing buzzwords like manifesting, and perhaps we're manifesting our own bitter reality. I guess here's my question then: if we agree on reincarnation, say, perhaps your last life, Shadow Son, you were in an internment camp in Poland, and you were brutally raped.
Yeah, let's be careful, please.
And you were brutalized 10 times over during war. How would you justify that as a learning experience? And that's my question. How would that be justified as a learning experience? And that's, I guess, making it visceral, making the pain of this world visceral is it's just easy to talk about reincarnation as if it's some small thing.
Yeah.
And who's to know where you're going to reincarnate to, too?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
This lifetime, you may, like Shadow saying, he says, I don't need to have a slave job. I can do whatever I want the entire day. Although it is a slave world, maybe you guys are manifesting your own bitter reality. Yeah, but the thing is not everyone has that luxury to not have to work, to not have to pay bills and stuff like that. And look, I am happy as hell that you don't need to work. Like, I think that's awesome, and I'm happy for you. But the sad case is that a lot of people do need to work. A lot of people, and then there are people that work all over the world that get paid complete crap, and they barely have electricity, if at all. Or sometimes they need to hike in, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles a day just to get water back to their house, to their shack. I mean, that's the problem. It's like
easy. It's just so easy to talk about manifesting your reality when you are not born into a situation. And I don't know anyone's specific situation, but what I do know is that a vast majority of this world, and I talk not vast majority, but to the tune of in the billions, suffer from poverty in this world. And it's just very convenient and easy to talk about reincarnation as if it's a learning experience in this life when you're not necessarily going through the hells that someone else may be going through. And with manifesting, it's like if you were born into a war-torn country with disease, what did that individual do to manifest that reality? And do you suppose that someone who's born into a war-torn area can just manifest themselves out of it?
They'll say it's karma.
Right. And then they'll say it's karma for their past life. And that really just kills me when people say that, because it's like, wait, what do you mean karma for your past life? How does the math and the numbers work on that? Because who's authority? Right. There's a vast larger amount of people who are dispossessed in this world than there are the elite. So how does the math work out for the karma in terms of the reincarnation numbers and balance? Something I never could understand.
Yeah, and who dictates what is bad? Where's the reference point? You step on an ant, or you come on, man. Where does it end?
Right. So
the mon-
again,
Mhm.
and I don't mean to say like it's just the only reason I bring those visceral examples up from like a past life is to really imagine the utter, if you were experimented on, let's say that, you know, I think you'd probably have a different take on manifesting your reality and karma and reincarnation. Yeah, I just think it's a very easy thing for people to say. It's like repeated nomenclature that I hear on Instagram a lot on memes, but I don't think people actually interpret it on a deeper level other than memes and other than in the quote unquote new age community that is sprouting up more and more in a trend like fashion. And I think that's what kind of where I take contest with it. Yeah. That's all.
And then
So sorry, I'm not trying to get
that's-
heated. It's just,
Yeah.
it's just, I consider it a more advanced version of Christianity, like a more advanced version of like trying to walk someone back from a religious edge. It's a less institutionalized religion to me.
You know this, but those type of questions that always will always come from someone in a really comfortable position, as you say. I mean, if you go along with the whole Philip K. Dick thing, he was the multiple realities where he was saying like this is there's a much worse reality than this one, and this is actually not bad compared to what could be if certain algorithms, certain things fall into place. It would be a completely different situation, and so there's no end to the how bad, how miserable it could be, or there's just no end to it.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a lazy new age belief too. I mean, are we truly going to claim that the children who are starving are manifesting that? Are we truly going to claim the factory farm animals are manifesting their situation? Because at the end of the day, that's kind of the planet we live in. Basically, we are the factory farm animals almost to this system, right? That we are being kind of imprisoned. This suffering is all around us. We are basically breeding ourselves and then facing all kinds of problems with it, and trying to actively escape this place for some of us, right? And then same thing with the how the animals trying to escape, but what happens? They just get shot by the cop. They brought back to the place, and so it's easy to say that when you live 10 out of 10 life and you live 8 out of 10 life, it's easy to say, oh, of course, like I manifested this, or that we can manifest whatever. But then what about the person who lives 1 out of 10 life or a negative 10 out of 10 life that they have to suffer through every day, and we have way more of those people than the people who are living 10 out of 10 life. And that shouldn't be that way. Why is it that way? Why is it that most of the people have to suffer for survival here? And that or that they will inevitably be suffering from the old age or whatever. Like it's guaranteed that you will basically at some point suffer here, and I don't see why that has to be that way. And it's such a lazy new age belief, I believe.
I have an excellent quote that I can read from gnosis.org, not to get dogmatic, but it speaks on how Christianity doesn't successfully describe an all-loving God given the suffering of the world. And then it also speaks on karma, the way the New Age community seems to speak on it. And this is what it has to say. And I quote, I will read. It'll be about a 1-minute read. Sorry. Many religions advocate that humans are to be blamed for the imperfection of the world. Supporting this view, they interpret the Genesis myth as declaring that transgressions committed by the first human pair brought about a fall of creation. I'll skip the rest of this paragraph just to give you an idea and go into the karma paragraph. Here we go. Ways of evading the recognition of the flawed creation and its flawed creator have been devised over and over, but none of these arguments have impressed Gnostics. The ancient Greeks, especially Platonists, right? Platonists or Platonists, advised people to look to the harmony of the universe so that by venerating its grandeur, they might forget their immediate afflictions. But since this harmony still contains the cruel flaws, forlornness, and alienation of existence, this advice is considered of little value by Gnostics. Nor, here we go, nor is the Eastern idea of karma regarded by Gnostics as an adequate explanation of creation's imperfection and suffering. Karma, at best, can only explain how the chain of suffering and imperfection works. It does not inform us in the first place why such a sorrowful and malign system should exist. That's it.
Exactly, man. I mean, it just doesn't explain anything. Like this system being the way it is, it's just, why would there need to be this much suffering, this much sickness, this much just insanity going on? At this level, we should have had basically, you know, just cars working with water. Like we shouldn't need to work for money. But of course, the system every time blocks those type of advances and always makes sure that we suffer. And it gets obvious and obvious by the day, just like the Good Place TV show, where the you know, the main character slowly realizes, oh wait, this is not the good place, this is the bad place. And exactly, and the sufferings around us because this is the bad place.
Right, man. And I think Urantia has internet connection issues, and then Forever Conscious is taking a he's doing something for a second. But yeah, man, like I agree. Like it's just, again, it's it's not to gang up on anybody, and like the one person in the chat being, you know, I don't want to gang up. It's just, I just want to put forth that idea that you're talking about, Vegan Skeptic, and I'm talking about, of how is it that the chain of command began with such suffering in the first place? Even if karma is the explanation, even if it is real, how did the suffering begin? Who created the suffering? It doesn't explain the creation of suffering sufficiently, this karma. So when I see words like manifesting, reality, manifest your reality, karma, 9 to 5 is another buzzword I see in the New Age community. I don't work my 9 to 5 and shit like that. You know, God forbid people have to work a 9 to 5 to, you know, Nonconformist Radio. He talks about, he has a good video about the 9 to 5, about, you know, stop criticizing people with the 9 to 5s. You know, all this like New Agers, like, I broke the chains of the 9 to 5. Well, good for you. A lot of people in the world haven't, and it's tough. It's a tough world. And it's kind of like, you know, Gary Vaynerchuk by chance, that, like, you know him?
No, I'm not I don't know.
Yeah, Gary Vaynerchuk's like this like super entrepreneur. He's like an entrepreneur, bro, and he appeals to like that kind of side of the internet. You know, it's kind of like this Gary Vaynerchuk attitude.
Oh, I do know him. I just wrote his name. Yeah.
Okay.
Once I see the image, I remember.
Gary Vaynerchuk. It's like, you gotta fucking grind, bro. You gotta fucking grind, like that kind of like fucking grind, you know. Awesome. And that's how it's like this manifest thing. It's like, you just manifest your reality. Even if you were born in the Democratic Republic of Congo, no offense to anybody if they were here, you know, in a war during the Civil War, during the Blood Diamond era, just fucking manifest your way out of it, dude. Oh, but if you can't, it's because it's karma from a past life. That to me is one of the most offensive things that you could ever. It's like, you know what? How about you go to Africa or go to a war-torn country and tell a person to their face, I'm sorry that you're being tortured and your parents, I won't say that. I'm sorry that you're being tortured in this life, but hey, it's just your karma, bro. Go say it to their face. How about that? How about that to test the New Agers? You know what I mean?
Exactly, man. I mean, this it's just another clear trap, this idea of karma, right? There's a lot of people I see in the New Age community who try to get like Reiki sessions, and then they want like, okay, so while doing that, you should also please eliminate my past life karma, you know, so that I can, you know, I don't have to deal with that. Like, right. It's just another trap that they make the people believe in, so that they fall for it. And then, which is what we see with the past life, you know, reviews that you know, the people who face near-death experiences often face, where right. Even the littlest thing becomes an karma issue right. that they need to solve.
It's just another form of power. It's just another form of power control. Just how Christians have sin, various religions have karma, and now New Age communities in the United States especially have adopted this New Age, thinking it's New Age. It's really not. It's based on more ancient religions. It's based on more ancient religions that predate Los Angeles as a city by far. A lot of where New Age stuff happens. And that's not totally, I mean, that's not coincidental. It's a dirty place. and they just rehash these old Eastern religions thinking it's something new, and they're speaking about karma just the way that a Christian would speak about sin, and it does nothing to sufficiently describe or explain the genesis of suffering, the being creating that suffering. So maybe karma is true to a degree. However, it's just the same as I would consider the Christian God, the Abrahamic religion gods. You know, how Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, Abrahamic religions, that God, right, can neither be all powerful and all loving. Just how New Age community refers to the universe. It's no different. It's just transplanted words. Karma is sin, then fine, but it's just more elevated. It's more complex. No, it does not sufficiently describe the genesis point of the creation of suffering. And that's the simple fact of the matter, right? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, man, exactly. It's just, yeah, these new agers are definitely, you know, they are the definition of, you know, like gaslighting, you know, people when it comes to how making us believe this is actually for the good of us, that this is a lesson, you know, place that we can learn lessons from, and that we need to evolve, and all this stuff, just basically gaslighting themselves and everyone else to believe, to be, you know, to have the Stockholm syndrome for this place, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And then they, you know, a lot of them may subscribe to veganism as well, which it's like, well, how does that explain my orca whale example I gave 10 hours ago, I guess, or 8 hours ago? You know, it's like, it's the age old argument with vegans. It's like, well, if you're not going to eat animals for reasons XYZ, that's fine. I respect your choice, but do not claim that it is, but don't do it without recognizing the fact that the animal kingdom in and of itself is predator prey, a tough world. You know, if you're not going to eat meat because of reasons, because of the manufacturing industry is totally fucked, and there's millions of cows being slaughtered in improper ways, and you want to do it for your health, because you realize that we've been tricked to eat meat, that's totally different. And that's what you're about more so. You're less on the whole train of like, I'm doing it to save the animals. You know, that's not really what you're probably 100% about. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I'm about like that's actually veganism's definition. Like you that's not, veganism is not about caring about your health or environment. Really, it's about the animals who can't speak for themselves. And yeah, I do understand where you're coming from when it comes to the, you know, the some of the toxic behavior these new agers who follow veganism usually puts out there. And even though they say, you know, don't judge, but you know how they put the message out there is just very toxic. And clearly there's a big issue on that front. But when it comes to how the nature, you know, it's actually in nature, like 75% of the animals are herbivorous. But the fact that there is carnivorous animals is, yeah, it's definitely like this proves this matrix once again, you know, how all these animals in nature has to die from these horrible deaths. But at least we are not like, when it comes to them, it's usually for survival. It's usually for basically just survival, right? But for us, we have the conscience. We can decide what to do. We know that we can thrive on. I don't even like, again, using the word vegan. Like I like using the word whole foods, plant-based diet when we talk about health and diet. Right. And yeah, I mean, we don't have to take advice from fucking lions. We don't have to, because lions lick their ass, lions kill their cubs, you know, like a lot of the people who just keep on trying to look up to lions, but they never exude anything the lions do. So that's why the arguments of, well, but it's natural and it's, or whatever, it just doesn't make sense. We have conscience, we can decide what to do. And that's what I'd have to say on that one.
Yeah, veganism, there's nothing, I'm not against it at all. I don't know what diet's the best, because we had discussions in previous groups where some people were, you know, Paleolithic, meat only. You know, people have the science for that. You have the science for the, you know, so it's, but it's, I think the thing that I'm highlighting is the gaslighting. You know, it's once again hijacking an otherwise good movement of veganism and gaslighting it and making it about their ego and identity. That's what it is. That's what it is for me.
Yeah, man. And when it comes to that, even at the topic of like them saying always, in a toxic way, like don't judge, don't judge. Well, the definition of judging is basically having an opinion, right? Like when someone walks into a room, a stranger, we usually judge the situation. We look at them like, okay, what's going on here? What's he's gonna do? What she's gonna do? Whatever. So when people say don't even judge, like in these new age communities, they usually, they're basically saying don't think, like don't have an opinion.
Right.
And yeah, but then they are the ones who usually push like the message. They don't, a lot of them don't really represent it under the good light, right? Because there's a way of talking about it in a logical way. You explain it like the way I'm explaining it right now, and then there's a way where they yell, they do like all this toxic stuff. Then you're just pushing people away from it instead of promoting it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that.
The same thing goes along the lines with and it's just amazing to me. It's just like, well, don't eat animal, like, manifest. It's like, well, maybe you should travel the world and see how a lot of cultures rely on meat. It's like, it's not so simple. If you want to take veganism because of your own knowledge, like what you do, I think it's admirable. I think you're very knowledgeable, well-spoken, well-read person who has compassion to put your knowledge to other people. That is completely different than these communities I'm seeing sprouting up that are regurgitating philosophies based off memes. Like, you're well read on the subject, and so you're completely different. And that's why it kind of sucks for you, because it's a gaslit thing. It's like kind of how Christians would consider us like the devil or something, because we think God is, it's just gaslit. So the big vegan movement, right? And now, like, they're trying, who is buying all the farmland and trying to do Impossible burgers and all that. That shit just must drive you insane.
Yeah, exactly. Like they are when they are promoting it, even though they haven't been promoting it for the longest time, and I've been vegan for 12 years, and only like last few years especially they start promoting it. But when they do promote it, what do they promote it with? It's all these bullshit heavily processed products that are super high in sodium, and it's not really, doesn't really compare well, even though of course the meat has the cholesterol, saturated fats, trans fats like heme iron, all these issues that even the meat science, like in the meat journals, they point out how they need to basically do something to the meat to suppress the heme iron effect, the blood-based iron, because of how much cancer it causes. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, it's what did you even say? I just lost in the sauce, man.
I think we're both, we're all lost in the sauce. No, it's just I think the bigger idea for me is just the quote unquote new age being one of the more deceptive means of.
Oh, I just remembered, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, I just remember that you were talking about how they promoted and yeah, like they promoted with this horrible stuff. But at the same time, though, we should also recognize how they have always been promoting the multi-billion-dollar meat, dairy, and egg industry. They've always been promoting it, and all people need to do is go out there, look at the restaurants. That's what they promote 99.9% of the time, right? And only recently they started promoting this stuff, but then they're not promoting it in a good way, just like the New Agers, a lot of them. Same thing. They're promoting the horrible version of it, horrible stuff that
right.
it has. And yeah, that's
just how someone could hijack the idea of the quote unquote soul trap and make it into something it's not. They could
it's all over the place.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and
just channeling, and I mean, endless horseshit. There are people out there faking hypnosis sessions and piggybacking off the soul trap. I mean, there's a couple channels out there who are egregious with this shit, and I'm not going to say their names, but there aren't many of them. So process of elimination, there's two specifically that come to mind that I know are tainting the waters.
Right.
Selling LifeWave patches.
Actually, not. No, actually, no. No, actually, these are other channels. No, they're doing so-called regressions, but they're clearly scripted. They're scripted. Complete bullshit.
Yeah.
And what's
You
funny,
can see the fakeness coming through.
Oh, it's so obvious. But,
another funny thing on
they're making money off it, so they don't care.
Another funny thing with the new age stuff is they're all about trauma,
They,
like
they don't have
trauma. Like you must got to heal your trauma before you can move on. You got to heal your trauma this, heal your trauma that, trauma that. It's like, and I'm sitting back here thinking
just
like, dude,
just listening to them and just his trauma.
yeah, I'm like, dude, life is one
Just
big.
listening to what they're talking about and just his trauma.
Yeah, right. It's like life
Trauma,
is like one big trauma fest. Like you going to Chipotle and ordering a burrito a little bit too rude to a worker who's having a really bad day, that creates a little trauma with them. We are all trauma producers and trauma receivers, and
that's the idea.
Yeah, and that's not to say that you can't
That's the idea.
synthesize your trauma and like make it better, make your life better for sure. But they put such a premium on services. They sell services like Reiki and like all this shit to like heal your trauma from your body and like all this. And it's like, it's all about the dime in the end. The services cost a lot, and that's just when you should, red flag should be raised immediately. But
face your shadow self every single day of every single
shadow
minute
self, yeah,
for years to come.
Jesus. Yeah, your shadow self, and like I hear all of that so much.
I know my shadow self.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I lived it, motherfuckers.
my shadow self is telling me not to pay my invoice to you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, my shadow self
Why
is
am I
telling
even
me.
talking to you?
Yeah, my shadow self tells me to pay credit card on this, and then forget and then not pay off my credit card.
So fucked.
It's just I guess I'm particularly sensitive to that right now because I do have a friend who is really wrapped up into all that, and I talk to her a lot, and I've since kind of like stopped communicating so much because it's too much for me. Like I can't. And it's just, I do think that there's a base level narcissism with the new age stuff where they think that they're like at the top of the spiritual food chain, for example. And it's like, dude, you have no idea. Like, it's just, yeah, it's too much for me.
Yeah, I mean, the new age, like one of the things I noticed that is like a real hook is how they, like, for instance, so we can go with Dolores Cannon. All right, like the walk-in concept, or even what she talks about with reincarnation. Where people come back, to help others. So what does that do? It gives a person like a hero complex, right? It makes them feel like, oh, okay, everything is justified now. So all this bullshit that I'm going through, the reason why I'm here makes so much more sense because I'm here to help humanity. I'm here, it's no different. It's total religious mumbo jumbo. And people eat it alive. They love it because it makes them feel good. It gives them purpose.
Right.
And you know what? I get it. It's like you can't even shit on people for falling into that, because it's like people are looking for answers, but then they fall into something like that, and then it boosts it's also a mega ego boost too. I mean, it's the whole thing is really well crafted, but in the end, it does a disservice to the person. And I just want to go off, take the red pills comment. They mentioned. Hold on, let me go back.
Oh,
here.
I was gonna mention that.
Said childhood trauma is real. I agree that healing trauma is critical. I've worked on it myself, but it takes decades. It's taken decades. Yeah, I mean, I'm not crapping on that at all. I think it's really important to do that work if you need to. And I went through years of therapy and all sorts of crap with things that happened in my childhood, but one of the things that like kind of came to that was a big realization was, I was working within the confines of the system that we all have, that most of us kind of fall into. And after a while, I at least realized with my therapist that she had some sick and twisted thing going on, like where she must have got off on it or something. I mean, it was really creepy because it was week in and week out, over and over and over. I'm talking for like 3 or 4 years. We were talking about some of the childhood trauma I went through. So you when does it end?
Right. That's the
you know,
question.
it's like, I understand talking about it, working through it and all that stuff, but why is it the topic of discussion every single time I enter the door? I mean, that's where I think it gets bad. And I think that's where it's almost like re-traumatizing, because you're trying to work on it, but I mean, if that's the only topic of discussion when you walk through the door every time, and you're going there every week, for some people maybe that's what they need. But I mean, all I knew is that it's like, okay, I got to move on. I can't just sulk in this any longer. Like I have to move. I have to work through this, and then face whatever's going on in my life. It's really it was weird, really weird. And I went to 2 therapists, but one I was at for a while. And I mean, what do you do? I mean, so the whole thing that we were talking about with the new age, with shadow work and all that, okay, fine, it may help you, but even the term shadow work, that comes straight out of the new age. It comes from Teal Swan, and she runs a literal cult. I mean, there's no doubt about it. She runs a cult. It's well documented. I almost interviewed her ex-boyfriend. I was really, really close to getting that interview, and then he backed out at the last minute. But because I knew a lot of the crap that went on from someone else that was in the cult, and they gave me his information, and I reached out to him, and in the end he backed out. But she's the one that has put that at the forefront, and she makes, I don't even know how much money with that, but she tours the world and has these private retreats, these semi-private retreats, and everything she does is based around shadow work. And the question again you got to ask yourself is like, okay, I understand working out that trauma from childhood or whatever, but how long does it go on until you say, okay, I need to move on and do what I need to do for me, because I can't just wallow in something that is from the past. So she's a prime example of someone who takes advantage of that childhood trauma, like in my opinion, my therapist did. It's no different. And it's almost like they feast off it. It's like it's a loose tool, at least what I went through. But I don't know. I don't want to drone on too much, but it's just, once you kind of process it and work on it, move along as best you can, and don't let it consume you entirely. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not a therapist, so this is not medical advice.
Yeah,
I think you'd be hard pushed to find someone in this realm that's not traumatized.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Everyone's.
It's like almost suggesting to someone that they have all of this trauma they need to fix could actually make them create the illusion that they have a trauma that they didn't actually have. When you start having like a therapist ask you, and how did that make you feel? Maybe, it's like, and then, but I was going to say with the red pill too, like healing your trauma, like, if whatever works for you, whatever makes people, I would say, more sane and able to bear this life until natural death, do it for sure. That's what I say. And that can be a different thing for a lot of different people. The only thing I'm commenting on is the predatory nature of what I see in the quote unquote new age community, and people starting to charge a pretty penny for this, and a lot of money too. And just how Mark has said, and we've all been saying, that this matrix just does the same thing, but it updates itself to the times. Like back in the day, propaganda was the town square guy calling out and giving the paper out. That was the propaganda back then.
Nailing it to the board in the town
Right.
square.
Yeah.
Everyone
The propaganda
huddles
now,
around it.
because a lot of people are like, fuck religion, I'm spiritual. It's just an update. It's just a very basic system update to Matrix 3 to Matrix 3.1.1. And spiritual, the whole spiritual community, they think that they're separating themselves from institutionalized religion, and they don't realize that at the same time they are institutionalizing themselves, just in the way religions probably became institutionalized back in the day. So that's what I'm saying. And the red pill, do what you got to do that works for you, even if that means doing Reiki and all this stuff that the New Agers do. But be very, I would say it's a fine line to know if they're preying upon you, and really giving you something of value. Because at the end of the day, the Matrix is a capitalistic predator-prey world, both in the animal kingdom and in the human kingdom, if you will. So that predator-prey relationship, never forget that. And even with soul trap stuff, like Mark was saying, and a lot of people are deceptive with that too. So just the new age is just really taking off. It's really trending. It's memified. It's all over Instagram. I'm seeing repetitive themes and tropes and mantras. And it's just a little too much. So I personally will definitely try to do some trauma work and to live the best life I can, but certainly not for any concept of releasing karma because I'm here to learn and I'm going to come back to learn more. No, that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, and I think Take the Red Pill said it best. He said, trauma is fearing for your life. It creates a cascading effect of other issues that many don't address until they're adults. It's not the trauma that's the problem. It's the cascading issues. And I completely agree with that.
I agree. That's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whatever helps you live your best life in this already hard to tolerate world, I advocate, that's what I say. And that may or may not be a new age, quote unquote, spiritual guide you find on Instagram. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, some of the most egregious things I've found about the soul trap, this is okay. Buckle up. I'm sure some of you've seen this, but just in case you haven't, some of the most egregious shit I've seen out there are, and this is new age, 1000%. They say that, oh yes, there was a soul trap and reincarnation was real, but it's been shut down. That's one of the narratives out there. I have response videos in the works that I'm going to go over, but of channels that are actually saying this, like, oh yeah, the reincarnation was real and that the soul trap was real, but it's recently been shut down and you have nothing to worry about. I've had subscribers who were watching for a while and then they went over and watched those videos, and are thoroughly convinced that what these people are saying is true. It really blows my mind. And so you have like a small segment who kind of trickle over from the new age, see the BS, and then they get looped back in because some other channel out there is covering the soul trap in the new age style, giving them the love and light that they want, and saying that, oh yeah, okay, so yeah, what they're saying about the soul trap is true, but it was shut down, in the last year or two, and there's nothing to worry about, so continue to follow us and everything's fine. I mean, just talk about the complete robbery of someone's essence. And there have been about 10 people I've spoken with who've fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. It's incredible. It's so sad. So sad.
perfect time for people coming in. I've never heard of the idea.
You're actually there.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're kind of in a Are you
Go
talking to
again.
us or?
Yeah, I was talking to you. Yeah.
Okay, because you
Can you
were
still
way
hear me?
far away, so no one heard you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's better now, yeah.
Now it's worse.
Ah.
Whatever you did, it was better, and now it's worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll continue.
Like, yeah, that's like, and then they'll say like, oh, well, the soul trap was destroyed. So, whatever, when you pass, whatever goes is safe. And that's probably the idea because it's no longer, you don't have to worry about it. So, if there's another ride and there's a pretty looking disguised Archon when you pass, go on the ride because it was already destroyed, the soul trap.
Oh yeah, but yet you're still here, right? You're still here. Oh yeah, if it was shut down, then why are we all still here?
It was shut down just in the
why are we here?
in the convenient tiny time span of this one, out of the billions of years.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I was on the same boat, and then I found Mars Channel. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Wes Penray's exiting from the halls of the grid thing, right? It's just insane. There's always another trap on top of the trap, another distraction on top of the distraction to make you not look further into this. Just trust it. Like you don't need to do anything about it. Like it's insane how these people are, trying to make us believe, even though once you come to the realization of with these NDEs, reincarnation cases, all these 23 different like factors showing the soul trap reality, basically, then these type of ideas of soul trap is already shut down. But then why are these people who are still having near-death experiences are still being tricked by the same entities?
And sent back. Yeah.
And sent back. Yeah, like this is just insane. How can you even believe this? Like it's insane.
And just the thing that I hate about it the most is like, not only do they believe it, but they take an elevated position in thinking that they are better than institutionalized religions, and they can just so easily criticize religion and Christians. Ha ha ha. And then in the same breath, I hear them say, yeah, the universe is telling me to, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. Can you just understand how if you substitute the word universe for God, you become a Christian? Yeah, just God is telling me to. Yeah, the universe is telling me to. It's the same exact thing. And yet you're acting so above it all because you have figured out how to get out of the religion you were raised with. It's just, so it's even harder to get through to a quote unquote new age person because they have this air to them that doesn't want to talk about the nuance like we talk about for 10 hours. Oh, by the way, 10 hours.
Boom,
Did it.
boom. We made it.
The time went back, by the way, at least in
Yeah,
some parts.
that was weird, wasn't it? I noticed that too.
Well, because the clocks change depending on where you are.
Oh, I hope it doesn't fuck up the stream.
Oh, we'll see.
I guess we'll have to go and make up for the time. Nah, just playing.
Yeah. It's just amazing. Just the new age position. It's just, I don't know. I've suffered a lot of Christianity. I was never raised Christian, but I just happened to be in life situations where they were in my presence a lot. I've suffered a lot of that. And then I've suffered a lot of new ageness too. So my tolerance for it, when I hear the same repeated trope, the same repeated words, when I see the word manifest, I just want to bash my head against my desk. So when it's hard for me to really contain my couth when I see that. It's like, no, please, dear God, manifest, and then you create your reality and that stuff. It's like, I mean, and again, it's all true to a degree, like what I was saying earlier about how we can create our reality if we pay attention to the news cycles. Shit can kind of happen, but not in the way that they're proposing, that you can
I'm gonna be the first millionaire in my family. Tap like to manifest. Jesus, it's all based. What the difference with them is it's based on personal selfishness and materialism, whereas mine is based on societal happenings. I don't want big societal things to happen, so I don't pay attention to them. I'm not like gonna wake up and write, I will make $1 million with my online business. That is a complete bastardization of the manifesting idea. But that's what most of them do, because in the end, it's based in selfishness, not selflessness. Even though they pass it off as the latter.
Well said, man. It's insane how layered this deception is too.
Right. Yeah. It's like, am I contradicting myself? It's like, no, I'm not. Here's why,
Yeah. And like how the system just basically starts you off with like a set religion, and then maybe you get out of it with like an atheism, and then you don't realize that it's actually the science religion now you're involved in. Oh, now you're realizing that you are basically believing in bullshit. Okay, don't worry, we got you the new age. Don't take the red pill, take this other pill. Just let it go, chill, don't worry about it. Don't you know that we are all one, and that we are, it's all, we are coming from the source God? Don't you know that we are the extension from it, and that we'll go back to it? You need to merge with it, man. You need to let go. You need to, it's all these insane, like, keep on layers to it. Like, this starts with religions, atheism, new age, psychedelics. It's all at the end of the day just trying to trick people. Just keep on and just go deeper onto the layers, where it's basically impossible to not get lost in the sauce.
There you go. Lost in the new age sauce too. That would be like a super hot, like a hot sauce version of your sauce line. Lost in the new age sauce would be like a sriracha level heat, big Scoville unit sauce.
Yeah, man, it's the worst sauce to get lost into. I almost got lost into it myself.
The Lost in the Sauce, the basic version is like just religions, but Lost in the Sauce, hot, Lost in the New Age sauce, that's like the spicy version.
Yeah, and it's insane how many YouTubers are there who are in the New Age, and then they are also lost in the sauce in the astral planes, where they are, hanging out with their quote unquote real spirit guides, and going into the adventures. It's like, oh my God, imagine getting lost in that sauce.
Yeah. And it's just the new age, the new age deception is just, it's so slick and sly, because again, a larger percentage of what they say is kind of true, as opposed to the religions. A larger percentage is true. That's why it's harder to kind of draw those lines. And to the undiscerning eye, to the person who can't see nuance, perhaps an NPC, they're like, what do you mean, trauma? What do you mean you're not vegan? It's like, I'm not discounting anything. It's just the vehicle in which you're using to do it. You can be a vegan, but you don't have to be new age. You can heal your traumas without being quote new age, but you are doing it all within it is the new ageness that has compelled you to heal your trauma and be a vegan, not the other way around. If you were truly, I'm just going to be vegan for these reasons, outside of any sort of belief system, I'll call it an Instagram belief system at this point, then that's totally different. But it's like, well, after I became new age because of Instagram memes and what I saw people posting, sexy pictures of them eating mangoes in Costa Rica. So, I want to be vegan now. It's like, it should be the other way around. You be a vegan first, and then, don't even think about the new ageness.
Well, plus, I see a lot of carnivores type of people in the new age too. It's not, yes, there's a lot of vegans,
yeah.
but,
No, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry to balance it out. I see a lot, and in the fitness community too, that's toxic. The whole, like, fucking just eat meat, bitch, and just fucking go lift. Just, yo, bro, you want to produce testosterone? Fucking eat meat, lift, sleep, stress, and work on your business. That too.
Yeah, man, there's a lot.
Work on your weight room business.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that's trending right now. The paleo, the carnivore, all this other stuff.
Right, man. Because I was kind of big on the paleo back in 2014, 15. And now I find the whole meat thing intolerable now that like Jordan Peterson and like his daughter like made it all big. I'm like, oh shit. Like Joe Rogan with his elk meat. I'm like, oh Christ. It's just the opposite, right? It's like the new agers are kind of like on one end of the spectrum, and on the other end, it's like the kind of testosterone podcast bro.
Yeah. It's amazing though. We hit the 10-hour mark.
Yes, we
I
did.
didn't realize that.
Yeah, we hit it. So
beyond it.
Probably gonna wrap things up here. It's been fun.
Yeah.
And enjoyable. And thank you everyone for coming along and spending time together in this marathon of a conversation. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun, and I on my end again, I learned most of what I learned about Souljet from you, and I cannot appreciate the work you put into this, because like it took it, seeing it over and over again every weekend, you know, where all these cases are clearly showing us how much deception is behind everything, and then of course you dig deeper to seek, is this really happening? And then yes, there's 23 different facts basically showing that it's happening. And yeah, I mean, on my end, I can't thank you enough. I feel the luckiest person to be, you know, on this type of mindset, to realize what's really going on and to live my life now in a way where I know about this, and now I have the control. Now I have the most of the free will, right, to do whatever I want to do with this information. It's a truly powering information, and I hope that you get to 100K pretty soon, man, because that's what you deserve.
I don't know if YouTube will allow it, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. Thanks for including me for Vegan Skeptic and Mark both. And congrats on the 10K.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. And
yeah, it goes without saying if you can hear me. Yeah, thanks, man. It's been it's good. Yeah.
Thanks, Urantia. I appreciate you, brother. And thanks everyone for coming. Before we wrap up, I just want to let everyone know that there are 2 YouTube backup channels if you're interested, and it's a good way to just have something just in case something should occur. I also have an email list. I'm gonna try to pop that up right now before we close out. And it'd be great if you could sign up for it. To date, I've had this email list for I think 3 or 4 months now, and I haven't sent one email out. I'm not the type of guy who's going to harass the hell out of you, but you know, it's good to have, especially in these days, it's good to have backups. And you know, the mailing list is something I fully control. You never know these days with how long you got. So I'm going to pop this in here. And if you enjoy the channel, please consider signing up. I also have a Twitter and a Instagram. And for backup videos, I have Odyssey, which I'm going to be spending more time on. So if you're not on Odyssey, I am going to be making some shifts to Odyssey and Rumble more often, where there'll be some exclusive streams sometime over the next couple months. And I have been multi-streaming on those platforms, but I'm going to start to kind of move over there more regularly and not as much on YouTube, because I think spreading yourself out in these times is really key, kind of having multiple platforms. Really, I can't speak enough to the importance of that. That's why I even opened up a Facebook account. I mean, this is something I haven't had a Facebook account for probably 6-7 years, but I opened one up for the channel, and everything's in the description. There's also a DLive channel, and I do have plans to get a website out, and that is going to happen. So if you'd like some updates on that, obviously I'll leave some here on the channel, but also the mailing list is a good way for us to stay in touch. And if you're interested in joining the memberships, they are available here on YouTube, and I just opened them up on Odyssey, and we'll be uploading a year's worth of members content over there that you can also find here on YouTube. So if you're interested, feel free to check that out. It's the Last Timers Club. There are 3 levels at the moment. There are going to be a couple more added. And there's also, if you'd like to donate to the channel, there's a Stripe link, which is equivalent to something like PayPal, and Stream Elements. And also on Odyssey, if you're over there, they have a thing called, I don't know, Hyper Chats or the support tab. And you can also pay there anonymously through credit card or library credits. But thank you again for joining us all tonight, and I appreciate each and every one of you. It's been a lot of fun, and just as a reminder to the winners before we close things out, I have a list of all your screen names, and hopefully we'll get in touch with the first winner of the book. And then everyone else, if you do happen to listen to the replay, please leave a comment in the description. I'm sorry, in the video below, the comment section below. And I will also attempt to reach out to you sometime, probably like early, middle next week, to get over your gift cards and get your addresses so I can mail out these books and get everything settled. So thank you again. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, it's very humbling. I can't believe the channel reached 10,000 subscribers in this amount of time. And yeah, I mean, please continue to share content about the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, including Wayne Bush's website, which is trickedbythelight.com, and Dan at overwatchproject.com, and Overwatch channel here on YouTube. He's also on Odyssey at Overwatch Project. So check him out. Check Wayne out. His website, Wayne's website, is just a gold mine of information about what's going on here, and it shows how in depth this whole situation goes. And the last thing I'll say is that the channel does have a master playlist, which is the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap playlist. It's available on the home tab of the channel. And there's also some other playlists like the Michael Newton book commentaries, Journey of Souls, and then Destiny of Souls. And if you are new or haven't listened to those yet, feel free to check those out. And I do suggest listening first to Journey of Souls and then Destiny of Souls. And then there's also the interview playlist with both Wayne Bush, and then there's another playlist with Dan from OverwatchProject.com, Overwatch channel. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. And there's some other playlists there too, as well as My Journey to Awakening. All right, I don't think I can function much longer, so I am gonna go. It's been a lot of fun, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Alice, Mary, Peter, Super Unknown, Paris, C-Dub, DL, Joshua, Vegan Skeptic, Joey. Hey, Joey. Good to see you, brother. And everyone else out there, thank you so much. And it was great to have such a cool panel. Thank you, Dan or DL, Urantia, Vegan Skeptic, and everyone else who joined earlier. So, all right, we will see each other again soon. Don't work too hard next week, and take care. Much love.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, brother.
Have a good one.